White takes the bishop on e7, and there's the threat of bishop takes f6. It's actually not the end of the world. Black can play bishop e6 here and hit the pawn on a2, but you get the point. I feel like White's kingside play and central play is quite a bit more promising than Black's corresponding play on the queen side. So David's position here very pleasant, and the way that these grandmasters often win their round one games, and by the way, queen b6 has been played. Now knight f5 looks even stronger because there's no longer pressure on a2. So I am fully expecting David to play knight f5. On the other hand, he doesn't even have to move the knight because queen takes d4 isn't actually a threat, since it runs into bishop takes h7 check, and that picks up the queen via a discovered check. So if he wanted, David could continue expanding on the king side of the move like g4. That would be one possibility. He plays c3, so he does defend the knight, but I don't think he's doing that because he's worried about losing the knight. I think he's doing that in order to drop the bishop back to c2 and potentially follow up by building a battery against the h7 pawn with queen d3. So a nice position here for David Paravian and a 1 minute time advantage. Not really envisioning an upset in this game. Okay, so we already have a couple of results, which is interesting. Dariusz Świercz, Polish Grandmaster, he already won his first game. Actually, a lot of results. That's pretty crazy. It's only been a couple of minutes. Okay, what else do we have? We have Jasper, who I mentioned right before the tournament. He's also got the white pieces and also a French. Actually, essentially the same variation as David Paravian's game. What is happening here as he faces off against a Norwegian 2100 player? This actually looks like a pretty double-edged position with White's queen in amongst the trees, but I'm not sure that queen is particularly well placed. And I really like Black's last move, knight d7 to f6, aiming for the e4 square and potentially trying to knock out the f2 pawn with a fork. So if White takes on c5 right now, then knight e4 would have followed. And so Jasper prevents the knight from coming into e4. But the eval bar seems to believe that if anyone is better, it is actually Black. I would consider the move rook b to c8 here, or rook f to c8, which is played by Black, and queen a4 by Jose, but that walks right into b5. And Jose is in pretty serious trouble here. If Black plays b5 in this position, Black is attacking. White has absolutely no attack on the king side, but c takes d4. I don't like that move at all. There was no need to release the tension, and a sigh of relief undoubtedly breathed by Jose as he takes with the queen, trying to get into an endgame. And that endgame is going to be a little bit better for White because White's going to have better control of the d-file, but Black refrains from the queen trade. A check on f5, and the position has stabilized. And now I think Jose has every chance to outplay his opponent as he insists on trading queens. Jose believes that his pawn majority on the queen side, the 3-on-2 that he's got here, is going to outweigh Black's king side majority, which is a 3-on-4. Black accepts the queen trade and plays rook e d8, but Jose fights for control of the d-file with rook e to d1. So my guess is that Jose is going to find a way to outplay his opponent here in this endgame. He's also up a minute on the clock, but time pressure, not a factor thus far. Alexander Bortnick, he's already won his first game, not wasting any time at all. Let's check back into Alexei Serrano's game against Steven. Well, Alexei is just up a pawn. He should be able to win this game. He's up 4 minutes on the clock. And what makes Alexei such a dangerous rapid player is the speed. He plays, by his own admission, a lot faster, even than most other grandmasters. He usually has sometimes over half of his clock still left after a game against a very strong opponent. He plays fast, he plays carefully, so he manages to do that and not to blunder. He should be able to convert his advantage in this endgame. He is a full pawn up. This shouldn't cause him too many problems. Knight e4, threatening a fork on d2. And White's pieces in the center are going to be summarily chased away by Black's pawns. f6 and e5 is going to follow, and White's position is starting to collapse. Who else do we have? We have Benjamin Bach, who is currently streaming, so you can definitely check out his channel. Not sure why anybody wouldn't want to listen to my commentary, of course, but if you're so inclined, you can take a look at his stream as he talks about his thoughts and as he outplays his Spanish opponent in round one. A great position here for Black. This pawn on d5, it may look like a strength, but it's actually a weakness. Also notice how Benjamin has this pawn on e4, which is blocking out White's bishop on g2. So if you have a massive trade on e5 here, which is actually occurring right now, and it is on the board, White is going to lose this pawn on d5. It's really only a matter of time. The rook from c8 is going to move on to d8. Black has a pawn majority on the queen side. So White's position here looks really, really rough. Another idea is g7, g5, chasing the knight away from f4. And so that is why White has just played h4. But If Benjamin wants, he can just play h6 and reinforce the threat of g5, but instead he chooses to go rook to d8, attacking the pawn on d5. Now he threatens to take it. White defends it with a rook d2, and I am anticipating now the move h6. Once Benjamin plays g5, prying the knight away from the ledge, the pawn on d5 is going to be isolated and lost. So Benjamin up 3 minutes on the clock with a better endgame. I think he's going to win this game. So let's go back to the drawing board and see which other games we can look at. David Paravian's game is actually very, very sharp. So his opponent, UK Chess Bomber, has just sacrificed the bishop on a3. What have we just seen? a3, rook fc8. Now, David finally going knight f5, an idea that I had mentioned earlier. But all of a sudden, bang, bishop takes a3. And the idea is that if white takes on a3, then black can play rook takes c3. And all of a sudden, there's a near mate threat on a3. White's pieces are hanging. This is actually really, really bad for white. So you can't really take that bishop. What can you do? You can try to give a check on h6 here. And David has just done that. I think that is a very important move. Without this move, white actually might even be lost. So knight h6 check is on the board. And what is the idea? Well, the idea is that if black takes this knight, then white takes the knight on f6. And who benefits as a result of the trade? Well, it is definitely white. If we pull up an analysis board here as the chess bomber contemplates his response to this brilliant move, the point is that queen g4 is a monumental threat, and it is black's king that gets caught in the crossfire. In the meantime, the white queen is doing an excellent job of protecting the b2 pawn. So black's position, the attack looks very intimidating. There's no concrete follow-up. So black shouldn't take this knight. Black should go king f8, very calmly sidestepping this nasty check. But then David will probably take the knight anyway, exposing black's king further, and you'll get a position like this. It's incredibly sharp. Both sides are attacking each other at each other's throats, but something tells me that David is going to get the better of his opponent here. This is where sharp calculation and quick play comes in, with both sides now down to less than 5 minutes. But UK Chess Bomber stays put with king f8, a great move, and the position is sharp, and David takes on f6, and black is going to take back. Efficiency is very important here. The chances of a blunder are very high in a position that is sharp, and you still can't really take the bishop on a3. The possibility of the rook capturing on c3 is, in my opinion, too strong. So maybe David will move the bishop away from d3. He could even snag this pawn on h7, winning a pawn and exposing an attack on the bishop on d7 and opening up the d file. And both sides now down to 4.5 minutes. So this actually might be the most uncertain of our top games. There's usually at least one upset. By the way, Jose, he has managed to outplay his opponent in this enemy. He is simply up a piece and mopping up the rest of black's pawns. So a game in which Jose really dodged a bullet, because at one point, black seemed to have a big advantage. But that's just what these players do. By the way, he did have a knight fork on e7, so he could have even won the rook. But it's a moot point. He's going to win the game. Anyway, we can trust Jose with the rest. And Mishanik Alexei Serrano, he has indeed won his game against Stevens 5. A pretty smooth game by the top seed Alexei Serrano. Benjamin Buck, he continues to outplay his opponent in that endgame. And let's check into the game of Eric Hansen. Eric also on the path to winning his game, another endgame, and black is up a pawn here with an excellent knight on g4. White's knights on the d file are both sitting ducks. Rook h to d8 is coming next, and Eric Hansen undoubtedly going to win his game. So no big upsets envisioned thus far. I'm also keeping an eye on the games that have already finished. Let's see. So we've got 1 point, 1 point. Everybody, all of the top guys seem to have won their games. Let's see. Yeah, so no upsets so far that I'm seeing. The closest was maybe Jose, but he managed to dodge a bullet and he wins his game. Benjamin Bach continues to nurse an advantage in that endgame. And let's check back into David Paravian's game, because this might be the closest currently to an upset. And David did indeed take the bishop on c3. What a fearless decision by Paravian to allow the rook to land on c3 and now take on a3. But he has in mind the move bishop d3 to b1. And the idea is to meet rook takes a3 check with bishop a2. And what David Paravian is saying is that somehow his king is going to be kept safe by this defensive cocoon that consist of the queen, the rook, and the bishop. So let's see what happens. If rook takes a3, which I'm anticipating, and UK Chess Bomber needs to move because he's down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds. After bishop a2, I think black has a very strong move in bishop c6, aiming for d5 and trying to exploit the pin down the a file. But what David Paravian might be leaning on here is the move rook h3, a move that I thought he would play much earlier. This essentially forces a rook trade. It gets rid of black's most important attacker, and it leads to a position like this. Now, the eval bar, the engine evaluates this as approximate equality, but of course, that is a pretty meaningless assessment. It's a completely chaotic position. What worries me the most about UK Chess Bomber's chances here is the clock. He's down to 2 minutes now, and he's just frozen. He has to take on a3. He's got no other moves. But now he's down to 2 minutes, and now less than 2 minutes on the clock. And I think David Paravian is going to consolidate his extra piece here and win the game. You just cannot take this amount of time because there is no increment. And this game is essentially going to be over if black takes any longer than he's already taken. So we're going to stay on this game for now because this still might be the most interesting of our first round games. There's still a bunch of grandmasters who are still playing. One other game I wanted to check into before we move back to this one, Bogdan, who is a Romanian grandmaster, very, very strong. He is actually worse against Mexican IM Julian Estrada. So this is another game that we can keep an eye on. We will toggle between this game and David Paravian's game. Estrada with a very powerful center here, d5, e5, and f4, and he's got white's bishop locked in on h2, but bishop f5 has allowed the move c6. So Bogdan can try to get that light squared bishop active and create a passed a pawn. I don't think Estrada should have allowed the move c6, but will Bogdan play it? And he does, and the move c6 by Romania's board number 1, almost super grandmaster Bogdan, and I think he is going to claim the upper hand here as he takes on a6. This is a very positive transformation for white. This pawn on a5, once the bishop moves back probably to f1, that pawn is going to start rumbling up the board. And even though the bishop on h2 is incredibly bad, it doesn't matter because the rest of white's pieces are more than capable of handling the pressure and supporting this pawn as it moves closer to promotion, and queen g6 by Estrada as he still tries to create tactical chances against white's king, but Bogdan remains on top and he plays king h1, and I'm anticipating knight h5, maybe get the knight to g3, maybe continue trying to create attacking chances. But these grandmasters in time scrambles, they have no equal, and I think that Bogdan, and he pushes the pawn to a6, and it does look like not only has the advantage evaporated for the Mexican master, but it looks like his position is now close to loss as this pawn will reach the promised land eventually, and he goes a7 and he's threatening to promote, and the bishop is now forced into complete passivity with bishop b7, and it's essentially over rook a1. There is no longer any attack. You can try e4, and he does, but white could even consider taking on e4 and then taking on f4, or you can just not respond and you can play a move like queen h4. He goes queen d4, centralizing his queen. A very instructive move, actually. Anytime a pawn is pushed, you want to identify the squares which are weakened as a result. And the d4 square is an excellent base of operations for the white queen. If black continues to push the pawn, then white simply takes on f4, and black's position continues to crumble. And e takes f3 is Estrada's move, and he tries knight e4. One last chance trying to get this knight into activity, but this is a moot point. There are no squares accessible to the black knight, and Bogdan is going to survive a scary position and win this game. Eric Hansen is also about to win his game. Benjamin Bach about to win his, and we have to check back into David Paravian's game. And like I mentioned, black still has a good position, and black actually has a brilliant tactic here. You can play bishop c4, distracting the rook from c2 and drive the rook into the second rank, but he doesn't see it, and he plays rook d5, and now he gives white a chance to get the king finally out of its corner on a1 and play king b2, and both rooks are going to be hanging as a result. The time is ultimately what does black in this game, but what an effort by the candidate master from England. He had David Paravian on the ropes at one point, but now David, with a full rook to the good and a minute and a half up on the clock, he's going to consolidate his advantage and win the game, and he is going to continue avoiding any upsets in round one. I don't see any upsets yet. Once the round finishes, we are going to review the standings, and we're going to see if anyone managed to pull out even a draw out of the jaws of these very, very strong players who are on the top of the tournament standings, and rook h3, just a couple of moves until the end of this game as the rook is activated and put on g3, and this one's over. This one's over. The rook can drop back to c7, and instead David forces a rook trade, and that is also good. And black trying to pre-move, but king a3, a very nice move, preventing further progress of black's pawns, and rook c5, cutting off black's king, and this one is all over. And round one is just about, no, there's still a couple of games in round one, probably a bunch of different time scrambles. This is a game we haven't looked at yet, as Jose Ibarra, Spanish grandmaster, is trying to put the finishing touches on his win. We can see that in a lot of games. Black, the lower rated players are actually doing really well on the board, but they are not making it on the clock. And this is a great example of that, as black is trying to force a draw with queen e2 check. And can he get perpetual? Rook takes d6 was bad. He should have taken on c5. Black was actually winning in that position, but it's a total moot point because black has 6 seconds and there's no increment, and white has a gazillion checks to give. And Jose Ibarra, the Spanish grandmaster, is going to win the game as black pre-moves his way into allowing promotion. And that is a win for the Spanish grandmaster. And there's just a couple of games remaining, and we have Molecular Chemist, who is an international master from Croatia. Not sure if he's actually a molecular chemist. Another example of a game in which the title player is much worse, and he's dropping a bunch of pawns, but black has 12 seconds, and there is just no way that black is going to make it. Rook e6 check is going to follow. Black has to avoid king g5 because the king is going to get mated. But can black force perpetual here? No, the king is going to zigzag its way into freedom, and king c1 to b2 to b1, and rook e6 check is going to follow, and king g5 gets mated to rook g6. What a mating construction, and I could see that from a mile away. This happens so very often when you have no time on the clock. What a frustrating game for the Armenian 2100. And by the way, Benjamin Bach has won his game, and Bogdan has won his, as black flags, but it doesn't matter. He's up a full queen. And that leaves us with only a couple of games remaining. We have an international master from Greece trying to finish it off against a Polish FIDE master, but the FIDE master is higher rated, and we have a time scramble. And I think white's going to lose on time. Queen takes a3. He's got to move. He's got 1 second, and queen b4, and a pre-move by black, and the Polish master is going to win the game. And he flags him. All right, and that leaves us with only one more game. Christopher Shabri is going to flag. The national master flags against a 2000 from India. And that concludes the games from round one. And what an action-packed round it was. But I believe that there were actually no upsets. I think all of the title players managed to win their games, some of them on the clock, most of them on the board. But as we review the standings here, Alexei Serrano, David Paravian, Alexander Bortnick, all of the top seeds won their game. And I'm going to scroll all the way down to those who did not manage to win their round one game. But yeah, I don't think any of the grandmasters got bitten. But in round two, the grandmasters are going to face already probably a couple of title players. We're going to have FMs and IMs who make their way to the top, and that's going to give rise to more upsets. And don't hold your breath. So we're going to have 4 rounds. Then we're going to have a fair play break. Then we are going to have the rest of the tournament. Once again, those of you just joining, we are watching the second play-in qualifier of the Chess.com Global Championship. I'm your host, GM Daniel Naroditsky. We are 1 round win, and the gong sounds, and round 2 is underway. And like I said, Alexei Serrano already faces a title player. We were just watching Forever Young flag his Greek international master opponent in round 1, and now he's got the black pieces as a reward against Serrano, and an English by the Russian grandmaster. Bishop b4, a very common variation of the English. e3. E3 is actually not that common. It's an interesting move. Normally in this position, white goes knight d5, kind of like in a Trompowsky where black goes knight f6 to e4, very similar aesthetic. But anyways, we're not going to pay too much heed in the opening as Alexei gets his knight over to g3. And if you want to learn about pawn structures, this is a very good way to do it. This is a very instructive pawn structure where it looks very ugly for white. You might look at this and say, what is white even doing? But it's like a bumper on a car. A bumper is not made to be pretty. It's made to survive fender benders. And that's kind of what white's pawn structure reminds me of. Alexei is going to play d4, and there it is. And he's already threatening d5. And I really dislike the way that his Polish opponent is handling this opening, because he's walked himself right into a fork threat, and he has to waste another tempo. And Alexei continues to expand in the center. This is very, very bad play by black. Now the bishop comes into g5, and for some reason, black has already played the move h5, creating a gaping hole on the g5 square. Now the bishop is going to be here forever, and it pins the knight on f6. And this is a terrible position for black. And you can see the eval bar expressing its disappointment. 2 bishops for Alexei, a monster center. And a great plan for white here is to castle kingside and follow up with f3, f4, trying to open up the f file. The problem is that if black doesn't move the queen away from d8, this knight on f6 is going to end up in massive trouble, and Alexei wasting absolutely no time. Literally, he still has 9 minutes and 30 seconds left. You can see why he's such a difficult opponent to face in rapid time controls. He plays fast, he knows his openings, and he doesn't hesitate at all. He's so confident, and he's ready to play f4, and he can basically pre-move that. And I think we're going to see f4 right now. He can also play c5, but he does play f4, and he's already winning straight out of the opening. F takes c5, and then knight takes h5 is going to happen, eliminating the support of the g4 knight. This is absolutely crushing. What a display by Alexei, and he's making it look really easy. Really easy. D takes c5 is forced, and knight g3 takes h5. Now black starts thinking, but it's a little bit too late. This is literally resignable. Knight takes h5 essentially ends the game. I think Alexei is going to play it within a couple of seconds. And I'm not even going to pull up an analysis board here just because we don't need to. I think Alexei is going to show everything we need to see on the board. And you can see that white is taking a little bit of time just to double check. Maybe this is too good to be true, but it is not. Knight takes h5, wins a pawn, causes black's position to collapse. And there it is. Knight takes h5, a great move, eliminating the pawn support of the knight on g4. Rook takes h5, bishop takes g4. White's going to be a pawn up. Black's king is caught in the crossfire with no ability to castle queenside, and Alexei is going to win the game within a couple of minutes. Okay, what a display. Let's move on to round 2. And what a crazy position we have here in the game of Junior Tay. Actually, a very strong player. Don't sleep on him. He's a candidate master, but I know he's written a couple of opening books, a Singaporean master, and he faces off against David Paravian in round 2. And you have a crazy position, which is anybody's game. Now, the first thing I see is that the bishop on c4 is hanging. So let's pull up an analysis board. What happens if black takes the bishop? Well, Junior's idea is that he's going to move this queen up to h5 and look at the state of black's king. Black's king is wide open. There's a threat of a discovered check with g7. This forces the king to take a walk. And if white is so inclined, you can actually win the piece back by shoving this pawn forward to g7, forcing the bishop to take. Otherwise, you make another queen. And now the queen drops back to g4, forking the bishop and the king. So if you want to upset one of these top guys, this is exactly the kind of position that you want to get, a position where there's a lot of imbalances, there's a weak king, and where the grandmaster starts getting nervous. So I really like what Junior Tay is doing here. David is trying to consider whether to take this bishop or whether to make some sort of a developing move. Maybe get this queen up to e7 to create an escape square for the king. You really don't want the king to have to run to the d7 square. That is probably the most awkward square. But David, after a long think, and he's down a minute on the clock, and he does decide to take that poisonous bishop, and the queen moves on to h5. And I think we're going to see king d7 here. What an interesting opening. I don't even know how this originated. This apparently was a Vienna. Let's quickly take a look. Bishop c4, knight takes c4, which is a common move. And white plays a relatively obscure sideline. I think it's called the Urusov Gambit, knight f3. And white aims for a big development advantage. David grabbed the pawn, and Junior, wasting absolutely no time, tearing open the king side and shoving that pawn to f5 and then sacrificing the bishop. And David does indeed play king d7. So the eval bar seems to believe that black is doing just fine. If the king can make its way to c7, that's about as safe of a square as you're going to find on the board right now. So David's going to try to tuck his king onto c7. I actually think that white should probably try to win the piece back, because you might not get another chance to do that. Another option here for white is to play g takes h7. And you might say, well, why would you make that move? This pawn isn't going anywhere. But that's not the point. The point is to shove this knight out to g6, and the rook on h8 is going to be trapped by the knight and by the pawn. So 2 candidate moves here, g7 and g takes h7, and Junior has to decide which of them he is going to play. And he takes his time, both sides, down to about 7 minutes with only 10 moves made. But this is the kind of game where absolutely anything can happen. And let's move on to our third board, where Alexander Bortnick is facing off against a Greek international master. And much like Alexei Serrano, he is already completely winning 14 moves in. What an insane game. Look at this position. Look at black's king. Look at white's monster pawn on d5. And I think that white has several ways to win the game. One crazy idea here, which might do black in immediately, is knight to b5. You might say, well, how dumb is that? Black just takes the bishop on f4, but you don't actually need the bishop. You can play d6, shoving that pawn forward and creating totally devastating threats against black's king. Now white threatens to take on c7 with a fork, and if black takes on d6, white uses the pin against the e-pawn to support the knight on d6, and this is all over. Black either has to give up a full queen like this or give up a queen like that, and white wins absolutely everything in both cases. And this is exactly the kind of line that someone of Bortnick's caliber is going to see very quickly. And instead of knight b5, he has chosen a different approach. He starts with the move d6, which is also perfectly good enough, and I think he is going to get the position that we just analyzed after g takes f4, knight b5. So you can see that even though some of these GMs are facing title players, they're actually winning in many cases even faster than in their round one game. And let's check back into Alexis Serrano's game, and he is still completely winning. This is still totally resignable. Look at this position. I mean, this is total devastation. Rook a1 is coming, and bishop b5. If black's bishop moves away from d7, white's light squared bishop is going to jump into the game. Okay, I think that black is going to resign in this position. You can't even really trap white's queen. And rook b8, the queen can evacuate to a6. So the queen is perfectly safe. Okay, so this game is over. There isn't even much to discuss here. Let's take a look at some of the lower boards, but obviously lower in air quotes. We're talking people like Jose and Benjamin Bach, who are playing on boards 4 and 5 respectively in Jose's game. And by the way, he had a very tough position in round 1, which he survived. But in round 2, it looks like he's playing a much smoother game against a FIDE master from Serbia. He's gone bishop h6. They have an endgame, and I think black's rook is going to infiltrate, as it does right now, to d2, attacking the pawn on c2. And white's king is uncastled and very weak, and it's caught in the middle of everything. And the pawn on c2 is hanging, and white probably has to defend it with rook a1 to c1. But the effect of that move is that it puts the rook in the crossfire of the bishop on h6, creating possibilities of discovered attacks. What Jose could do in this position is play the move b6, chasing the bishop away from c5 and forcing it back into a very, very awkward square. And if Jose wanted, he could even follow up with c5. I mean, look at white's minor pieces. They're totally restricted by black's pawns. And this looks like a terrible position. Jose could get his other rook into d8. I think he is well on the way to winning his second round. And what we're seeing on the board is exactly that. b6 is on the board. 4 minutes for the Serbian master. The problem with the move bishop e3, this would have saved white from total disgrace. But after bishop takes e3, f takes e3, notice that that pawn on h2 is going to be hanging, and that is not a pawn that white can afford to lose. That rook is going to be on the second rank for the rest of the game. This is totally crushing. A great endgame display by Jose, and he's got plenty of time remaining on the clock. So the result in this game isn't in doubt either, but knight b1, a very creative move by his opponent, trying to get that rook out of d2. So white's idea is that if black just moves the rook back and says, hey, both your rook and your bishop are hanging, white would have blocked both at the same time with bishop c5 to e3. But rook a d8, another excellent move by Jose with no hesitation. And this is over. Bishop takes d2 check, and bishop takes c1 is going to follow. And the white bishop on c5 is going to be hanging at the end of the line. And I think white is going to resign in this position. What a miniature by Jose, only 22 moves. And he is up a full piece, because if white takes the bishop, then black takes white's bishop, and black is up a full knight. And Mikusinski, he resigns the game, and Jose moves to 2 out of 2, as does Alexis Serrano, as does Eric Hansen, who won his game very quickly, and Samuel Ter-Saakian, Armenian Grandmaster, who is also on 2 out of 2. In the meantime, David Paravian has managed to get the upper hand in that very crazy Vienna battle against Junior Tay. He simply has 3 pieces for a rook. This is completely winning. So Junior went wrong after David went king d7. Remember, we were talking about g7, but instead white played bishop e3, and that allowed the king to escape to c7. Way too slow by Junior as he tried to get his rook to d1, but he simply forgot that the king could escape to c7, and David consolidated his extra piece. And now, if we fast forward to the current position, has a completely winning position. He picks up the last pride of white's position. The h7 pawn is going to disappear, and black's material advantage is totally overwhelming. By the way, you also cannot take on c4 because of bishop e2. And as I say that, Junior does. Oh, and he missed it. Bishop e2 would have won one of white's rooks and ended the game immediately. As it stands, a little bit more technique is required, but white might still resign here. I mean, 3 pieces for a rook in an endgame is completely overwhelming. This e5 pawn is also a passer, and its path forward to the promised land is completely clear. My guess is that David is going to drop his light squared bishop back to g6, offering a trade of rooks, and then he's going to win the game by shoving this e4 pawn, this e5 pawn down to e4 and then to e3, and supported by his phalanx of minor pieces, that pawn is going to reach promotion. So this game is over. David Paravian wins his second game. Bunch of different grandmasters have already won their games. Let's check into the game of Benjamin Bocchio. There's nothing to check into here. He is up a full queen against a national master from America, and he is going to win in just a couple of moments here. So another what seems to be smooth game from Benjamin Bach. And further down the list, we have Aram Hakobian, who is locked in a very sharp battle against Viktor Sklerov, international master from Ukraine. But again, very important to observe how these top players, how well they manage their time. 6 minutes on the clock for white. So even though some of these games are complicated, they're kind of complicated in name only. There is no way the black is going to survive with a minute 40 in a middle game against 6 minutes for the grandmaster. Not to mention the fact that white is simply up a pawn for no compensation. And the move g4 here looks like a really good way to restrict black's knight, prevent it from coming into f5, and then using that pawn as a battering ram to further weaken black's king position. So this is going to be a pretty straightforward win. That would be my guess by Aram Hakobian. So still no upsets that I'm seeing thus far. Let's keep going down and let's keep watching our top games. Now, this might be the most interesting game we've looked at thus far. We have Jorquerino, a FIDE master from Chile, who is facing off against Dariusz Świercz, very, very strong Polish grandmaster, who is, I think, a student at St. Louis University, and a King's Indian attack with white amassing a bunch of pieces on the king side on queen up to f3. And you can tell that Jorquerino has blood on his mind. He wants to take the pawn on h6 and potentially aim at f7. Let's see how that could happen. Let's make a random move by black. Bishop takes h6 could be really, really scary because after g takes h6, knight takes h6, you might say no problem. Black goes up to g7, but then the queen enters f7. And this is simply checkmate. If you take on h6, you get mated on g6. And so for that reason, due to this line, Dariusz moves his queen over to f8, an excellent defensive move, defending the pawn on h6 and preventing all sorts of shenanigans connected with the sacrifice on h6. And the position looks very, very double-edged. The eval bar says that it's equal. But once again, what worries me the most here is the clock situation. Dariusz is up over a minute on the clock. He is an excellent blitz player, but his opponent is picking up the pace as well as he shifts his rook up to a2 and he prevents the infiltration of the black rook to b2. And the center is close. It's a maneuvering position. What Dariusz could consider doing is maneuvering this bishop over to a5. Instead, he goes rook 8 to b6, kind of idling, biding his time, maybe trying to take time off of white's clock. But his opponent continues to play fast, and he shifts the queen over to d2. And I still think that Jorquerino is trying to sacrifice something on h6. You can't fall asleep on that idea if you're Dariusz, because both of your rooks are completely far removed from the king side. And Dariusz, he takes his time, and the clock situation starts to stabilize, and he moves his king to h8. I really like this move. The point of this move is that if white would have taken on h6 with the bishop, now knight takes h6 is no longer going to come with check. And when you're talking about sacrifices, every tempo is incredibly important. I think that Dariusz is going to win this game. I think he's going to milk the rest of white's clock. And eventually, when white gets down to below a minute, he's going to sharpen up the game. And eventually, a blunder is going to happen. Let's see if the game indeed goes in that direction. But Dariusz, it's not easy for him to find helpful moves either. I mean, how does black improve his position? You can't infiltrate to b2. You can't really improve either of your bishops. I mean, you could try to get this bishop around. That's what I would do. I would play bishop d8 here, then maybe move the rook from b6 and try to get that bishop to a5, because as it stands, that would be a skewer against white's queen and rook. And white's queen has to remain in the vicinity because the d3 pawn is white's biggest weakness. But Dariusz continues to take his time, and he's now down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And this might be an upset in the making. It's a very close game. It's a close center, and white is clearly very confident, playing very fast. And we're going to keep watching this game. I'm also looking at the tournament standings to see if there have been any upsets. Benjamin Bach, he is still playing, but he was up a queen. I don't see too many upsets. And once the game ends, Alexa, I'm commentating. Once the games end, we're going to take a look at the tournament standings just to make sure that that there were no upsets. And after a very long thing, Dariusz finally goes bishop b7. So that to me looks like a case of not knowing what to do. And bishop d1 by white. and he's winning the pawn on a4. The flip side is that that's given the black rook a chance to infiltrate to b1 and a rook trade, and white is up a pawn, but Dariush swings his queen over to a8 as both sides down to 2 minutes. Bishop c2 walks into knight b4. This really worries me. The fact that the rook on a2 is undefended. So if you drop the bishop back to c2, you allow this very nasty knight b4 escapade. And I feel like Dariush is still going to get the upper hand here, and he's missed it. He's missed knight b4, but Dariush missed it too. And now white can move the rook back to a1 and make sure that the rook remains on a defended square. But will he see it? Knight b4 was actually totally crushing, because the combined threats of knight takes d3 and knight takes c2 would have offered no answer. And knight b4 still looks very strong. But can Dariush see the fact that the rook on a2 is undefended? Let's take a look. Dariush taking his time. He's down to 1:45. And finally, he does go knight b4. And I actually think that that is a crusher. If you go rook b2, then you give up the pawn on a3. If you go rook a1, then you allow black to take this knight on e4, which completely ruins white's pawn structure. But total collapse here for white as he allows queen takes a3. And in my mind, there is no doubt at this point that Dariush is going to win the game. He's up 30 seconds on the clock, and now he's basically winning. White's position is collapsing, and he never did manage to sacrifice anything on h6. Okay, let's see if there are any other interesting games still remaining. Okay, Benjamin Bach is still playing, but he's still up a queen. There's not much to look at there. We've got another grandmaster who is trying to win his game, Mitraba, who's got a point right now, and he's going to win. He has a gazillion pieces for the queen, not to mention that he's checkmating white's king. Rook g2 is coming. Rook g2 and bishop g6 is going to be checkmate. So Mitraba, who I think is Mitraba Guha, grandmaster from India, moves on to 2 out of 2 and wins his game. Molecular Chemist, who we looked at last round, he struggled in his round 1 game. And again, he's got a very close endgame, but he's up 2 pawns and he's up 15 seconds on the clock. So he should also move on to 2 out of 2. So my guess is that in the next round, we're actually going to start seeing matchups between grandmasters and strong international masters. And that's when things are going to get really, really interesting. So an interesting endgame here, an opposite colored bishop endgame, which offers white definite drawing chances. But the problem, again, is the clock situation. The rook is moving into d2. And if you, okay, rook c5, f6, defending the bishop, very good. White can even pick up the pawn on a5, but that's not going to help, because once the rook infiltrates to d2, there will be hell to pay. Rook d5, trying to get a rook trade. Molecular Chemist says, absolutely no way. I am not trading rooks, and this one is basically over as he patiently defends the pawn on a5 with b6, and he's going to drive this rook down to c2. But all of that is unimportant, because white has under 20 seconds, and he's going to flag, even if he manages to trade rooks and get an objectively drawn endgame. Okay, back we go for a second to the Dariush game. Okay, and this one's over because, again, white is losing on the clock. He's got 7 seconds. An excellent effort by the Chilean FIDE master, but it's just not going to be good enough as he missed that critical knight b4 move. Okay, 2 seconds, and he gives up the knight, and he loses the game. And Dariush Virch, tough game, but he moves on to 2 out of 2. And this is one of the last remaining games this round. We've got just a couple still remaining, and some of them are in a time scramble. We have this guy, Renindu, who I was seeing in the first qualifier. What a dedicated gentleman, playing 2 of the qualifiers, but he is on the cusp of losing his game to a 1900 after drawing the first game. So really, really struggling is the Sri Lankan FIDE master, but can his opponent put the finishing touches on this game? I've seen crazier things happen as white continues to take his time. He's got 17 seconds, and black's got a bunch of very far advanced passers. A check on g2. And can Renindu, he takes on e2 and he goes g4. And we have a queen trade and king g1. White is still winning, but he pushes his pawns and he's down to 12 seconds, and king h2. And white, look at how quickly he's playing, and he's going to win this game. Rook e1 and rook f1. And black just down on the clock, but he's pre-moving, and e3, rook takes g4, king d3. Can he push it to e2 in 5 seconds for white? And he pushes the pawn, but h2, he's going to promote, but he's going to flag. He's going to flag, and white manages to take this game. What's amazing is that black is actually winning in this position. After king d4, black is winning because you cannot stop both pawns at the same time. You can give another check. The king drops back to d5, and either you allow e pawn to promote, or you allow the h pawn to promote, or you drop the rook on e4. So amazingly, black is winning in the final position, but the Sri Lankan FIDE master, he loses on the clock, and he is really scuffling to begin this tournament. Okay, that ends the games from round 2, and round 3 is upon us. And let's take a look if we have any upsets whatsoever. Bogdan, the Romanian grandmaster, he drew his second round game, so a minor upset there. Going down the list here, I don't see too many other upsets. So most of the top seeds, they still have 2 out of 2. Okay, so a breather here as round 3 is going to begin any second. I think there are no more games still going. Yep, and round 3 has begun. And now the very serious matchups start. Alexi Serrano is facing off against German FIDE master Marco Riele, who's very, very capable. He scored a lot of upsets in RCC, not RCC title Tuesday. He is a known GM slayer, so not an easy game at all for Alexi Serrano, but white taking time on the second move of a Sicilian. Okay. All right. Okay, so A3. And A3 is a move that I have seen Marco play a bunch of times. It's actually not an unknown move. White tries to expand on the queen side of b4. It's an anti-Sicilian, but Alexi responds. A flair for the dramatic as he plays b6. And a very instructive moment early in the game. You might say, wait a second, both sides have forgotten that the pawn on e4 is hanging if we bring up an analysis board here. But no, they haven't. The reason bishop takes e4 is bad is because of bishop takes f7 check. Common idea across many different openings, forcing the king to f7. Then knight g5 check wins back the bishop with interest. And the point is that even though black's position may look okay, remember that you now cannot castle until the rest of the game. So both sides correctly refraining, black correctly refraining from taking the pawn on e4. Let's take a look at the position on the board. We just have a normal kind of positional Sicilian. As Alexi, I really like the way that he's setting this up. He's going to develop his bishop to e7, and then he's going to castle. And the question here generally is whether white tries to push the pawn to d4. But since Marco has just played d3, I was going to say that I don't think he's going to play d4, but he does. He plays d4, and now the position resembles an open Sicilian where black has fianchettoed his light-squared bishop. That is not the most common occurrence, but it's a very, very interesting position. But this is right up Alexi's alley. He is a notable knight or flair. He has played the Sicilian for his entire life. And I think this is a very, very good opening choice. Bishop a6. Look at Marco. Look at how creatively he plays. Bishop a6. If black takes the bishop, then white takes the knight on c6 and picks up the bishop on e7 and further weakens the d6 pawn. So my guess is that Alexi is going to bring his queen up to d7 and try to trade on his own terms. It's a pretty innocuous move, is bishop a6, but still, that's why you have to be on your toes when you're playing somebody like Marco. He's very, very strong tactically. But queen d7 seems to solve all of black's problems. It does lead to a trade of a bunch of minor pieces. So maybe Alexi is getting second thoughts. Ooh, and he plays bishop takes a6. I wasn't expecting that because it does lead to a situation with opposite colored bishops, and that does raise the drawing potential of this game. I really like Marco's position now. I'm not sure about bishop takes a6. This pawn on d6, that's a major weakness. How can white attack it? Well, white can drop this bishop out to f4, but Marco instead, he goes queen f3, opening up the d1 square for his rook, and he coordinates his pieces. He's got a great position. Alexi's probably going to bring his bishop back to b7 in order to pressure the e4 pawn. Okay, he goes e5. Interesting move. Expanding in the center, covering some key squares. The flip side is that he weakens the d5 square, but on the other hand, he's going to bring his bishop back to b7, and that d5 square is going to be very well defended. So I actually am not the biggest fan of rook a d1. I think a better idea here would have been to play bishop f4. And you might say, well, aren't you walking into e5? Well, you are, but now the bishop can shift back toward g3 and then again toward h4 in order to attack this knight. So this would have been a very interesting idea. So for example, let's say black makes a random move. White would have played bishop h4, and now you're threatening to take this knight on f6 and then follow up by slamming this knight onto the outpost on d5. Marco has missed that opportunity train. The ship has sailed, and now his bishop on e3 is really, really awkward. And Alexi, you can see him putting pressure, winding his tentacles around the e4 pawn, and now it's simply hanging, and I don't see a way for Marco to defend it. So in the snap of a finger, the position has gone from what I thought was slightly better for white to definitely better for black. I think that Marco can actually worm his way out of the situation by dropping this queen down to d1 or maybe even to e2. Also, don't fall asleep on an exchange sacrifice on c3 followed by knight takes e4. This is a very typical idea in such positions, and it gives black a monster center and a big initiative. So Alexei seems to be in really, really good form in the early going of this tournament as Marco is taking his time and he plays knight d5. So he is going to save the pawn because the pawn is going to reposition to d5, but the position is still really, really bad. This f pawn is going to shove itself forward to f5, and Marco's position is deteriorating here as Alexei has established a very, very powerful pawn center. The pawn on d5 is still a big weakness. Okay, so let's see. Let's see which other top games we can look at. We have Alexei Serrano here on board 1. This is round 3 of the Chess.com Global Championship play-in qualifier number 2. Qualifier number 1 was won by Vidit with Rasmus Svein, the second qualifier. We have 2 qualifiers from every tournament. Now, what's interesting is that David Paravian, who's on board 2 right now, he has played the 4 Knights Scotch against National Master Zachary Tannenbaum. Very strong blitz player, by the way. I've known him for many years. He is not one to be trifled with. And as a result of David's opening choice, you have an opposite colored bishop endgame. Now, what David is saying is that he's going to grind his opponent down in a long endgame, but I'm not actually seeing all that many winning chances for white if Zachary defends this very carefully. But David with a very strong last move as he plays b4 and he is trying to remove the defender of the d4 bishop. You can't take the pawn on b4 because you drop the bishop on d4. So black just has to not respond to that, maybe play a move like rook e1, try to get this rook as active as possible. There's no question in my mind that David is better in this position. Oh, and I don't like bishop e3. Ooh, rook e4, rook back to e5, and king f3 by David, and he doesn't mind an opposite colored bishop endgame if it's on his own terms. This is actually a super instructive idea, and I think it's winning for white. You might say, wait a second, didn't you just say that an opposite colored bishop endgame will result in a draw? Well, not always, because white's going to push this pawn to b5. You're going to see that right now. White's going to play b4, b5, and then very simply, white's going to play a4, a5, and b6 and promote the pawn. And what's hurting black tremendously here is the fact that the c5 pawn is preventing the black bishop from controlling this important b6 square. So even though it's an opposite colored bishop endgame, white is still completely winning. And in addition to pushing the a pawn, you can also drag this king all the way to b7. That might be even simpler. You win the pawn on a7, and black will have no answer to white's connected passers. Black could try c4, sacrificing this pawn in order to establish contact between the bishop and the pawn, but this is still completely winning. When you have a 3-on-1 situation, even opposite colored bishops are not going to save you. If you take on h2, that doesn't change the dynamic of the position. White can actually still go king d5, and if you think about it, well, white can go king c6, and if black starts pushing the pawn, this is totally innocuous. King b7, and after h4, white can easily stop the pawn with the bishop from f1. That's the problem with black having ruined pawn structure. The pawns are never going to make their way past h3 or f2. White has all the time in the world to take on a7 and promote the b pawn. So this is going to be a win for David Paravian, a very instructive example of a situation in which an opposite colored bishop endgame does not automatically result in a draw, and a surefire win for Grandmaster Paravian. Okay, let's check out board 3. And in board 3, Alexander Bortnick is locked in a very interesting struggle against none other than Molecular Chemist, whose first 2 rounds we have been watching. Okay, I'm going to take a sip of water as Alexander Bortnick contemplates his next move. He has to defend the pawn on g6, which is being threatened with a check. The move rook f8 to f5 looks pretty interesting here as an active way to defend that pawn. All right. Need to keep those vocal cords working. But okay, Bortnick with a big decision here. How is he going to defend the pawn on g6? One idea is rook f5, which I just mentioned. Another idea is to get this king up to h7 or to g7. But there's a downside to both of those moves. If you play a move like king h7, white will respond with rook c to e1, getting this rook away from the line of fire of black's bishop. And the reason you put it on e1 specifically is that after f takes g3, black no longer has the move knight e3 check. And black's minor pieces, they look intimidating, but they're not actually doing all that much. In the meantime, white's pieces are doing a lot of things. Rook is coming up to e6 and attacking g6. Structurally, white's position is a lot more sound, and the knight on f3 has access to an outpost on e5. So Bortnick has to be very, very careful here, and that is reflected in the fact that he's taking a lot of time trying to figure out the best way to defend the pawn on g6. But I like the decision that he has made. He has indeed chosen the move rook f5. And the reason I like this move more than king h7 is that it opens up the f8 square for the queen. Why is that important? Well, that is important because the f file is almost certainly going to open up. It's going to open up right now. I think Bortnick is going to take the pawn on g3 and then shift his queen over to f8. And the effect of that is going to be a lot of pressure on the f3 knight. Also, white should not fall asleep on the e3 square. If the rook ever moves away from e1, such as a capture on f1, then the fork on e3 is going to be very much in play. So I like what Bortnick is doing here. I feel like he's going to get the better of this game, even though the eval bar seems to believe that the position remains balanced. But there is a lot of pressure on white's position right now on the f3 knight, on the e3 square. And maybe white should consider dropping this bishop back to c1 in order to trade off Bortnick's incredibly powerful bishop and diminish the pressure on the e3 square. So a very, very complicated game here as both sides now dropping to below 5 minutes on the clock. Okay, in the meantime, let's check back into our top board. And bishop c1 there, by the way, was played. And on a top board, Marco really seems to have a great position against Alexei Serrano. What a sharp situation here as white has driven the pawn up to a7. And somehow Marco has gotten out of a very, very bad situation. And he is driving this rook up to c7 or maybe to c8. And what is happening here? Oh my god, what a sharp position. So what if white plays rook c8 here? Okay, then Alexei will go e2. But then white has a check on h8. And after king g6, white can take the pawn on d6 with check. But the king escapes to h5. And a total pandemonium here with both kings in big trouble. White can stop the pawn with the move king f2. I have no idea what's going on here. The engine is indicating the ridiculous move rook g3, shifting this rook over to the side in order to win the g2 pawn. And it's a hunt on both kings. But I feel like, having known Alexei for so many years, these are the kinds of positions where he excels, and these are the kinds of positions where lower-rated players tend to get nervous. The alternative for white is to play rook c7, trying to skewer this g7 pawn. So you cannot play queen e6, you just get checkmated on g7. But what you can do is push this pawn to e2, threatening to promote with check. White will have to stop the pawn with the king, and I have no idea what's going on here. Black can give a check by promoting to drive the king onto a vulnerable square and then give another check with the queen, and both sides could get checkmated here, and it's a completely crazy game. But Marco, he's done neither of those things. Instead, he's taken the pawn on d6, and the eval bar claims that this is a decisive error. It allows the rook to shift down to a2 and threaten the g2 pawn. That is a very bad move by Marco because he's creating zero threats against black's king, giving Alexei the upper hand in the attack. Rook a2 is a crushing move here. The game is not totally over, but if Alexei plays the move rook a2, I think he's going to win the game. And he wastes absolutely no time. He plays rook a2, and Marco, he lost his concentration there. Queen takes d6. That was a really, really bad move. And there is simply no defense to the devastating threat of rook takes g2 check. And notice the role that is played by black's light squared bishop. Not only is it attacking g2, but it is also preventing white's pawn from promoting. And now queen h5 ends the game. The queen driving itself over to e2, and there are way too many threats along the light squares. And look at how safe black's king is. That is ultimately what does Marco in, the fact that he didn't manage to create chances against black's king. Okay, time for some coffee. Let's pull up, and by the way, David Paravian, he has won his game. In the meantime, Alexander Bortnick still locked in a crazy struggle against Molecular Chemist, but I think Molecular Chemist is beating back the attack as he drops the knight back to h3. His last move, incredibly instructive. Knight g5 to h3, attacking the rook on f2. Now, visually, it looks like black has some sort of a checkmate, but the eval bar claims that the best that black can do is move this rook up to f3, but this allows white to give a perpetual check. How can he do that? Well, after rook takes f3, queen takes f3, have you forgotten about the g6 pawn? Well, now white can take it. And yes, black has incredibly strong pieces, but he is unable to avoid perpetual check. Takes, and then queen g6 check. Bortnick doesn't want to draw this early in the tournament. And so instead of this, he's taken on f1 and he's played the move queen e6, but this is really, really bad because white's going to play knight f4. Oh, this is winning for white. The move knight f4 forks the queen and the pawn on g6, and all of black's pawns. Look how weak all of them are. Queen e3 check by Bortnick, but he's losing here. The rook can move up to f2, and Bortnick will have no good way to defend all of his incredibly weak pawns. But I've seen Bortnick play so many times. I've seen him swindle these kinds of endgames. And not only does he draw them on the regular, he also wins them very often. So very big decision by White here. He's got to decide where to move his rook. Rook f2 seems to be the best move because the rook is going to be on a defended square. You want to avoid playing rook e1 because then the knight is going to drop back to f5, attacking both of these pawns at once, and he has played rook e1, and that is a big inaccuracy, and that gives Bortnick the chance to move the knight back to f5. My very bold prediction is that Bortnick is actually going to win this game. I don't know why, but I just have a feeling that he's going to swindle his way out of this endgame, and he plays rook f7, and now both sides down to 2 minutes and a half, so this is a blitz game. We remind you that there is no increment in this play-in qualifier. It's just 10 plus 0 straight up. So flagging, it's on the table, and it's very much on the table in situations where your position is dubious, and Molecular Chemist continues to take time, and he's now down 30 seconds on the clock. All right. And the problem for White is that the d4 pawn is hanging. If Black takes it, not only does he get a passer on d5, but also he gets the possibility of capturing the pawn on b3, and another mistake by White is he plays rook e5, and he allows knight takes d4 and knight takes b3, and Molecular Chemist is completely losing control of this game. Again, I think my prediction is going to come true. Knight takes d4 is on the board. Total panic here for Chemist. I think he just forgot about the pawn on b3 being hanging, and I think Bortnick's unbelievably brazen decision to decline that perpetual and go into this endgame is going to pay off. The position's still probably about equal, but when it rains, it pours. When you make this many mistakes in such a short span of time, chances are that you're going to tilt yourself off the face of the earth. He's also down almost a minute on the clock already. I don't see the international master from Croatia pulling this one out. You could, I suppose, take the pawn on e7, but that also seems dubious. And knight takes b3. Bortnick wasting no time. He's down now to a minute and a half is the international master from Croatia. And the knight on b3, it can move up to a5, paving the way for the passed pawn on b3. Right now, this is the only passed pawn on the board. White still has not managed to create any passers. And by the time he does that, well, the earth is going to turn into a supernova. And that pawn on b3 is definitely going to promote knight a5 by Bortnick. I'm 99% sure that he's going to go on and win this game. White is also down to a minute 20. So flagging is also very much on the table. Okay. In the meantime, Benjamin Bach, he has lost his game. He lost his game against international master Vincent Vega. Oh, he got crushed. Benjamin got crushed with the black pieces. White got the 2 bishop advantage and used his bishops to create massive pressure on Black's position. Then got control of the c file, forced the knight back, and won the queen and won a piece. And Benjamin Bach was forced to resign. What a game by Vincent Vega as he scores what I think is the first serious upset of this entire tournament. Darius Schwartz, in the meantime, he won his game. And let's check into the game of Eric Hansen. Eric is winning his game as well against international FIDE master Eric Ranka from Finland. He's up a full piece, but it's not totally over because Black's king is quite weak. So this is still pretty balanced, or so it seems. But the Ibarra seems to believe that Black's extra piece is more than worth it. Oh, because the king just escapes to d7. No, this is over. This is over because the king has a very nice escape square on d7 where it will be totally immune from checks. The last thing for Eric Hansen to solve is this pawn on a6. That is the last chance for White. But I think the simplest is to play queen a2 check, take that pawn, and then escape to d7. Okay, Eric decides instead to take all of the other pawns first, and he moves the queen back to d1. And this is an easy win for Eric Hansen. Okay, we can trust him to put the finishing touches on this game. All right, queen d3 check. Yeah, this is completely over. In the meantime, Alexander Bortnick, he is still playing, and it's still sharp, and rook b5 by White, and Molecular Chemist is actually trying to get to this b3 pawn. Somehow he's managed to position his rook on b5, but the Ibarra seems to believe that Black is still winning. And the way that Black is winning is exactly the move that Bortnick has just played. What a clutch move by Bortnick, but rook t1 was a mistake that allows the knight to get back to f3. Oh, but instead he goes king e2, and a lot of mutual mistakes here as the players enter time scramble phase with knight f3 coming back, and the pawn on e5 is under pressure. The knight on a5 is still hanging, but you couldn't have taken it on the move before because b2 would have happened, and c6 allows knight takes c6. And I think Bortnick is going to win this. This is a bullet game, and we all know how amazing Alexander Bortnick is at bullet. And now another mistake by White. You cannot move this knight because of the fork on d4. This game is totally over. This is an easy flag. by Bortnick. Knight g4, rook h2, rook a2, rook h2, and he is going to put the finishing touches on this game and win this game on time. Alexander Bortnick dodges a bullet there as he moves on to 3 out of 3. What other games do we have remaining? And Jose Ibarra, the Spanish Grandmaster, is trying to win this endgame against Nicolas de la Colina, a young Peruvian player. And I think he's going to succeed. Rook e5 check and rook b5 check, and that is a big check. And he takes the pawn, and he's going to promote the c pawn. And he's got plenty of time on his clock. Rook c5 and rook takes c3 is the simplest win, and he's going to checkmate with a queen against a king. In case you ever wanted to see a grandmaster mating with queen against king, here you are. And Jose Ibarra, with perfect technique, surprisingly, checkmates him on g2. Okay, a big win for Ibarra, who also moves to 3 out of 3, and that leaves us with only a couple of games still remaining. Here we have 2 international masters facing off in a time scramble, and Wadzi27 is going to get flagged by Last Hero Jr. from Argentina. But he's got to avoid repeating moves. What is he doing? He almost went into a 3-time repetition, but instead, he's going to flag him with rook c1 being the last move of the game. Wow, what an insane finish. And we have 1 game still remaining. We have Cosmeg, the international master from Greece. We saw him in round 1, and he is trying to flag his opponent to move on to 2 out of 3, and he's going to be successful. 2 seconds for the player from Azerbaijan, and this one is over. And with that, round 3 has concluded, and we are a third of the way through our CGC play-in qualifier number 2. We already have our first serious upsets. Benjamin Bach getting crushed by international master Vincent Vega from Serbia. A big game with the top seeds winning their games. Alexei Serrano managing to pull out a sharp game against Mark Aureli. Darius Schwartz winning his game. Jose Ibarra winning his. Vladislav Kovalyov, Jose Martinez, Jasper, David Paravian, of course, all of them. And then some are on 3 out of 3. So we have 15 players still on 3 out of 3. A big, big group. And they're going to be playing each other. And the field at the top is going to continue thinning out. But Bogdan, the Romanian Grandmaster, he made a draw in round 2. And now he's made a draw in round 3. So he's on 2 out of 3. And Mitrava, Indian Grandmaster, also on 2 out of 3. He lost his 3rd round game. And Samuel Tersakian and Ray Robson, who we haven't been watching at all. And the reason we haven't been watching him, I think he late joined. I think he joined in round 2. So while he didn't lose a game, he still has 2 out of 3. And what a mouthwatering matchup we have here in round 4. We've got Alexei Serrano facing off against none other than Eric Hansen, a battle of the Titans, and Eric with the black pieces, and Alexei with 1d4, and he's taking 10 seconds on move 1. And we are going to keep a very close eye on this game. This might be the most exciting of our round 4 matchups, the first serious test for Alexei Serrano, who has won the Rapid Chess Championship several times and is one of the strongest rapid players on the site. Definitely a favorite in this tournament, but he is going to have to pass through the hungry gaze and the hungry jaws of Eric Hansen. And we have a Nimzo Indian defense, a very old variation. This is called the Rubinstein. And this is characterized by the fact that white has the bishop pair. But what black tends to do in this variation is try to shove this pawn up to e5 in order to create as much pressure as possible on the d4 pawn. But Eric chooses a slightly different approach. He plays the move b6, and Alexei, without wasting time, as he expands on in the center with e4, castles, and the light squared bishops are traded. So we only have 2 minor pieces left on the board for each side. So the big question here, who does the center favor? White controls the center, but black, as is the case in many of these hyper-modern openings, such as the Nimzo Indian, is trying to put as much pressure on the center as possible. And Eric Hansen gets his queen and puts it on a6, and he offers a queen trade. And who benefits in the event of a queen trade? It's not entirely clear to me that the answer is white, because Alexei, he's got a bunch of pawn islands and a lot of weaknesses to keep track of, but he seems to be super confident as he trades queens, and he gets the bishop on g5, and the eval bar assigns a small advantage for white. The center is very well defended. You can see the f3 pawn is defending e4, and the c3 pawn is defending d4, so he's got 2 of these mini pawn chains. And Eric, the problem with black's position to me is the placement of his knights. These knights, they don't have any good squares, especially the knight on a6. It has absolutely 0 prospect, and it's going to take a long time for Eric to get this knight back into civilization. As he plays f6 and forces the bishop back, Alexei says no problem at all. I like white here. I think Alexei has managed to get not a big, but a small risk-free advantage in this very interesting endgame. As he goes rook f d8, does Eric Hansen. My guess is he's trying to activate his rooks and put them on d8 and c8, and Alexei brings his king up, and Eric does the same. King f2, king f7. This is going to be a long, drawn-out endgame. I don't think anything here is going to happen fast, except Alexei's pace of play. He still has over 9 minutes. You can see why he is such a terrifying opponent. One other idea that I wanted to mention. White has a very nasty idea of pushing this pawn up to a5. And why is that scary? Well, that is scary because the pawn on b6 is the fulcrum of Black's position. If that pawn collapses, then so does Black's entire queenside. And you can see that the way Alexei has positioned his rooks, he has poised them perfectly in the event that the queenside opens. So Black's position, even though the Ibarra is not giving anything extraordinary, seems very unpleasant to me. Yet another excellent opening by Alexei Serrano. We will keep an eye on Eric Hansen's attempt to defend this nasty endgame that he's gotten himself into. In the meantime, we've got board 2, another matchup of two very strong grandmasters. We've got Darius Schwirtz locked in a Berlin against Nicholas Theodorou, who we haven't been watching yet, so we're definitely going to spend some time on this game. Another endgame, a Berlin, not my favorite, but that's not to say that the Berlin endgame isn't filled with interesting tactical details, and this is one of them as the rook moves up to a5 and it attacks the pawn on e5. This is a very common idea in the Berlin. Notice that Black has pushed this a pawn all the way to a4 in order to pave the way for the move that he has just made. And you might say, well, no problem, let me play the move f4. But that blunders a pawn. That is why Black has a pawn on h5, because if White plays f4, that would be a huge blunder. That would not only blunder a pawn, but what's amazing is that it also blunders an exchange. You have to move the rook from d1, and the bishop skewers the other rook with bishop h3. Maybe White can save the exchange with rook h1, but it's a moot point because this is not going to happen. Instead, Darius, he has defended the pawn on e5 with bishop d4. Okay, and my guess is that the position is about equal in b6 by Theodorou, and he potentially prepares the move c5 to pry the bishop away from d4. The downside of playing c5 is that it locks up the rook on a5. You want that rook to be pressuring the e5 pawn. So a very, very complex Berlin endgame. And let's keep moving down the list, and let's keep looking at our top games. Let's find something a little bit more interesting. And this is not something that I would necessarily characterize as more interesting. A completely symmetrical position in the game between Vladislav Kovalyov from Belarus and Jasper. This game is probably going to end in a draw. And just as I say that, a draw is actually agreed. So Kovalyov, not an ambitious opening at all. And Jose, he is more than happy to take a draw with the black pieces against a fellow grandmaster. Okay, so Jose and Kovalyov, they draw their games. In David Paravian's game, he is facing off against Ronan Harzvi, Israeli grandmaster, who was one of the strongest blitz players on the Internet Chess Club many, many years ago. I've actually played over-the-board blitz with him, but he might be a less familiar name to many of you in the chat. Don't sleep on Ronan Harzvi. He calls himself the old, weak GM, but he's not very old, and he's definitely not weak. And it's a tough matchup for David Paravian, who's got the black pieces here in a situation where both sides have one minor piece left on the board. It's a same colored bishop position. What's going on here? Whose bishop is better? Well, neither bishop is particularly good. White's bishop is restricted by the black pawn triangle. It's sort of biting on granite. Black's bishop is on a more open diagonal, relatively speaking, but it's kind of imprisoned, right? It's imprisoned by his own pawns. And my guess is that David might want to park his bishop on c4, but the downside of doing that is that that opens up the b file, and White is the one who stands to benefit from that. I actually kind of like Ronan's position here. Probably it's closer to equal, though. Queen d7 connecting Black's rooks. And my guess is that David is going to play rook a to b8 at some point. Rook b4 by Ronan, and he prepares the move a4. But there is a tactical trick that White has to be very careful about. Let's say that David plays a move like rook fc8. The move a4 here, as tempting as it is, I think is actually a tactical blunder. And the reason why is because of a5 forcing the rook off of b4. And if you move the rook from b4, Black snags the pawn on a4 and creates himself a passer on a5. So actually, the engine actually indicates that e takes d5 here. A crazy move, sacrificing the exchange, might actually help White. A takes b4, d takes c6, and you get some sort of insane position where White's down an exchange, but he's managed to weaken Black's king. So maybe a4 actually is a threat after all. The big question here is how David assesses this kind of position and how he's going to respond to the idea of a4 6 minutes or so for both sides in a very interesting game. And let's keep going down the list, and let's take a look at the game of Alexander Bortnick. And look at this position. Bortnick is destroying Jose Ibarra. He is destroying the Spanish Grandmaster. Alexander Bortnick, after surviving a scare from the molecular chemist in the last round, doesn't miss a beat and has developed a decisive attack against Jose Ibarra's French. What a position. Now, you might say, isn't the knight hanging? Well, yes, it is. But if you take the knight, if we pull up the analysis board here real fast, white has rook fe1 check. And again, you might say no problem, but whoop, the queen on b6. I couldn't even make the whoop sound. My voice is going, but queen takes b6, picks up the black queen. And what's very important is that if black takes on d1 first, you do not want to recapture on d1 because of e takes f5. And the move rook e1 check is no longer effective because you don't have that second rook on d1 to stop black's king from escaping. Here, black consolidates the extra piece. But what Bortnick has calculated is that he has an intermediate check on g7, forcing the king up to e7. Now you take on d1, and the attack against black's king is totally decisive. White's pieces have him completely surrounded. Ibarra is trying to do his best. He's going queen b7 check, and he takes f5. But the move queen f6 ends the game on the spot. Queen f6, forking both rooks at the same time, and that's going to lead to resignation. If you want, you can also take on d8 and then go queen f6, forking the rooks and taking on h8. In either case, Jose Ibarra is going to resign the game. What an incredible performance by Bortnick to beat Ibarra in 20 moves. That is not easy. And he is going to move on to 4 out of 4. He might be our first perfect score of the day. A couple of other results. Denis Lazovic, Belarusian international master, he has drawn his game and moved on to 3.5 out of 4 as well. Let's check back into Alexei Serrano's game against Eric Hansen, and Alexei has built up a big time advantage and a big advantage on the board as he's centralized the knight on d5. Eric has solved the problem of one of his knights, but not the other one, and he still has this weak pawn on b6. And it's clear from this position that the plan I had mentioned the last time we looked at this game, this a4, a5 idea, it has actually happened. It has led to the a file being opened up. And Eric, with his last move, f6, f5, trying to open up the center and remove the support of the d5 knight. But the issue is that white does not have to react to that at all. And Alexei, if he wanted to, he could play a move like rook d1. He could even consider shoving this bishop down to c7. So no question that white is still much better in this endgame. But Eric, he's a very resilient player, and this game is far from over. It's a very, very complicated endgame. We're going to keep an eye on this. Maybe we'll check back in when these players get a little bit lower on the clock, as Alexei has settled into a think. He still has 6 minutes or so remaining on the clock. And Bortnick, for whatever reason, he is still playing, but he has played the move queen f6, and I'm expecting resignation in this position from the Spanish Grandmaster. So Bortnick, as we discussed, he's going to move on to 4 out of 4. We're going to stay on this game until black resigns. I just want to make sure that Ibarra has no crazy defensive resources that he's trying to cook up, but there is absolutely nothing. Queen takes h8 check is going to come, and there goes one rook, and there goes the other rook, and there goes the full point, with Bortnick putting together a fantastic attacking game. What else do we have at the top? We have Aram Hakobian, who is Armenian Grandmaster, also on 3 out of 3, and he's playing a FIDE Master, Reader 777. Very strong player who is also on 3 out of 3. And white has a very strong pass pawn on d6, but black is trying to win that pawn. With his last move, queen d8, he attacks the pawn directly with the queen. And the point is that if white takes on a6 here and says, hey, I'm taking the pawn and defending the pawn on d6, black's knight moves on to b4, attacking the rook, dislodging it from the 6th rank. You can't go rook b6. That blunders the rook. So you have to move the rook back, for example, to a4, and black can pick up the pawn on d6. And all of a sudden, black is better in a position like this. This knight on b4, it's very, very strong. It's aiming for d3. Look at black's rooks and queen. It is defending, it is protecting and controlling the d file. So this can actually get really dangerous for white if he's not careful. And Aram Hakobian is, of course, very careful, and he plays the queen up to c5, and he defends the pawn in a more safe way. But I think that now black is going to move the knight back to f6, opening up an attack on the d6 pawn from both directions. We're going to get some sort of a liquidation and probably a drawish endgame. So knight f6, The bishop is going to have to move. He goes knight b4 though, and the eval bar hated this move. And the reason it hated this move is because the rook can move to d1. Oh, what a big mistake from Reader. And he's going to lose this game if white plays rook d1. You might say, why is that so scary? Well, the reason it's so scary is that you cannot take the pawn on d6. This is called X-ray defense. You can say, hey, I've got a defender on d6 and you've got only one attacker. But in fact, white has two attackers. The second attacker is this rook on d1, which takes the rook on d6. And if you don't take on d6, and Aram, by the way, he has played rook a d1, your knight gets stranded on b4. But even more importantly, you have been unable to win this devastating, monumental, monstrous pawn on d6. It's going to move on up to d7. The knight is totally helpless, and white is going to win this game. So a big blunder here for the FIDE master, Aram Hakobian, barring a miracle, is going to move on to 4 out of 4 as well. Okay. Bortnick, he has officially won his game, and he is officially on 4 out of 4. Another FM from Brazil, Mena Barreto. He's also on 3.5 out of 4, as are Nicholas Theodorou and Darius Schwirch, who have drawn their Berlin game. And this game will also end in a draw. Ronan Harsvey, he might be retired, but he is a force to be reckoned with, and he is going to take half a point off of one of the top seeds, David Paravian. This is a dead draw. It's a 3-on-3 rook endgame, no flagging potential because white has an entire 3 minutes on the clock. So again, barring something crazy, we are going to see a draw. I'm not sure about g takes h5 though. That is a bit dubious because that gives black the chance to push the f pawn, but it's still obviously a dead draw. Rook a8. Don't go king h4. You're going to get mated on h8. But David Paravian, he sees that. He goes king g6, a7 by Ronan, threatening a check on g8. So the king, it has to move either towards shelter on f5 or back to g7. And in either case, there's going to be no possible progress by either player, although maybe king f4. See, I don't like Ronan taking on h5. He forces himself to be a little bit careful here. Let's make sure that white actually saves this game. And if David Paravian manages to win this, that would be absolutely crazy. But Ronan, he's taking his time. One way to draw this game is to actually make the move h4. And you might say, what's the point of that? Black can just take on h4. But now you go rook h8. And after rook takes a7, which is forced, white takes on h4 and sets up a Philidor position where you're cutting the king along the fourth rank. This would be a dead draw. Instead, Ronan Harsvey, he goes king f2 and rook f8, but now rook a1 check. Rook a2 check rather by David Paravian, and that forces the king over to the first rank. This is still a dead draw. King g1, rook takes f6 check, and the simplest way to draw is actually to drop the rook back to f1. The problem is that black is left with the worst possible pawn. When you have a g-pawn, you have absolutely no way to make progress because when that pawn reaches g2, you can't force white's king to the right of the h-file. So this is a dead draw. White can just keep his rook on the first rank, which is exactly what Ronan Harsvey is going to do. And he's got a minute 45. He's actually a very good bullet player, so he's going to play fast, and he's going to play accurately, and he is going to draw the game g2 by Paravian, but that is a moot point. Just keep the rook on the first rank. Don't go rook c3 hoping for a stalemate, because after rook takes c3, the king still has the f2 square, and Ronan, you can now go rook d3. Okay, rook f1 check. And there we have it. The Israeli Grandmaster, he holds David Paravian to a draw, an impressive result. And this game is still going. And let's check into Alexei Serrano's game against Eric Hansen. And Eric has managed to create serious counterplay. And this g2 pawn, look at that pawn. It's undefensible. You cannot defend it. Knight d5 by Alexei. I think Eric is on the cusp of saving the game. Although, after rook takes g2, white can play rook takes h5, and Alexei is still a pawn up, and he is also a minute up on the clock. So a difficult defensive task still awaits the Canadian Grandmaster. Rook e2 check, forcing the king out of the center. If you play king f5, you allow a check on e5, so that would be an immediate draw. So Alexei should go either king d4 or king d3. See, I'm afraid I'll say Alexei, and Alexei will probably respond to that. Okay, king d3. And can Eric draw the game with the time that he has left on the clock? And king d2, and white still has the passed pawn on c3. And he moves the king back, and he forces the rook to the side, and he's going to start pushing the c-pawn. And Eric down to a minute and a half. The eval bar seems to believe that black has very good drawing chances. But what worries me the most yet again is the time situation. Eric is one of the fastest players on the planet, but even he is going to have a hard time holding this position together. And he's down to a minute, 10 seconds. He doesn't know where to put his rook. The f4 pawn is also a weakness. So that is saddling the knight on g6 and keeping it there. And black's king is nowhere near white's passed pawn. I think Eric is going to lose this game as he tries rook f1 and he tries to force liquidation, but Alexei moves his king to e2, and he's got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Amazing time management yet again for the Russian grandmaster. Rook c1. Okay, and Eric trying to hold the pawn from behind, and now a pin against the black knight, and the king has to move to f7 and 50 seconds for Eric, and he continues to think he is taking way too long in these positions, and he plays king f7, and knight takes f4 would be a terrible move because knight takes f4 would be check, so you cannot win the second pawn, and he continues harassing the rook, but Eric simply shifts it to f1. Great defense for Eric Hansen. He has something resembling a fortress construction. Can Alexei continue milking his clock, or will Eric be able to save this game with 46 seconds left? And the pawn on f3, it is hanging, and Alexei is trying to find any trick, any way to milk more time off of black's clock. Remember that there's no increment in this tournament, so rook versus rook is very much a possibility, and rook versus rook flagging has happened in the first qualifier, and it could happen in the second. And I like the move king d3 here. King d3 trying to get this king up to e4, creating some sort of intrigue in this position. But Alexei, he's taking a long time himself. He's got to be careful. If he drops down to 45 seconds, then I think Eric will be the favorite in a time scramble. And he goes king e2. And the rook comes back to c1, and white has to be very careful about a repetition of moves. If he plays king d2 here, that will lead to a 3-time repetition. And can Alexei find a way to avoid repetition as he's down to a minute 17? And my guess is that he's going to move his rook to the side. Rook h5 would reset the repetition counter because the rook would be in a different place. Instead, he goes king d3, and he's trying to get this king to the center, but rook f1 goes Eric Hansen, and now the king moves up to e4, and he defends the pawn from the center, and he can go to king f5, and I think he's going to win the second pawn. I still think that Alexei is going to win this game. The knight is currently hanging, and if you give a check on e5, that looks like checkmate, but it's not. The king still has the g4 square, and a rook trade does not help black because black is going to lose the f4 pawn as a result. This one's over. Eric is down to 18 seconds. He doesn't see a move. According to the Ibarra, rook e6 was the only way to keep the position together. He goes 95, but he gives up the pawn on f4, and that's going to be a second pawn, and that's going to be game. If Alexei can continue playing fast, and he does, and he takes on f4, knight d3 check by Eric, but there is no effective pin. Rook g1 check. The king would have simply walked back up to f5, and all Alexei has to do is sidestep the checks, and he does it perfectly. He does it expertly, and king to f5, rook e5 check. The king maneuvers and zigzags and chisels its way to g4, and one more check by Eric, but it's a complete moot point, and the king has escaped the checks, and Alexei with 45 seconds to Eric's 4. What an effort by Alexei Serrano to move to 4 out of 4, dispatching his incredibly strong opponent. And Eric Hansen, he flags and he moves to 3 out of 4. Alexei Serrano still perfect, as is Alexander Bortnick. And I think that was the last game of the round. I'm not entirely sure. Note there are still a couple of games remaining, including a couple of very strong players. Let's check into Dina Belenkaya's game. Dina, fresh from Madrid, but she gets mated by Jaeger in 1, who you might remember had that advantage against Jasper in round 1. So he's a very dangerous player. We've got Nicolas de la Colina checkmating with rook and king against a FIDE master from Belgium. And that concludes this game. And we've only got 2 more games remaining as Gianmarco from Peru with 4 seconds. Can he put the finishing touches? Yes, he can. That is plenty of time to checkmate with the queen, and expertly done by black. And he checkmates with queen and king against king. And that leaves us with only 1 game remaining. And it is Vlad Lukianchuk trying to flag his opponent. And he does. And Chess Boomer YT flags with the black pieces, and that concludes round 4 of 9 of this Chess.com Global Championship Play-In Qualifier number 2. There will be 5 more rounds to go, but now it is time for a quick fair play break. It is going to be about 5 minutes in length, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you're enjoying the commentary. Do not go anywhere because there are a bunch of players with perfect scores, and we will have Alexei Serrano and Alexander Bortnick and others battling to get the top 2 spots and advance to the knockout stage. Do not go anywhere. We will be back with the Chess.com Global Championship in just a couple of minutes. The 44th Chess Olympiad is coming to Chennai, India. This is the biggest team event in chess with 100 plus countries competing for gold. Catch all the action on chess.com between July 28th, that's just a handful of weeks from now, and August 9th. The Chess Olympiad is going to be lit. And what else is lit is what we're watching right now, the Chess.com Global Championship. It is play-in qualifier number 2 with Vidit and Rasmus Vane qualifying through the first play-in qualifier earlier this morning with Robert Hess and Anna Maya bringing you excellent coverage. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky bringing you coverage of this second play-in qualifier. We remind you, we are currently watching round 5 of 9. The time control is 10+0, and there are 2 players who qualify as a result of each play-in qualifier. The first place in the Swiss qualifies automatically, and then second and third place, they play out a mini-match to determine the second player who qualifies. It's a simple format. There's lots of flagging and lots of intrigue. And right now, there's quite a few players who still have a perfect score. Among them are the players who we are watching right now. That is Enjal 28. That is Aram Hakobian, Armenian Grandmaster. And with the black pieces, none other than Alexei Serrano, who we've been watching religiously thus far. And we have a Bishop B5 Czech Sicilian. And a bunch of piece trades here, as I feel like Aram is kind of trying to make a draw here, maybe bail out the game quickly, because Alexei is a force to be reckoned with in these rapid time controls. But I'm actually not a huge fan of what White is doing thus far. So here's the thing. If White takes on e5, right, you might say, okay, let's just trade another piece. Then Black plays d takes e5. And the issue is that this pawn on d3 is a huge weakness, and Black has a direct line of fire to that pawn through the d file. So instead, Aram refrains from the trade, but now Alexei has established a very strong knight on d4. On the flip side, White has pretty strong kingside pressure, and he plays f5, and he could even consider playing the move f6 in some of these positions. But my guess is that he's going to move this knight back to e2 and try to root out Black's only remaining minor piece, which is also the strongest minor piece on the board. But no, he does play f6, and Aram Hakobian, maybe I misread his intentions. It looks like he's actually now trying to develop an attack on the king side, and this is a pawn sacrifice. G takes f6. Alexei with no choice but to accept it, and now the queen moves out to h5, and there are storm clouds that begin to gather around Black's king, and this is absolutely anybody's game. Now, there are no immediate threats yet. My guess is that White wants to double rooks on the f file, and if you could take on f6, then that would be totally devastating. So at some point, Black is probably going to push this pawn up to f5, but after e takes f5, that presents Black with another unenviable choice of whether to take on f5 with the pawn and weaken the d5 square, or to take with the knight and move the knight away from its dominant outpost on d4. So now a big moment here for Aram. My guess is that he's going to play rook f2 and then double rooks on the f file and put pressure on f6. And another issue that Black experiences is that you can't, well, now he does play rook g8. I was going to say you can't play rook g8 because you drop the pawn on f7, but he plays it, and he plays it very quickly. And I think the reason rook f4 might be inaccurate in comparison to rook f2 is that if White now takes on f7, then Black will play the move f5. Okay, he didn't play f5, but I thought he would. And the point is that after e takes f5, the queen moves out to g5, forking the rook on f4 and the pawn on g2. It's not the end of the story. White can drop the rook back to f2, but Black has all sorts of tactical shenanigans in this position, and he jumps onto the initiative. But instead, that hasn't happened. Instead, Alexei has gone with a more peaceful continuation. He played rook g6 in this position, and then immediately moved his queen to g8. And this forces a queen trade. The pawn on g2 is hanging. White cannot afford to give it up. And so Aram is going to have to trade queens on g8, which is going to lead to maybe a tiny bit of an advantage for Black, but I don't think it's anything major. After g3, I think if White can manage to trade knights, this should be a draw. So perhaps you can play king f2 and then knight e2. And yeah, I would give this about a 90% chance of ending in a draw, although we've seen much crazier things happen, and there's still plenty of life in this endgame. Okay. So king f2, he goes rook f2, h5 by Alexei, expanding on the king side, and knight b5. So I was expecting knight e2. He tries to trade the knights through b5. Now, the interesting thing is that Black actually doesn't have to trade, but he does trade. And what I don't like about knight b5 is that now White's pawn structure on the queen side is a little bit damaged. So now I feel like Black is the only one who has any real chances of developing any kind of advantage. I still think that a draw is very likely here as Alexei shifts his king over to f7 and white supports the queen side with a4. But nonetheless, we will keep a close eye on this endgame. But we have two other players who have a perfect score, and that is Vincent Vega and Alexander Bortnick. And Bortnick has just shoved his bishop onto d6. We have another endgame in this game. We remind you that Vincent Vega defeated Benjamin Bach in the previous round to stay on a perfect score. And in this position, a big decision to be made for black. Now you might say, wait a second, isn't this a free pawn? Can't I take on d6 and then take on c2? But I believe that this would be playing right into Bortnick's hands because the knight gets really, really active here. White plays knight d4. And then after rook takes b2, white takes on e6. And there are major problems here. Look at how dominant white's pieces are. If you play rook f7, you get checkmated on d8. So this is very problematic. And so I think that instead of all of this, Vega should probably go rook f to d8. He should pin this bishop. And if he plays rook f to d8, if we pull up an analysis board here, then white's going to play rook a d1. But the point is that black no longer has to trade bishops. Black can drop the bishop back to b6. And this bishop on d6 is kind of going stacked to the prom. It's sort of all alone. It's really awkward, and it's plugging the d file. And I actually think that black's in pretty good shape here. The knight on e2 no longer has any good prospects here. I mean, you can't go knight d4 because of rook takes d6. And I quite like black's position, but Vega is taking a very, very long time here. And he hasn't played rook f d8 just yet. To me, this looks like by far the most natural move, allowing white's rook and knight to get active with bishop takes d6. Looks pretty unthinkable, but let's see which decision he ends up making. Okay. And this gives me the chance to take a couple sips of iced tea, but he continues to think, and Bortnick, who is usually the one scrambling on the clock, is actually up 3 entire minutes. That's a problem. You don't want to get into time pressure with Bortnick. It doesn't matter what position it is. We've seen this in previous rounds. The moment his opponent gets under 2 minutes, he starts complicating the game, and he always finds a way to trick you. Okay. So black continues to think here as he goes down to 4 minutes and 50 seconds, and this could get really spicy and really dicey if black doesn't make a move quickly. Rook f d8 looks totally natural. He's now taken right about 3 minutes on this move. But let's keep going down the list. Let's take a look at our other top games. That concludes the number of people with 4 out of 4. David Paravian, he has already won his game. He's got 4.5 out of 5. I don't know who he beat, but he won his game in about 5 minutes. That's crazy. We've got a bunch of players who've got 3.5 out of 4, and they include Jasper, who is in another endgame. We've got a bunch of endgames this round, and this endgame actually looks better for black. Denis Lazovic, who should be a household name by now to those people who watch online events regularly. He played the JSCC and did very successfully. He's a very strong blitz player. He's got great openings, and he's got a great position out of the opening here, as he's got better control over the center and the kingside white with a bunch of weaknesses here on d3 and f3, and a nice position for Denis Lazovic, but probably closer to equality than to anything else. But I want to find a middle game. I'm tired of these end games. Let's find a middle game. We've got a FIDE master from Brazil, Mano Barreto, who is on 3.5 out of 4. He's playing Vladislav Kovalyov, and he seems to be doing really well. Now we're talking. Now this is the kind of position I can get behind. What is going on here? Okay, so material is equal with bishop e5 by Vladislav, offering a queen trade. Oh my god, what a ridiculous position we have here. So the queens are currently hanging. My guess is that black has to take on d1. But if queen takes d1, rook takes d1, okay, you could get a bunch of pieces traded. E takes f3, bishop takes c6. But black has this very scary looking move, f2, which threatens checkmate with f1 equals queen. That's a backrank mate. This looks really dicey for white. So will Mano Barreto score yet another upset and dispatch Vladislav Kovalyov? And they have traded queens, so I guess this makes it yet another endgame. And now a big decision by black. Black can take on f3, but that is far from forced. You could have also moved the knight, but he does take on f3. And I think that Mano Barreto is going down the line that we just discussed. The move f2 here looks really, really tempting. It's also not forced. You can cover the attack against the rook with bishop b7. One of the problems with the move f2 here, if we pull up the analysis board, is that white can drop the bishop back to d5. This might be what is giving the Brazilian master pause. And you might say, well, this doesn't stop mate. Well, as a matter of fact, it does. Rook takes f1, and wow, chess.com glitch, it won't let me take. The reason it won't let me take is because the rook is suddenly pinned. Now, the engine seems to claim that even if black sacrifices the exchange, there is plenty of compensation as the light squared bishop comes out to a6, and eventually black is going to promote the pawn and win the exchange back. But this is not an easy line to calculate, and yet he has calculated it. And he has played the move f2, and he's got Vladislav Kovalyov on the ropes. Does the Brazilian FIDE master, can he move to 4.5 out of 5? That would be a monster score for a FIDE master. And he's also up a minute and a half on the clock. So he is doing really, really well. My guess is that white's going to play bishop d5 here. I don't see too many other moves. The only other thing you can possibly do is move this knight out of the way. You can play knight c3 or knight d2, but that is only a temporary fix. In fact, knight d2 would lose the game to bishop takes d2, or at least it looks like it would lose the game. Apparently, white is somehow still alive after bishop takes a8, but indeed, Kovalyov does play bishop d5, and they are going down precisely the line that we just discussed. King takes g7, black is going to sacrifice the exchange, but eventually is going to win it back by parking the bishop on a6. There is nothing that white can do against the eventual threat of promotion. So the eval bar believes that the position remains close to balance, but this is incredibly dangerous for white, particularly because he's got 4 minutes, but bishop g4, a different move chosen by black. Okay, so this attacks the rook on d1 and forces it to move, and the bishop might be able to move into e2, man. That is so scary. White could end up losing this game in just a couple of moves. One blunder is going to lose the game, and all three of the rooks are hanging. Can you believe this position? Bishop takes a8, bishop takes f7, and bishop takes d1 are all being threatened. This is ridiculous, but white cannot afford to lose the d1 rook, especially with the other rook hemmed in like this, because the f-pawn is going to be simply unstoppable. So bishop takes a8 is a completely unthinkable move here for many reasons. So 3 minutes now for Kovalyov, and the position remains incredibly complex. This might be an upset in the making, and we're going to keep a close eye on it. Alexei Serrano, by the way, he has drawn his game against Aram Akobian, and that means the only players remaining on 4 out of 4 right now are Bortnick and his opponent, Vincent Vega. And Alexander Bortnick is going to go to 5 out of 5. He is actually simply winning here. Let's have a look at what the heck happened. After bishop d6, he did end up taking on d6, and he went exactly for this line. Oh my goodness, what a terrible decision by black to allow all of white's pieces to get active. Totally unthinkable. This gives Bortnick a monster knight on d4. And yes, it looks like black's rooks are active, but all of that is a moot point. The rooks have absolutely no targets, and look at how nicely Bortnick maneuvers his pieces. Rook to a7, attacking the pawn on a6 and taking it, and black trying to generate counterplay, but the only thing that you want to avoid if you're Alexander Bortnick is the move knight takes f5. That would allow the rook to shift down to c2, and that would justify the placement of the bishop on c4, because rook f1 is now impossible. But Bortnick is not going to do that, and instead he moves the rook back to c6, and he threatens the devastating knight takes b5. The rook on c3 is going to be undefended, and the wheels are coming off black's position. Rook c to d3, and now a4. A4 looks like it wins the game on the spot. Complete and total collapse here for Vincent, who managed to win the last round against Benjamin Buck, but ran out of magic in this round, and he's about to run out of pawns as well. Bortnick decides to take on f5. That's perfectly good enough. One last attempt by black to double rooks on the d-file and create counterplay along the second rank, but this is not going to work. Okay, so Bortnick is going to win the game, and he's going to move to 5 out of 5, and he's probably going to face Alexei Serrano. That is going to be a huge game for both of these players. Knight d6 is another excellent move. It threatens checkmate on c8, and it also threatens to take this bishop and win a third pawn, and then a fourth pawn, because e4 is also going to evaporate. This is a totally crushing position for black. Okay, where does that leave us? Well, we also have Ronan Harsvey, who's on 3.5 out of 4, and he's playing V. Sergey, a grandmaster. Okay, b4. What a crazy position here, as Ronan Harsvey should be winning this game. I mean, he can just push that d-pawn down to d3 and then knock the rook away with bishop c3. Ronan Harsvey could move to 4.5 out of 5. A grandmaster was not played too much online chess over the past few years, but clearly hasn't lost the touch just yet. Okay, h6 by Harsvey, and he wants bishop takes h6 and rook h7, and what an idea. Uncorked by the Israeli GM. Rook h7 is going to come, and the problem is that the bishop simply has no squares. If he plays this move, and he just did, bishop g5 is met with queen takes g5, and that is why he put the rook on h7. The pawn on h4 is now pinned. The rook on d2 is hanging. And most importantly, the king on c7, it's perfectly safe. Yes, white has a queen on a8, but that queen alone is absolutely, totally, and utterly impotent. Black is going to win the game, and Ronan Harzvi is going to sit atop the tournament standings right behind Alexander Bortnick with 4.5 out of 5. Okay, so this is a win for Black, and we've got a couple of top games still remaining with Nicholas Theodorou, and he has just finished, and he has won his game. He's on 4.5 out of 5. Vladislav Kovalyov, and he is still playing Mena Barreto, and they are in a very interesting endgame, and it looks like Vladislav has managed to stabilize the position. He's also now up on the clock, and he is very close to winning the pawn on f2, an excellent defensive approach here by Kovalyov. So what he wants to do now is play b3 on the next move so that the pawn on b2 will not be hanging, and then he will want to take on f2. So if Black doesn't prevent that, he's going to go a pawn down, and he's going to be a minute down on the clock, and he's going to lose the game. So my guess is that Black has to create queenside counterplay at all costs with a move like a5. He's got to try to shove this pawn down to a4, even if it means sacrificing it, in order to create a pass c pawn, but he is taking way too long on the clock, and he's now down to 90 seconds and counting, and he doesn't see what to do. The threat is for white to play b3, and then knight takes f2, and white will be in excellent shape. And he's now down a minute and a half on the clock. A very, very difficult turn of events here for the Brazilian FIDE master. Can he find any way to keep the game going? But he is shooting himself in the foot here with the amount of time that he's taking on this move. And he's now down to a minute on the clock. He's just not going to pull it off. And that has been a problem for lower rated players in this tournament. When they are facing these top GMs, they tend to freeze in critical moments and then not make it, even if their position remains tenable. Okay. Gotta take a little water. Okay, well, this is great. Connection. Oh, he's got connection problems. That's the problem. Oh, no. He's got the red bar. Oh, no. That's the worst possible moment. That was the problem. I wasn't even looking at his connection. I was just assuming that he was frozen because he didn't know what to do against the threat of b3. And maybe he was initially, but now he is down to 24 seconds, and his internet is out, and a big win for Kovalyov, who benefits from his opponent's bad connection, and that is always so sad when that happens. And he's back online, and in a cruel twist of fate, he's back online, but he's got 9 seconds left, and he won't be able to make a move, and he's going to lose on time. And that has happened to all of us. It's one of the most frustrating experiences you can have, and at such an important juncture in the tournament too. And he loses on time, and Vladislav Kovalyov moves to 4.5 out of 5. And Ronan Harzvi, he is still playing, and he is still trying to finish this game off, and he's going to take on g3, and then he's going to take on f4, and he's going to win the game. And we are going to have some really big matchups in the next round. This, I remind you, is round 5 out of 9. You're watching the Chess.com Global Championship, day 1, play in qualifier round 2. And we've got one player, Alexander Bortnick, on 5 out of 5. We've got a bunch of players on 4.5 out of 5. They're all going to be duking it out amongst each other. And right now, the pawns are going to be duking it out amongst each other to figure out which pawn is going to promote first. D3 is game over. D3 and D2. And white still trying. He's still trying to push his f-pawn, using that f-pawn to create counterplay. But the simplest approach here for black is to move this rook out of the way and then play the move D2. Rook G5 seems to me to be the easiest winning move. Let's see how Ronan Harzvi converts this completely winning position. You can also play D2 and then D1 queen. There's a really interesting line here. He goes rook G1, perfectly good enough, and he's going to promote the C pawn first and then use the rook to stop white's remaining passed pawn. Plenty of time on the clock, 50 seconds. He might be old and weak, but he can still checkmate with 53 seconds in a position like this, and Sergey is going to resign the game right here and right now. Okay. Yeah, this is over, and a big game for Ronan Harzvi. C1 equals queen, and the black rook easily stops the white f-pawn from behind or from the side. It doesn't matter, and he's going to win. And this is one of the last remaining games of the round. I'm surfing the board for other games that are still going. We've got a bunch of grandmasters who've lost a couple of games who are on 3 out of 5 or 3.5 out of 5. It's a very, very unforgiving field. For example, we've got Bogdan. Well, he's on 4 out of 5, so he won his game. The remaining grandmasters still very much in contention. The last couple of rounds are going to be absolutely critical. And let's see, we still have some games remaining. Eric Hansen. Oh, Eric Hansen is losing. He's down to 8 seconds and forever young. The Polish national master is, unless I'm going to jinx him, is about to defeat Eric Hansen, but he's got to keep playing fast. Eric is going to start pre-moving H3. It's over. It's over. 4 seconds to 23. And Eric Hansen, after starting perfectly, losing the last round, and that tilted him as he's going to lose to the Polish national master, and that basically puts him out of contention. Eric flags, but the position is already lost, and what a win. What an upset for the Polish master. And that means we only have one game left, and it is Ray Robson with 5 seconds in a time scramble against Mika Sinski. And can he win it? He's got both bishops. He's got to keep them on the board. 3 seconds. Bishop e3 check, and he's going to flag, and he's going to lose the bishop. No, he's not. Oh, Ray, move. Oh my God, and he wins. Ray with 0.5 seconds left. He barely took Black's bishop, and he wins his game, and he's on 4 out of 5. So he is still very much in contention, and what a way to conclude round 5. We are more than halfway through this fascinating play in qualifier with round 6 upon us right now, but we are going to keep our eyes locked on Alexander Bortnick's game because he is on 5 out of 5. He has been playing excellent chess. He's really only had one game where he wasn't almost winning out of the opening, and that was his game against International Master, but he managed to win that game anyway. That was molecular biologist or molecular chemist. I don't even remember. And I think that he's going to be playing the highest rated player with 4.5. That's how tournament pairings work. When you have only one player who's got a perfect score, then that player drops down to play the top player who's got the highest score after him. So in this case, Alexis Serrano is the top seed in the tournament. He's got 4.5 out of 5. And therefore, as you can see, Alexander Bortnick drops down to play him with the black pieces. A huge game. And this is a game that Alexis Serrano has to try to win because there's only 2 qualifying spots. And Alexi is half a point behind Bortnick. If Bortnick manages to win this game with black as he essays his vintage Philidor, an opening that he's played for his whole life, a very, very solid variation. Very underrated opening, by the way. People think the Philidor is bad, but in fact, the particular setup that Bortnick is playing is still considered to be incredibly solid and hard to break down. So we are going to focus on this game, but we're also going to take a look at some of the other players who've got 4.5 out of 5. There's actually a very big group of players with 4.5 out of 5. That group numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players on 4.5 out of 5, and an even bigger group with 4 out of 5. So nothing at all has been decided yet. And Alexi is facing off against Alexander Bortnick. Both of these players are in excellent form right now. But Alexi, early on, pressuring Black's queenside, b5, bishop b3, and b4, shoving that pawn down the board is Alexander Bortnick. But isn't there the move? Oh, bishop a4. Oh, this is a mistake. I think the move bishop a4 has been missed by Alexander Bortnick. What does this move accomplish? Well, and Alexi missed it too. Unbelievable mutual oversight. This attacks c6. And if Black plays bishop d7 here, then after dc, bishop c6, and knight d5, Black is in huge trouble because after knight takes d5, there's the move queen takes d5. White has total domination over this key central square, and Black can't take on a4 because you drop the rook on a8. A very, very surprising mutual oversight. This move, bishop a4. And of course, if you take the knight on c3, then after bishop takes c6 check, you drop the rook on a8 and you're not able to reclaim even a bishop for it. But Alexi choosing a very, very interesting alternate approach. So let's not shovel dirt on his idea just yet. He played knight a2, c takes d5, and knight takes b4. So I still think that white is much better. I really dislike the way that Bortnick has handled the opening after talking up his Philidor. I feel like he rushed it. And what is Alexi's idea right now? You might say, I don't get it. What if Black just takes on e4? Well, the idea is once again this move, knight d5. And once again, the fact that the rook on a8 is hanging is what kills Black in a lot of these variations. Knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and this is simply a fork. You're forking the f7 pawn and the rook on a8, and this is resignable for Black. And so Bortnick instead, he goes d4, but Alexi doesn't let him breathe. He plays c3. And if d takes c3 happens, you guessed it, again, white has knight d5, total control over the center. And again, you can't take on d5. This is highly problematic for Black, but Bortnick continues to play fast. So maybe he still feels confident. He plays the move rook b8. That is a great defensive move. He finally takes the rook out of the line of fire. But is it too late? Well, it's not too late. but he's not going to lose material. However, he is going to give up control of the very important d5 square. And generally in the Philidor, if white can gain dominance over the d5 square, that means white is better. No question in my mind that Alexis Serrano has successfully handled the opening. The other thing to notice here is the relationship between these two pawns. It might appear that the pawn on a6 is a big weakness, and it is a weakness, but it's a strength at the same time. And the reason it's a strength is that it keeps the a7 pawn immobilized. Let me highlight it in red to show how weak it is. Why is that important? Let's bring up the analysis board once again. Let's say that white plays knight d5, which I think he is, and he just did. After takes, let's say that black hungrily eats up the pawn on c3 and says, hey, I'm up a pawn and I'm attacking your rook. Well, here's the problem. White plays bishop e3, and look at how weak that pawn on a7 is. And if it drops, the pawn on a6 is simply going to promote. It might be the middle game, but that doesn't mean that you cannot promote a pawn. And so for that reason, and all of this is happening, d takes c3, b takes c3 is on the board, but obviously Bortnick, he does not take the pawn on c3. Instead, he focuses on developing, he castles, but Alexei, he still brings his bishop out to e3, and he still pressures the pawn on a7, but a lovely response by Bortnick as the knight from g6 has patiently waited its turn and now leaps into f4, and he tries to root the bishop out of d5. That is not a bishop that I think Alexei can afford to give up unless it's on his own terms. So he can bring up the pawn from c3 to c4, but instead he takes on f4 and he occupies the square that has been released by the pawn on e5. He plays the move knight d4. Now he's threatening potentially to move the knight to c6. But the drawback of the trade on f4 is that white no longer has the machinery to attack the pawn on a7, so Bortnick can breathe easy. White is probably not going to promote the a6 pawn anytime soon. Also, black has the bishop pair, but right now Bortnick has a bigger problem to deal with, and that is the knight infiltration to c6. That makes me think that he is very likely to bring his rook up to b6 right now in order to defend the c6 square and also attack the a6 pawn. And the knight on d4 doesn't have too many other prospects. Instead, he's played bishop f6, another move that I really like, because if white goes up to c6 now, that looks very intimidating. It makes a lot of noise, but it's actually a really bad move because black plays rook b6, the knight is under attack, and even more concerningly, the pawn on c3 is under attack, and the rooks will be under attack. So knight c6 is actually a decisive error, and somehow I think that Alexis Serrano has lost a good portion of his advantage. I would still prefer white here, but Alexander Bortnick with excellent defensive skill here to get his pieces active, stabilize the situation, castle, and remove the effectiveness of white's bishop on d5. Okay, so let's see. Queen to d3 by Alexei to defend the pawn on c3 and protect a6 at the same time. We have a very complicated middle game here, but the situation has stabilized, and I think that affords us a good opportunity to take a look at some of the other top games, and some of them are already finishing. Jose Martinez drawing his game again. He's on 4.5 out of 6. He cannot afford too many other draws. He's just not going to make it into the top 3 if he makes any other draws. So Angel, Aram Hakobian, and Jasper drawing their game. We've got a bunch of other top games. We've got David Paravian facing off against Darius Schwirtz, and they're in a very complicated middle game. I like David Paravian's position, though. He's just played the move f7 to f6 in order to cut into white's very intimidating center. And the problem is that if white takes on f6, then David is going to take on e2, and this is actually a very bad position for white. You might ask why. Well, the reason why is after knight takes e2, bishop takes f6, look at the pressure that black exerts on white's center. The knight on e2 is hanging, and if you move that knight away, then black is going to take on d4 and simply win a pawn. So e takes f6 is largely out of the question in this position for Darius. But if he doesn't take on f6, what else do you do? Well, he's probably going to end up playing rook a to e1 in order to protect the e5 pawn. But after f takes e5, this is really, really awkward. The pawn is going to be very weak on e5, and if you take with the bishop, then black is very happily going to exchange his knight for white's bishop. I like David's position here. I think he's got a slightly better position out of the opening, and Darius has to be very, very careful as he drops down to 5 minutes on the clock and isn't sure what to do about this threat of f takes e5 and about the pressure that black is exerting on the center and on the queen side, and David Paravian with an advantage. And let's keep moving down the list, and we're going to check back into Alexis Serrano's game against Alexander Bortnick in just a couple of moments. But first, Ronan Harsvey has been putting together a very impressive performance, but that performance is going to come to an end here in this game because Nicolas Theodorou is completely winning right out of the opening. He's up, what, he's up 2 pawns? And Black's position is completely in shambles. I have no idea how this happened, but just look at this. This is crushing, totally crushing. Rook is coming to d6. The rook on b2 is barely hanging on with this queen on b8, totally overloaded. I think the move rook d6 is utterly and completely crushing here. Something has gone horribly, disastrously, calamitously, catastrophically wrong for Ronan Harsvey, and a very impressive performance in the first half of the tournament. But Nicolas Theodorou is a force to be reckoned with, and he's going to win this. He's got plenty of time on the clock. I am anticipating the move rook d6. He can also win by doubling rooks on d1 and infiltrating to d6. He hasn't, well, okay, he played queen d6, which is perfectly sufficient. Same idea that forces the queen trade, and rook takes d6 results in an endgame where he is up 2 pawns for 0 compensation. He can also take on d6 with a pawn. He takes with a rook. The other pawn is going to start moving down the board. What hurts Black even further is that the bishop on e6 is paralyzed. If you ever move it, you drop the pawn on h6. So this is completely winning. Not sure that I would have taken on g5 because that does absolve Black of the pawn on h6, but this is still completely winning. This is pretty easy, and Nicolas Theodorou is going to bring this home, and he's going to bring it home by continuing to push the a4 pawn. He goes knight b5, also good. The knight is swinging around. Back it goes toward d4, and then up towards c6, and this is winning. Maybe not the best technique for Nicolas Theodorou, and Black could actually try the move rook e2 here to get to this e5 pawn. So maybe this is not the greatest technique, but one thing that White can actually do here is play rook takes e6, rook takes c6, and knight d4. This is a very instructive idea. You might say, okay, I get that White is winning back the exchange, but doesn't this give up yet another pawn? And it does. But the issue is that White has the outside passer. White plays a5 and then puts the rook on a1 and forces Black's rook into complete and total passivity, and then uses the king to win Black's remaining pawn. So this would be one way that the game could end. Instead, king f7, knight d4 is what's on the board, and this loses the game even faster because White is now threatening to take on e6 and infiltrate to c7, and we don't have to watch the rest of the game. This is a slam dunk position, a completely winning position for Nicolas Theodorou. And the other 4.5 game that we have is Denis Lazovic, who's got 4, but he is crushing Vladislav Kovalyev, his fellow Belarusian grandmaster, an exchange to the good for White in a position that is completely collapsing for Kovalyev. Just look at this. White is threatening to take on e4 with either the knight or the bishop, using the pin against Black's queen. And Black's queen has absolutely nowhere to escape. If you play queen f6, amazingly, White can still take on e4, because after f takes d4, I would throw in a check on d5 to centralize the queen, and then take on d7, and the pawn on e4 collapses. This is simply resignable for Black, and Kovalyev, he tries to defend the pawn on e4 with his bishop. But here's an amazing line. White can actually still take on e4 with a knight. This is worth pulling up an analysis board over. Knight takes c4. Now look at this. Bishop takes c4. What are we doing, right? Rook takes c4. Well, Black doesn't have to take with a pawn. Are we blundering? No, we're not. After queen takes c4, White throws in a check on g6, forcing the king to the corner. Now White takes on h6. And then after queen g6 check and queen takes d6, White is simply taking everything, making a kebab out of Black's position. Everything is collapsing. And one fascinating conclusion to this line would be, if Black plays rook d8, back we go to the drawing board, and back we go toward g5, winning the rook on d8. So this is one way that Denis Lazovic could finish off what has clearly been a very, very impressive game over his powerful compatriot as he's calculating these lines, and he plays it. Knight takes e4, and what a display for Lazovic, and he is going down this exact variation. Look at this. Queen g6 check is going to follow, forcing the king back to the corner. h8 is the most vulnerable square on the board. You do not want to rush the move queen takes d6. You want to give this check first so that the king is even more vulnerable to prevent the move rook d8. It would be incredible if Kovalyev actually plays rook d8 and gets forked on g5. This is actually happening, and look at how, oh, and he does take on d6, which I really don't like. You see, the problem is that now the king on g8 defends the rook on f8, and you might ask, well, why is that important? Well, the reason that is important is because Kovalyev could now give a check on e3 and then play the move knight f6, and somehow the knight is moving into e4. This is not over. That was a serious inaccuracy by Denis Lazovic, and he plays knight f6 immediately, but this is still a completely winning position. Make no mistake, this is still winning. I think that Kovalyev should have given that check on e3 first. Imagine if Black's queen had been on e3 right now. Black would have had the possibility of blocking the contact between the queens with the move knight e4. As it stands, the game is once again totally over. Lazovic offering a queen trade. He is up an entire 2 pawns, and he is about to win a third on f5. His king is safe, and the game is over. And Denis Lazovic with a big win, and he's going to move to 5 out of 6. And what a result. And let's check back into Alexander Bortnick's game, because that game is heating up with Bortnick down to 3 minutes and Alexei continuing to pressure him. We have still a lot of the same features of the position as before. We have that monster bishop on d5. We still have the pawns on a6 and a7, and somehow Bortnick has gotten his rook all the way around to the king side, but I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And there's a very big threat. White threatens to play queen g6 in this position. Wait a second, White could have played it on the previous move, and Bortnick prevents it with bishop f5. The queen drops back to e2, and I'm really worried for Sasha Bortnick's position, because he's down a full minute on the clock, but he's trying to keep everything stable. And rook a4, Alexei playing fast. The rook on h5, it's stranded. It may look intimidating, but it's staring into nothingness, and it cannot really get back into civilization. But Bortnick grabs the pawn on c3, and Alexei now swings his own rook over to c4, and he's going to give a check on c8. And it's a good thing that Bortnick has thought of making Luft, but here's rook c8 check, and the queen is going to come up to c4, and I'm starting to really get scared here on Bortnick's behalf. This queen, if it moves to d8, then the game is going to be over. There's going to be a mate on h8 or g8. I think the move queen c4 here is incredibly strong, and the eval bar concurs. An evaluation of +4, and Alexei wasting no time. He is going to win this game unless Bortnick finds a way to pull off yet another miracle. But he's down a minute on the clock. His king is weak. White's king is safe. Black's pieces are discombobulated. The queen's moving up to c7. It's moving up to d8. It's going to give checkmate on g8. I don't see a move for Bortnick. And he's down to 2 minutes, and he's trying his best to find some way to defend. For example, if he plays queen b5 here, White is not going to trade. Instead, White is going to shove this queen up to c7. And look at how safe White's king is. Bortnick, with his pieces scattered all over the board, the bishop on e5, totally impotent and unable to stop the devastating infiltration of White's queen to d8, combined with the threat of bishop takes f7, which tears Black's king position limb from limb. And it's all over. Rook b8, and rook takes b8, and bishop takes f7, and now Black's position is falling apart at the seams, and his clock is dwindling, and the rook on h5 is going to be trapped, and the king is weak, and the pawn on a7 is going to be lost. And it is essentially all over, and a huge result for the pre-tournament favored Alexei Serrano, who is just such a monster in this time control. I mean, every time you look, it looks like he's up 2 minutes on the clock and has a winning position. And that is why he's won the RCC on more than one occasion. That is the kind of monster it takes to win a tournament like this. And now his queen is going to move up to c7. And remember, a very long time ago in a galaxy far away, I mentioned that the pawn on a7 is one of Black's biggest liabilities. Well, that is exactly what's going to kill Bortnick in the end. It's the combination of his weak king on g6, but mainly the fact that he's going to lose the pawn on a7, and there's going to be absolutely nothing stopping White from promoting the a6 pawn. And Bortnick continues to try as he plays queen c2, attacking the rook on d1. And a couple of finishing touches are still required for Alexei Serrano. Let's not shovel dirt on Bortnick yet. We've seen him come back from crazy lost positions, and apparently the eval bar hated that move. And according to the eval bar, the move bishop f6, opening up the way for the rook, would have offered better defensive chances. Instead, he plays bishop c3. This is not over yet. Black has various ideas. If you can get the bishop somehow around to this diagonal and attack f2, you're going to get something going against White's king. So let's not pencil in 1-0 just yet, as Alexei drops down to 2 minutes 30 seconds himself. The move rook e8 here is the one preferred by the engine, but it is not easy to weaken the back rank like that. My guess is that Alexei is going to be very tempted by the move rook f1. He's going to want to keep his rook on the first rank to avoid various shenanigans related to a queen check. Is Alexei getting nervous, sensing the gravity of the moment? And Bortnick is so experienced. Even when he's got a couple of seconds on the clock, he's unbelievably dangerous. And he goes rook e6 check, and he drives the king back to h7. But now Alexei has to keep a very close eye on his own king. And here comes Bortnick's rook to a5, and it's not over yet. Rook a1 check is a big threat by Black. And remember that idea? Oh, rook queen f7 and rook a1 check and queen c1. And Black is just not fast enough, because knight g5 check is a massive mate threat. What an idea by Alexei Serrano. The guy is unbelievable. Very quickly, if you go rook a1 and queen e1, this isn't happening. I'm just saying, if this happens, knight g5 check, or even simpler, queen g6 check, and rook e8 checkmate, and white strikes first. And how quickly does Alexei find these kinds of moves? And this is going to win him the game. And even with 20 seconds, Bortnick can find things, but he's too low on the clock. And amazingly, the Ibarra bar seems to suggest the black has pretty decent defensive chances here in the endgame. The problem is Bortnick's clock. There is no way he's going to make it. He is down a minute plus on the clock. He's one of the fastest players on the planet, one of the most accurate players in time pressure, but so is Alexei Serrano. And all Alexei has to do is just milk his clock for 30 moves. And he's already milked 2 seconds. Here's another 2, and he's up a pawn, and he can just move his knight around ad nauseum. And amazingly, Bortnick has equalized the game. He's going to take on h4, and objectively, this is the drawn position. But knight g5 check is going to follow, and Alexei is going to milk his clock. He's now down to 15.7, and I don't think Bortnick's squeaking out a draw here. But Alexei, I mean, the way that Bortnick has defended that is simply unbelievable. He had 20 seconds in a completely lost position. And look at what he's doing. He's playing perfectly with 13 seconds left on his clock. I have lost to Bortnick in these situations where I've had a minute on the clock and I think it's all over. I start making random moves, and all of a sudden, before you know it, Bortnick has a winning position. And Alexei, I think, senses how important this is. And another accurate move. How is he doing this? Bishop f6. And he's somehow outplaying Alexei with no time on his clock. And rook a4 check and king g6. But he's down to 10 seconds on the clock. And he's trying to repeat it. King h2 by Alexei. And he's down to 7 seconds. He's not going to make it. He's not going to make it. 8 seconds, or is he? h3, you can't take that pawn because of the check. And now 7 seconds for Bortnick. And eventually Alexei might be able to take on h3 and give up this knight. And he's down to 40 seconds. The king on h2 is boxed in. And here comes Bortnick's again. He plays king g3 and a check on e5. And king g4 is forced. And then he's going to play h2. And it's not over yet. He's down to 30 seconds. Back to f6 he goes. Oh my God, how is Bortnick holding this? He's down to 30 seconds as Alexei. He's going to have to start time scrambling himself. My guess is that he should give up the knight. And he wants f4, and what an idea by Alexei. Oh, and a8 equals queen. He can make a queen and force the rook away and then win the bishop on e5. He's going to win the game. Or is he? He's down to 16 seconds. He's got to move. He takes on h3, and bishop takes f4. Bortnick's still alive, but he's down to 3 seconds. He's starting to pre-move. A check by Alexei. Knight c4, pinning the rook. Unbelievable defense by Bortnick, but he's going to flag in the end. Oh, my God. I still have to... You have to tip your hat to Alexander Bortnick. The fact that this is the final position with Alexei at 13.7 seconds is nothing short of unbelievable. But the upshot is that Alexei Serrano, he survives an unbelievable defensive effort by Alexander Bortnick, and he wins the game. And he's up to 5.5 out of 6. And so is David Paravian, and so is Nicholas Theodorou, who dispatched the Israeli GM Ronan Harsvi. So there are 3 players on 5.5 out of 6. Bortnick still very much in contention. He is part of a large coterie of people with 5 out of 6. We will continue watching the Chess.com Global Championship play-in qualifier number 2. But first, ladies and gentlemen, a short break is upon us to give the players a breather. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds left, and we will continue with round 6 on the other side of this short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Chess.com Global Championship. Today is the first day of the play-in qualifiers. We had one this morning, Grandmaster Vidit and Grandmaster Svein qualifying from that one. We are currently in the midst of the second play-in qualifier. 6 rounds are in the books. We've got 3 rounds to go. We remind you, the time control is 10 plus 0. 2 players qualify from every play-in qualifier. The top finisher in the Swiss automatically qualifies, and then number 2 and number 3 play a mini match composed of 2 games to determine who the second qualifier is. Okay, round 7 has begun, and we have 3 players currently in the lead. Nobody with a perfect score, but 3 players with 5.5 out of 6. We've got Alexei Serrano, David Paravian, and Nicholas Theodorou, 3 incredibly strong grandmasters duking it out with a big group tailing them on 5 out of 6, which includes the previous leader, Alexander Bortnick, who lost that crazy time scramble to Alexei Serrano despite heroic resistance. And Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky bringing you today's commentary. I hope you've been enjoying the show, and we've got 3 more fascinating rounds left, followed by a high-octane playoff. The action has been non-stop, and Nicholas Theodorou with the white pieces trying to take out an on-form Alexei Serrano, who has been a terrifying opponent thus far. Okay, and what a weird opening we have here. Some sort of a Catalan, but not just any Catalan, a Catalan where Black has played a6 and b5. Okay, well, Alexei Serrano is known for his creative opening choices, and once again, there is no increment in this tournament, so these 1-minute things are incredibly costly later in the game. And Theodorou, he decides to keep the tension by pushing his pawn up to b3, and this creates a lot of tension on this c4 pawn, where neither side wants to be the one to release the tension. My guess is that Black is going to, okay, bishop b4 check, so he develops slightly more aggressively, and Nicholas blocks the check with bishop d2, and a very common idea. The bishop checks on b4 and then drops back to e7. The point is that you're helping white develop, but the bishop on d2 is really, really awkward, because in these types of openings, you often want the knight to be the one sitting on d2. So what you often see white doing is actually moving this bishop again and pushing it to f4 or to g5, where it's a lot more active and harmonious with the rest of the pieces. But instead, Nicholas Theodorou, he develops the knight to c3. I like that move. Now he's actually threatening to capture the pawn on b5, and he is forcing Alexei Serrano to make a decision. And the decision he makes is knight e4. He is trying to indirectly defend the pawn on b5 by taking out the knight on c3, another typical concept in these kinds of positions. But the way that you sometimes see white reacting to this is by shoving this pawn up to d5 and expanding in the center. And the eval bar seems to believe that in the event of d5, white is going to claim a very sizable advantage, with Black's minor pieces on the queen side having a really, really hard time getting out of the gates. But instead, Nicholas Theodorou with queen c2, and he goes for a far more positional approach, trading light squared bishops. And I think Alexei's probably breathing a sigh of relief. And he plays the move c7 to c6. He had to defend the pawn. The downside of that move is that the knight on b8 is right now hemmed in by his own pawns, and he's going to remedy that by pushing the d pawn up to d6 and opening up the d7 square for his knight. So my guess is that, wow, this is a hard arrow to draw. I think that Black is probably slightly worse here. Slight weaknesses on c6 and a cramped position in general, but the worst is behind him. Alexei is finally going to complete his development with knight d7, and the position almost resembles some sort of a Slav. And if Black can push this pawn up to c5, he will eradicate his last remaining weakness and equalize the game. So what Nicholas is going to try to do is discourage Black from playing c5. That is what he's done with his last move. The move c5 would be a blunder because of d takes c5, and the knight on d7 would be hanging. Lightning fast play by Alexei Serrano, who feels very, very confident in this position. My guess is that we're going to see the knight jumping up to e4 and clamping down on the c5 square, trying to prevent Black from pushing this pawn up to c5. Instead, Nicholas goes a4, which is another way of preventing c5. If you play c5 now, then you simply drop the pawn on b5. That is not a pawn. that black is ready to sacrifice, but immediately Alexei responds with queen b4. Look at the pace of his play. This is just what makes him incredibly hard to face. And all of the moves he's making are really, really good. They might not be the best on the board, but they are perfectly good enough. He develops a big time advantage and then uses that time advantage later in the game when the position becomes critical. And he continues to play instantly h4, followed by h6 to defend the g5 square. And finally, Nicholas, he does play the move knight e4 as anticipated. And we're going to keep an eye on this game. We've got a very interesting middle game, and we also have David Paravian, who's on 5.5. And now it is his turn to face a vengeful and angry Alexander Bortnick, who has to avoid losing a second game in a row if he wants to stay relevant in the tournament. And a very unfortunate pairing for Bortnick. He's got a second black game in a row, and he once again essayed his favorite pet Philidor defense. This time, I think he's got a much, much better position than he did against Alexei Serrano. The queens are already off the board. The downside for black is that he's got these weak e-pawns. They're doubled, they're isolated, they're not great. But there is an upside to these pawns, which is that they're restricting both of white's knights. Look at the way that the knights are positioned. The knight on c3 is being restricted by the e6 pawn. The knight on b3 is being restricted by its counterpart on e5. So the knights are pretty impotent here. The bishop on d6, you could argue, is also not a great piece, but black has a very annoying long-term plan. The plan is to get this knight off of c6, maybe to b8, maybe to d8 if you move the rook from d8, and then push the c-pawn, c5, c4, and white's pieces could very well be caught on the crossfire. These knights, if they remain on the queen side, are going to be subject to a lot of pressure. They're very vulnerable to pressure from black's queen side pawn. So I like Bortnick's position. If anybody is slightly better, I actually think that it is black. David Paravian here, struggling to get anything out of the opening, and Alexander Bortnick can start pushing those queenside pawns with a6, a5. And even though the queens are off the board, that doesn't mean white's king is safe from an attack down the b file. So a5 and a4, and then b4 could come. And Paravian, with some pretty poor opening play, Alexander Bortnick, despite the loss in the last round, has been in excellent form this tournament. He came very close to pulling a miracle comeback in the last game, and this time he's got a phenomenal position against David Paravian. We'll see if he can carry this all the way home. If he wins this game, he gives himself an excellent chance to make it, at the very least, onto the top 3, to give himself a chance to qualify into the knockout phase of the Chess.com Global Championship. And the knight has to move all the way back to a1 and reroute to c2. And I think Bortnick is going to go knight a5. He is playing perfectly here. Every move is accurate. And immediately he plays c5 and he restricts the knight on c2. And he is going to, at some point, start preparing b4, but he doesn't have to rush with it. White's knights are even more impotent than they were before. They have absolutely no access to any good squares. You could bring this knight out to e3, but the pawn on e6, I cast aspersions on it earlier, but now I think that's one of black's main pawns. That pawn is an incredibly important cog in black's machine because it covers the one square that white would like to reach above all else, and that's the d5 square. Without that square, white's knights have absolutely zero prospects. He's down on the clock. You can see how passive he is. David Paravian, the most he can hope for here is to make a draw by essentially building out a fortress, and that is what he's going to try to do. Alexander Bortnick is going to try to keep massaging his advantage on the queen side, and we're going to keep an eye on this game, but let's keep going down the list. We've got Nicholas Theodoru against Alexei Serrano on board 1. They still have a very complicated middle game, so we're going to keep an eye on this game, but let's keep going down. We have Aram Hakobian in another endgame against Romanian Grandmaster Bogdan, who struggled in the first part of the tournament. He gave up a couple of draws to low-rated players, but a hallmark, a property of these very strong Grandmasters is that even if they start a tournament badly, they don't just fold over and tilt. They keep their legs churning. They keep trying to win. And Bogdan, he's been rewarded. He's now on board 3. And with a win in this game, he would move to 6 out of 7 and give himself a great chance to make the top 3. And he's got a very, very nice position. Look at that knight on f4. That knight is a monster. And it's supported by his pawns. And he's pushing g4 and creating queenside, kingside counterplay. But I'm not sure g4 was the most prudent move. Maybe he should have waited on that, because he's allowed bishop takes f4, which Aram plays. And now bishop d1. But now he's going to go g3. Oh, I don't like bishop d1. I think that white had to take on g4 and destroy black's kingside pawn failings, because now after bishop d1, g3, what Aram is saying is that he's got his own very strong pawn formation in the center, but look at how weak his position is overall. The pawn on a4 is being targeted by black's bishop, but what's scariest is the possibility that one day in the not so distant future, black is going to push the pawn to h3, forcing a pawn trade and creating a monster of a passed pawn on g3. It's only a matter of time before black does it. But one of Bogdan's biggest problems in these tournaments, and this has plagued him in the RCC, is his time management. He's always low on the clock. He's down 4 minutes. And I apologize for that. Now they're in a rook endgame, and somehow Bogdan has not managed to play h3, and now he has to defend the f4 pawn, and Aram gets his king out of the line of fire. But here comes the rook to h8, and he is preparing the move h3, but white strikes first, and he creates a passer with e6. And somehow Aram Hakobian is holding on in this very dubious endgame. And somehow I think that white is probably still worse according to the eval bar, but not in as bad of shape as he was just a couple of moves ago. The problem for Bogdan is that if he takes this pawn, white takes back with the pawn, and he is threatening to shove this pawn toward e7. The rook on f5 is tied down to the f4 pawn, and you really can never play h3 because you need to keep this rook. It's mission critical for black to keep this rook on the 8th rank. If the rook moves away, then white simply plays e7. You have a useless check on h1, and the king easily escapes the checks via e2. So Bogdan, he missed the opportunity train. The h3 ship has sailed, and now he has to take care of white's incredibly strong passer. He also has 3 minutes on the clock. We remind you, there is no increment in this play-in. So flagging is very much on the table. And right now, with every win being critical, flagging is even more on the table than it usually is. And a big decision here for Aram, and he takes correctly with a pawn on e6. That pawn is nicely supported by both of his rooks, and I would shove that pawn all the way to e7 in order to fully tie down black's rook and make sure that it stays on e8 for the foreseeable future, and king f7 to support the rook and pressure the pawn. And this should be a draw. I think neither side can really make any progress here. The reason that black can't make any progress is because of this f4 pawn. The rook is permanently pegged to that pawn, so you cannot play a move like b5. I mean, you can, but then white's just going to take twice, and you won't be able to take back because of rook takes f4 check. So b5 is very imprudent. And if you're not going to play b5, then what else are you going to do? You can play h3, but then white simply takes on h3, and the g-pawn is never going anywhere. If anything, I think Aram might actually be playing for a win here. He's up 4 minutes on the clock, and b5, wow. So Bogdan does play b5, and the reason that he plays it now, and I think Aram missed this detail. Let's pull up an analysis board because this is super instructive. You might say, wait a second, didn't we just talk about this? White can take twice on b5 and then take on f4, right? Right? Wrong, because black has rook b2 check. And Aram unintentionally put himself in harm's way by bringing the king to d2. And if you move the king, then black wins the pawn on e7, and black is a pawn up in this position. This could get really dangerous. So Aram, he did take on b5, but instead of taking on f4, he plays king c3. But now Bogdan repositioning his rook to b4, and white moving his rook up to e5. This still looks really interesting, still looks very unclear. Bogdan is up a pawn, but he's got to face this monster on e7, which is tying down the rook on c8, and he's also down to 2 minutes on the clock. If I had to pick a side here, I would say that white's winning chances are growing with every ticking second, but he's bringing the rook back to b7 and defending well and trying to make sure that white's rooks do not leave the e-file. And he moves back to e4, does Aram Hakobian, and down to 2 minutes is Bogdan Dej, the Romanian Grandmaster. And Alexei Serrano won. And Alexei Serrano, in the meantime, I thought that we still had a couple of minutes left to watch that game, but Alexei Serrano has defeated Nicholas Theodorou. What an incredible performance. And he continues to terrorize this field, and he moves on to 6.5 out of 7. And clear first is Alexei Serrano. And we've switched back to our board 2 game between Dropstone DP, David Paravian, who is trying to hold a very difficult endgame against Alexander Bortnick. And he's doing it pretty successfully. He's built something resembling a fortress, and he's trying to keep this fortress alive. But Bortnick does have a very clear plan here. His plan is to move this king and shove it all the way forward to g3. If he can get his king to g3, the game is over immediately. And so white responds by getting his own king over to the king side. King to d6. Bortnick goes the other way. Is that a sign that he's not sure how to make progress? No, it isn't. He's getting his bishop from a5 to g5, and he wants to infiltrate c1, so the knight has to stay on d2. It's so hard to defend these positions in a blitz game because one little misstep can result in immediate catastrophe. And Paravian takes his last remaining tempo and repositions the knight onto a better square, and Bortnick shovels the bishop to f4 and chiseling his way into white's position and trying to make progress. And Paravian has nothing better to do than to shift his king back and forth And I think Bortnick is going to move his king and try that other plan we talked about and get his king all the way to g3. How is Paravian going to stop him? Because if he plays h4 at some point, then that pawn is itself going to become a liability. This is a very important game for Bortnick to win. A draw would not be a good result. He would have half a point out of the last two games. Paravian is defending really well as he brings the other knight over to c2 and repeating moves, and Bortnick moves his knight back to d7. He's trying to terrorize him and get time off his clock, but Paravian is playing so quickly and so accurately thus far. And what an interesting game we have here. h4 by Alexander Bortnick, fixing White's pawns on a light square. Okay. And knight back to b4, but now here comes knight h5, and he's going to move his bishop back and get his knight over to f4. And knight from f4 is going to infiltrate to d3. Bortnick is very close to winning this game. I think he's going to get the dub. I think he's going to get the W here. The threat of knight f4 check and knight d3 looks so devastating to me. 2.5 minutes on the clock for David Paravian. Can he find a way to arrange his knights in such a way as to prevent Black's knight from infiltrating to d3? My guess is that knight e1 is the only viable defensive continuation. You have to defend the d3 square with everything that you've got. But then Black's knight can infiltrate to g3. What a masterful technique by Alexander Bortnick. He goes king d1. So how is he going to meet knight f4? Oh, I think he wants to go knight e1 then. I think he wants to wait for knight f4 and then play knight e1, and he does. And that might be a very interesting defensive approach. Now, you might say, oh, Black can win a pawn with knight takes h3. But this is a dead draw. This is a fortress because Black's king will never be able to infiltrate if White parks the knight on g2. So Bortnick, he gets the knight back to h5 and maybe toward g3, and he's going to keep massaging this position. He plays king c5. So hard to defend for David Paravian. And he keeps on trying. And we have a couple of other top games still remaining. We still have Aram Hakobian, who's trying to flag a rook versus rook. Let's watch. He's got trying to flag Bogdan in a rook versus rook. Can Bogdan make it in time? He's got 7.5 seconds. He should be able to draw this. You can pre-move in these types of positions. He should be able to make it to 50 moves. The key is for Black to make it to 50 moves with no captures and no pawn moves, and he does. And big defense there for Bogdan Dejic, and a draw. And we have one other top game as Denis Lazovic is about to beat Marco Aurelius. He's got 5 points out of 6, but Denis Lazovic will move on to 6 out of 7, and that means we only have one critical game still remaining, and Alexander Bortnick has won the pawn, and he's going to win the game, He's won everything. He's won b2, he's won a3, and Paravian accidentally allowed the bishop to get to c1, and we knew that would happen. We knew that eventually, if Bortnick massaged his advantage for long enough, a blunder would happen. That's just how it goes, and that is how it went here. And Alexander Bortnick immediately rebounds from a loss with a huge win with the black pieces. Okay, it's not over yet. He still has to be careful, but he takes on a3 and he moves the bishop back to b2, cutting off the king. The pawn is going to move to a3. This is pretty easy. And with 2 rounds to go, Bortnick puts himself in a great spot, a great position to make it to the top 3 and play it out for the second spot, assuming that Alexis Serrano carries it forward and wins the tournament. Places 2 and 3 are going to play a 10-minute mini match to determine who makes it through to the knockout phase of the Chess.com Global Championship, with Alexander Bortnick a couple of moves away here from winning yet another game. And bishop takes c3 check, followed by knight e2. Exquisite technique. The king is forced backward. Black takes on b4 and shoves the pawn through to a3 and wins the game easily. And Paravian is going to resign any second now. What a game. What a game by Bortnick. Okay, knight d4 check, a3. Anything is winning here. This is very easy. King b3 and a2 and knight c2. And this is mate. And it's a resignation. And David Paravian stays at 5.5 out of 7 and a big painful loss. David Paravian really dropped in the tournament standings there. And I think round 7 of 9 is almost complete. Let's see if we have any games still. Oh, yeah, no, we do. We have Eric. Oh, I didn't mean to click on this game, but we might as well. I meant to click on Eric Hansen's game. We also have Ray Robson. Let's not fall asleep on Ray. If he wins this game, he will have 5.5 out of 7. And if you win the last 2 rounds, you never know what can happen in these tournaments. But Ray, he has a difficult technical task ahead of him with both players under a minute. And he's playing an international master from England, Wadzi. Not sure exactly who that is, but Ray Robson down to 45 seconds. There's no increment. What is he doing? He's got to move. He's trying to decide whether to take the bishop on e3. And he's taking a very long time, and he plays king e5. He decides against taking the bishop as he repositions his knight to e6, f4 check king d6. White pushes the pawn up to f5, 36 seconds for Ray. He's down 20 seconds on the clock. Now, he's one of the fastest players on the side. Ray is actually unbelievably fast when push comes to shove. But this tournament has not been treating him kindly. I think he late joined, and now he's given up some more points. And rook c8 check or rook f8, and Wadzi continues to defend accurately. But can he keep it going? He's down to 35 seconds. I think Ray is going to win this game. There is just no way that White's going to hold this with so little time on the clock. But Ray, rook e4 check, and the rook moves over to e5, and he's going to win the pawn on f5, and he's going to win the game. Okay, and Ray Robson is going to move to 5.5, barring a miracle. Another nasty check on b3. King d3 would have gotten forked on c1, but Ray down to 22 seconds, knight to d4. The problem when you've got no time in these positions, the knight always wins. The knight is a far trickier piece in this position. This is an easy flag for Ray. You've got an unlimited supply of knight checks, of rook checks, and White has to keep tabs on everything. Okay, he's going to lose knight e4. Ooh, knight e4 was much better. But now bishop f1. Somehow he's still in the game. Rook a4 check. White's somehow defending this, but look at the clock. He's down to 6 seconds. He is not going to make it. Okay, knight b6. Good move by Ray. And you can just take on a8, and this is an easy flag. Keep the rook on dark squares and win the game, and Ray Robson wins. And that might be one of our last games. We only have a couple of still remaining. Eric Hansen, oh man, that Eric is just reeling. He loses another game against an untitled player. Eric, after a 3 out of 3 start, has just tilted off the face of the planet here, losing several incredibly painful games. We have one more game still remaining, and Viktor Skliarov, Ukrainian international master, is trying to flank his opponent, and no, he gives up the pawn. Why did he do that? Oh, and White flags. No, he doesn't. Oh my God, he drew that with 0.1 left. He took the pawn with 0.1 seconds left. Why did he play e5? That was a very dumb decision by Viktor. All he had to do was take this bishop, and this is actually a winning pawn endgame, but instead he thought he had his opponent flagged. You can never make these kinds of assumptions in time scrambles. What a tragic draw. And both of these players move on to 4.5 out of 7. And we've got 2 rounds left, 2 critical rounds to determine the top 3. And the second and the third place play a 10+0 2-game mini match to determine the second qualifier. And currently, as we look at the standings here over on the right side of your screen, you see Mishanik, that's Alexei Serrano, in clear first with a monster score of 6.5 out of 7. And a group of 3 players on 6, which include Alexander Bortnick, who's had a monumental performance, and FM Reader, 777. I'm not sure who he is, but what a performance from the FIDE Master. And one of them is going to face Alexander Bortnick. And, okay, I'll take the bye. Okay, and Alexei Serrano is facing off against Denis Lazovic. And it looks like Alexander Bortnick is playing Reader. That is a good matchup for Bortnick. He's got the white pieces against a FIDE Master. He should be able to win this game. But Reader, he ain't just any regular FM. He's got 6 out of 7, presumably scoring multiple upsets. Bortnick is also probably not at his computer. He's got to come on, Sasha, make a move. He's taking his time here on move 1. Probably hasn't realized that the game has started yet. There are very short breaks between most of the rounds. We got to keep things going. And Bortnick is now down to 9:30. Then this is becoming a problem. If you take a minute on move 1, once again, with an increment, it's not a problem. But for someone as fast as Bortnick, he is going to survive it. Okay, and he finally moves, and it took him 45 seconds. And let's watch the start of this game. We're going to keep a very close eye on our 2 top boards, and it's Mishanik against Denis Lazovic and Bortnick against Reader. And Bortnick is a big fan of the Jabava London. He plays this regularly in Blitz and Bullet. He's one of the leading specialists in this line. And e4 is the new move that I think was recommended by Hans Niemann in his online Jabava course. This is a move that I've seen played a lot online. And if Black doesn't know what to do against this line, I've lost some games really quickly. Now, White takes on e4 and takes on c5. That, if I remember correctly, is the move. And you might say, well, why is this dangerous after? Okay, no, he goes d5. He goes d5. I know that that's the old move. I'm not sure what the current evaluation is. It's a very interesting position. Now, if you want to draw a parallel, The similar line is the Alban counter gambit. The Alban counter gambit is an obscure line where black plays e5, d takes e5, and d4, shoving this pawn through to the center. You can sense the similarity in the structure. This is kind of like an Alban, but with the bishop already developed to f4. So it's like an Alban with an extra tempo for white, which obviously makes a very big difference. And normally in these positions, what white does is queen d2 and then castles queenside. The knight from e2 migrates over to c3. Generally, black goes g6 and bishop g7, white castles queenside, black castles kingside, both sides attack the other, and black plays a6. So he delays the development of the bishop, instead aiming for an early queenside expansion with b7, b5. You can tell that Reader is acquainted with these types of positions. He senses that Bortnick wants to castle queenside, and he prepares the engine of attack. He prepares to play b5. Okay. And let's see. And we are getting word that Reader is Rayad Samadov from Azerbaijan, a very strong Azeri FIDE master. So a little pun on his name. But no matter the title, we know how strong FIDE masters and international masters can be at Rapid. We know how strong young players can be. We know that from tournaments like the RCC, like the JSCC. You can't look at a player's title and just assume that it's going to be an easy game. And Alexander Bortnick, he is taking his time. This move a6, this was a very strong move, preparing b5. And you might say, well, what's the problem? Why can't white just play a4? Well, the problem with playing a4 is that white wants to castle queenside, and it's not very advisable to push pawns on the same side where you're going to attack. In addition, this move e6 can be a very annoying move to face for white, because if you take on e6, then you allow bishop takes e6, black gets all of his pieces out, and let's not forget that white has sacrificed a pawn. So very difficult challenges here for Alexander Bortnick, and e6 is on the board. Bortnick played queen d2, and rather than playing b5, black reverts back to the e6 plan. He plays e6, but he allows a very nasty looking move, d6. I think Alexander Bortnick, this would be very much in his style. I think we're going to see d6, and perhaps black wants to maneuver this bishop to c6, and Bortnick has played d6, and I don't like Samadov's last move. This move e6 to allow d6, I really don't know about that. The eval bar is still giving approximate equality, but I'm not sure how black is going to deal with this bone in his throat. And this is how he's going to deal with it. He is going to play b7 and b5, and he's probably going to fianchetto the bishop. But this looks really scary to me. This is exactly the kinds of positions where we see Bortnick winning games quickly. Let's see. And I'm being told in the chat, thank you folks for looking it up, he is 2450 FIDE, so he is an FM in name only. I'm quite sure that he probably has almost all of his IM norms, so he's almost GM strength. So, you know, nowadays you can never make any conclusions on the basis of anybody's title. I'd like to thank people in the chat for looking up his FIDE rating. 2450 is Mr. Samada from Azerbaijan, a very strong player, but he is scuffling in this opening. I really dislike what he's doing here. He goes b4, so he tries to keep his pawns rumbling forward, but the knight is going to move onto a4, and it's going to be supported with b3. This is a very common defensive idea. You set up a blockade, but not only is it a defensive construction, it's also an attacking construction, because the knight from a4 is going to attack the pawn on c5. So let's see how this could happen. White's going to play knight a4. What's giving Alexander Bortnick pause is the move queen a5. It traps the knight, but the knight can be defended, and then the bishop comes out to d7. So this is not an easy position to evaluate, because black is kind of threatening to take the knight on a4. But the problem is that if you do that, the pawn on d6 threatens to move to d7. In the long run, I don't see how black is going to get his kingside developed, and that's going to present a problem sooner rather than later. And knight a4 is on the board. Queen a5 is on the board. We're going to see b3 by Bortnick and bishop d7 by Samadov, and Samadov is up on the clock. So a very, very interesting game here in the early going, but a position that's right up Bortnick's alley, and we're going to keep an eye on this. It's only 12 moves in, and let's take a look at our top game. We've got Alexei Serrano with the white pieces against Denis Lazovic, an incredibly strong international master from Belarus who is on the cusp of fulfilling the requirements for the Grandmaster title. Another example of a player whose title you cannot trust. He is a GM. We can think of Denis as a GM, and he plays rook e8, and he's got a great position here against Serrano. If anybody's better in this endgame, it is most certainly black. Look at the pressure that Denis has on white's queenside. This knight coming to b3, the rook pressuring the pawn on b2. Serrano has to be very, very careful if he wants to hold this together and make a draw. But Denis Lazovic with a nice opening. And, okay, bishop d3 by Alexei. I like that move. The point is to try to weaken the d5 pawn. If you take the bishop on d3, white could even take with the rook. And you might say, wait a second, that blunders the pawn on b2. But no, it does not. Because in trading the light squared bishops, white has isolated the pawn on d5. So a position like this might be what Alexei Serrano is aiming for. He's definitely still trying to play for a win. He's trying to unbalance the position. And that's why he played this last move. But very patiently, Denis says, no, I'm not cooperating with you. I am not taking on d3. You are going to trade only on my terms. And if he takes on c4, that would be very bad because of knight takes c4, forking the rook and the pawn. And after rook d3, the key is that black does not have to rush with the rook takes b2. Black can start by playing king d6, defending his only weakness, attacking b2. And if you play b4, whoop, rook a6, attacking a3, and white's Swiss cheese queenside collapses at its seams. So a tough position here for Alexei, who is actually 4h change down on the clock. Can you believe it? As Alexei Serrano drops down to 5 minutes or so, this is danger zone for Mr. Serrano. If he loses this game, that blows the tournament wide open and gives people like Alexander Bortnick a chance to actually claim first place. And g4, as Alexei trying to expand on the king side, which is the only area of the board where black doesn't have a superiority. But the situation on the queen side is very, very concerning. And my guess is that Denis Lazovic is going to bring his king up to d6 to relieve himself of the headache of the pawn on d5. And he does just that. And 5 minutes now for Alexei Serrano. And how will he keep the position going? Maybe a move like king g3. Now he's actually down to 5 minutes. What a difficult position, and what a huge game this will be if Denis Lazovic can deal Alexei Serrano his first loss of the tournament. But let's switch back to our second game. Let's see what's going on with Alexander Bortnick, and he continues to tighten the screws. He continues to apply the pressure, and he still has the pawn on d6, and Riyad Samadov is regretting his decision to allow that d-pawn access to d6. Alexander Bortnick maybe has played the most impressive chess of the tournament of anybody, including Alexei Serrano. It's Serrano or it's Bortnick. Both of them have played exquisite rapid chess. Why did he play the bishop to e5? Well, the point of that move is first and foremost to prevent black from ever developing the bishop on f8. You can never play g6 because that obviously drops the bishop on f6. You can't play bishop e7. There's a pawn on d6. You can't win that pawn because it's so well defended. Now, you might look at this and say, wait a second, why can't black take on a4? But as I explained previously, yes, black wins a pawn, but in getting rid of the light squared bishop, black is going to regret that tremendously. Look at how weak the light squares are. A move like queen e2 could be totally devastating. And if you play a5, whoop, bishop b5 check, forking the queen and the king. So giving up the light squared bishop not only clears the path for the d-pawn, but also creates the possibility of all sorts of shenanigans. And h5 is a clear sign to me that black has no idea what to do. He is trying to make space on the king side, maybe get this rook up to h6, somehow develop his pieces. But even if he plays rook h6, where is that rook going from there? It's going to be staring at the e6 pawn. But the big question for Alexander Bortnick, he's got everything in place, but where is the actual blow? And he plays f3 and he tries to open up the center, and there's our answer. What's going to happen is if we have a trade on f3, then white's going to move this pawn all the way to f5. And the moment the e-file opens, the game is over. If he can open up the e-file and shove this pawn up to f5, the rook's going to move to e1. I mean, black's position is in shambles here. Alexander Bortnick is going to win this. There is no doubt in my mind that this game is over. He's going to play rook he1. He's going to play f4, f5, and he's going to blow black's king to smithereens here. Samadov with a very poorly played opening there. That decision to play e6 is an unthinkable one. And that pawn on d6 is not going to move from its spot in a million years. The only reason it would move is to move up to d7, and Samadov trying everything he can to slow down the progression of white's pawn, but f4 is going to happen, and white has all the time in the world to push that pawn up to f5, and the 15-year-old FIDE master from Azerbaijan is scuffling here and on the cusp of losing a critical game to Alexander Bortnick, who's going to move to 7 out of 8. And Denis Lazovic, in the meantime, continuing to nurse an advantage against Alexei Serrano, but apparently he's blundered. Oh my God, he's just played the move g5, and the eval bar seems to indicate that bishop takes h7 has been missed by Denis Lazovic, followed by h6, sacrificing a piece. But how does black stop this pawn? Oh my lands, this might have been a big blunder by Denis Lazovic. as he shoves the pawn up to g5. But does Alexei Serrano have the guts to take on h7 and sacrifice the knight? He sees it. He definitely sees it. He's taking his time, and this is a big chance to turn this game around. This move g5, it was completely unnecessary. Black was totally winning. All he had to do was move this knight back to c6, pressuring d4, and White's position would have been on the cusp of total and complete collapse. Look at how weak White's pawns are. Look at how good Black's pieces are. This would have been winning for Black, but instead, Dennis getting overzealous with g5. He is hoping that Alexei moves the knight away, but that would simply blunder the bishop. So Alexei has no choice but to play bishop takes h7. Somewhere along that line has been an oversight. Let's wait. Let's see if Alexei Serrano can gather the cojones and take on h7 and push the pawn at h6 and try to turn this game around. And he's down to 2 minutes 50. No, he doesn't. He plays bishop c4. He missed it. He missed it. And after dc, Black is winning. Oh, my lands. And now Black is winning. King up to d5, blockading the pawn. And the c pawn is going to rumble forward down the runway to c3. And now it's a -4 evaluation. And the king moves up to d5. And a huge golden opportunity missed by Alexei Serrano. Disappointed probably by the way that the game has gone. And that happens very, very often. You're disappointed in how the game has gone. You've been worse for a million years. And you've got literally one chance to turn the game around. But you're not thinking about claiming the initiative. You're thinking about surviving for one more move. And he is going to lose rook d3, an excellent move by Dennis. And the knight is coming into b3, and the position is falling apart at the seams. Knight b5 check, king c5, and the technique should be pretty straightforward here. One last attempt by the ever-resilient Alexei Serrano as he tries to get his rook up to e7. I think he's going to play rook e7 here and try to take as many pawns as he can. But this pawn on c4, that is going to win Black the game. And what an intriguing 7th round we are having here. This is unbelievable. 8th round, I apologize. This is the penultimate round. So we are set up for an incredible finish with Alexander Bortnick, who's going to put himself in an excellent position. He's going to be on 7 out of 8, as is Denis Lazovic. So we're going to have Bortnick facing off against Lazovic for first place. And the winner of that game is going to guarantee themselves qualification. They're going to qualify through to the knockout stage, and the loser might still end up in 2nd or 3rd place. But f4, it's not quite over yet. Let's see how Denis Lazovic puts the finishing touches on this game. It's never over when you're playing Alexei Serrano. And in the meantime, Alexander Bortnick is still trying to win his game, and he's just played bishop takes e6. What a move by Alexander Bortnick as he sacks the bishop to batter through Black's position. And f takes c6, he wants bishop takes f6. G takes f6, queen takes f6 is the position that Alexander Bortnick is aiming for. And after rook h6, oh my god, look at this combination. Rook takes e6 check. Bishop takes e6, d7 check, clearing the e-file, moving the rook to e1, and he's calculated all of this in what? 3 seconds? 4 seconds? Unbelievable. And this is checkmate in just a couple of moves. Bishop e6, rook e6, and you have a ladder mate at the end. All of that is forced. If this happens, this will be one of the most brilliant combinations of the CGC thus far. Unbelievable. He had to see the move rook takes e6 check when sacrificing the bishop on e6. What an incredible move we've just seen by Alexander Bortnick. And if Black takes with the bishop, then White takes on f6 anyway, and this is very easy. There's no bishop on d7. What did I say about the d6 pawn? It's only going to move if it can move to d7 with crushing effect, and that is what happens here. Bishop takes c6 is on the board, and Black collapses. Well, king d7, still trying. Is Samadov still trying to mount that last stand? Still trying to hold up the Maginot line? But bishop takes g7, rook takes c6. I think virtually any sacrifice is going to allow White to break through Black's position. But he's got a minute 40, so it's not totally over yet. There is a reason why Samadov is on 6 out of 7. And it's not because he folds over and dies without a fight. Bortnick must be feeling the nerves. This is a critical moment. Bishop takes g7 and rook takes e6 seems to be the fastest path to crashing through Black's position. He starts with rook takes e6, and that is perfectly good enough. Exquisite technique for Alexander Bortnick. And in the meantime, Denis Lazovic, has he managed to win his game? Yes, he has. Denis Lazovic has promoted first, and he's going to win. And this is all over, and we can move back to Bortnick's game. We can move back to Bortnick's game because Denis Lazovic is up a queen, and he's about to make a second queen, and we can trust him. Rook takes e6 by Bortnick, eliminating Black's main defender, the bishop on e6. Okay. Whew. F takes c6, bishop takes g7 is the idea, by the way. This is Bortnick's idea. And if you take on g7, brilliant tactics here as the queen moves into f7 and destroys everything in its path. And look at that knight on a4. That knight on a4 is honestly the unsung hero of the entire position because it's totally immobilizing black's queen. And it's also aiming for the b6 square. So it's literally taking this queen completely out of commission, and bishop back to g5 is Bortnick's choice. So he doesn't see bishop takes g7. Surprisingly, this allows black to give up the exchange and take on g5. And if black can get to this d6 pawn, then he's going to still be in the game. But I don't see this happening for Samadov. I think this is completely winning. Absolutely. Hydration pause is right. And a pause for Samadov as he tries not to get mated and prolong this game as long as he can. Bortnick is down to 75 seconds, but we know how unbelievably fast he is. This one's over. I don't see this happening for black, but Samadov correctly taking on g5. And will he find the move rook c6 in order to surround this pawn on all sides? No, he does not, but he plays king c6 and he's somehow still in the game. This is not totally over yet. Bortnick still has to be careful, but queen f, he goes queen h7. He swings the queen back to e4. And queen takes c6 and queen takes h4. And look, both sides are down to a minute, but it's impossible to play black's position with a minute on the clock. It's just impossible to play this without blundering. This is essentially a resignable position, even though the eval bar only gives a +2 advantage. But I don't believe that. This is a lot more than +2. But queen b5, correct move by Samadov. Somehow he's holding on, and Bortnick is down to a minute on the clock. And can he put the finishing touches on this game? And he gives a check on e4. And will he take that pawn on e6? Is the question. No, he goes back to h7. And Samadov, don't go queen d7 because there was a fork on b6 in the end. And Bortnick, go queen e2. Queen e2. Oh my god, Samadov has gotten his queen active. Oh my goodness, this isn't over. Both sides down to 50 seconds. I still think it's completely winning for white. But 46 seconds for Bortnick. Is he getting nervous? Can he play rook e1? Rook e1. Rook e1, there's rook h8. Oh my god. And he's down to 38 seconds, and he doesn't see a move. He's let black back in the game, and the knight on a4 is suddenly passive, and here we go. 30 seconds for Bortnick. He doesn't know what to do. Oh my goodness, don't shovel dirt at him yet. Read 777. Can he find a way to trade queens? Black's key to holding this game and flagging Bortnick is to trade queens. As long as the queens are still on the board, white's attacking chances are going to be overwhelming. What is he doing? Move! Queen takes f3. Should have made that move 15 seconds ago. And what is Bortnick doing? There's no increment. Both sides are taking forever on their moves, and he's down to 20 seconds. 18, 17. He's got to move. King takes d6. He sacrifices the exchange, and he's going to try to hunt that king down. King takes d6, knight c4 check, and don't move back to c6. What is he doing? He's got to take it. He has no choice. Move. Oh my goodness. King b8. King b8. And I think black's going to escape the checks. Rook c7. Oh my goodness. Bortnick doesn't have more than a perpetual here. Rook c8. Rook c8. Oh my god, he's thinking. Don't go king b7, that loses. He goes rook c8, but queen b7. Oh, knight d6, and white's going to promote. Oh my god, white's going to promote the pawn. It's winning. Bortnick's going to win. Unbelievable. That last move, rook c6, that was actually the decisive mistake. Unbelievable. Alexander Bortnick he's a monster. Now, he doesn't play flawlessly, but he is just crazy. In this position, queen b7, such a natural move, but it allowed the transition to the pawn endgame. King a8 actually forces a perpetual. White has nothing more than a perpetual in this position. Samadov, it's easy for me to say, but he spent way too long thinking about whether to take the bishop. You have no choice, man. You're down a piece. You've got to do it. But the upshot is that Bortnick wins the game, and he moves to first place together with Denis Lazovic, who defeated Alexei Serrano. What a ridiculous round 8. And there's only, I think that's it. I think round 8 is over. And round 9 is upon us. And this is the final round. Ladies and gentlemen, who is going to qualify to the knockout stage? Fasten your seatbelts, because we've got an incredible, epic battle that will be underway between Bortnick and Denis Lazovic, who've got 7 out of 8. You can see the standings on the right side of your screen with a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on 6.5 out of 8. They are obviously foaming at the mouth. They are hoping for a draw. They're hoping for a draw between Bortnick and Lazovic. Now, very important. If Bortnick and Lazovic draw, and then a couple of other people with 6.5 out of 8 win, there's obviously going to be a tie for 7.5 out of 9. In that case, we use tie breaks. The first top tie break player advances, And then second and third, by tiebreaks, play a 2-game 10+0 mini match to determine who makes it to the knockout phase. And here we go. This is the last round. This is Denis Lazovic against Alexander Bortnick, and this is the game that we are going to spend the vast majority of our time on, because this is going to determine who is going to make it to the knockout phase without any playoff. And d4, d6, and Bortnick, let me tell you, is playing for a win. A draw blows the tournament wide open, because if these players draw, they have no way of knowing whether their tiebreaks are going to be better than, let's say, Nicholas Theodorou's tiebreaks, or or Aram Hakobian's tiebreaks. And in fact, Bortnick's tiebreaks are 37. Aram Hakobian's tiebreaks are 36. So it's a complete toss-up in case of a draw. So Bortnick, he's playing a King's Indian. He's playing for a win. And so is Denis Lazovic, one of the most solid players of the young generation. He might be 18 or 19 years old, but he plays like Karpov. He plays so solidly, and he's hard to beat with white. And here we go. Bishop g2, fianchettoing the bishop. And Bortnick playing very interesting chess here as he moves his queen to c8. This is the kind of line that Hikaru Nakamura used to play all the time when he was young. The point is to play a quick bishop h3 and get rid of white's best piece, the bishop on g2. The downside of this strategy, this opening strategy for black, is that he's giving white full control over the center. And it's taking black a while to do all of this, right? He's wasted 3 or 4 tempi on trading the bishops, and it's given white very large control of the center. And now d5. I think d5 gives white a pretty big advantage out of the opening. Here's what could happen. If white plays d5, let's pull up the analysis board. After knight e5, white can play the move f4. This is a detail Bortnick might not have anticipated. You might say, hey, that's a free pawn. And to that I say, no, it's not. That's a free knight. Queen a4 check picks up the knight via a fork. And that is the consequence of black taking so long on playing bishop h3, because he hasn't castled yet, and the knight doesn't have any good squares. And so Bortnick is probably going to have to go knight back to b8. Is it the end of the world? Absolutely not. Is it unpleasant? Absolutely. White's got huge control of the center, forcing the knight back to b8. And yes, black is going to get the bishops off the board, but that's not the end of the story. And white can continue expanding in the center with f2, f4. This is a really nice position for Denis Lazovic. He's also up 45 seconds or so on the clock. Bortnick is indisputably the faster player. So if this gets down to a time scramble, if this gets down to a bullet game, Bortnick is definitely the favorite, and he's offered a draw. Alexander Bortnick has offered a draw to Denis Lazovic. This is fascinating. Is he going to take this draw? Is Denis Lazovic going to assume that his tiebreaks are good enough to warrant accepting a draw? I don't think he will, and he does not, and he declines it. And a big kudos to Denis Lazovic. What a gutsy decision to decline a draw against an on-form Alexander Bortnick. And an understandable decision, because white is better here. There's no doubt in my mind that white is much better. He plays rook c1, and he prepares for c takes d5, which Bortnick should not play, since that opens up the c file, and that will be to white's advantage. And here we go. And a Giga Chad move there for Denis Lazovic, and castles by Bortnick. And he's going to try to make his young Belarusian opponent regret it. And you can see that there's still tension on the king side, with neither side wanting to be the one to release the tension. But eventually, one of the sides is going to have to make a decision. And my guess is that it's going to be black, and it is. And he takes on g2, and the king is going to take on g2, and knight g4, knifing his way into white's position is Bortnick, trying to eliminate the bishop on e3. Lazovic does have this very, very nice square for his bishop on d4, and I think he's going to occupy that square right now. You certainly do not want to give this bishop away for a knight. Okay. Bishop d4, and offering a trade of the King's Indian bishop. And the problem is that if black plays e5, white will play the move b3. Now you have to defend c4. And then f4 is going to come. And then f4 is going to come, and that's going to chase the knight out of e5. And black's position is alarmingly cramped here. Alarmingly cramped. The knight on d8 is completely restricted by the pawn on d5. Bortnick's position is really bad here. And the eval bar, you can see it giving a sizable advantage over +1 to Denis Lazovic, who defeated Alexei Serrano in a similar manner, cramped him, pressured him on the queen side, and defeated him on the black pieces. And e5 by Alexander Bortnick, trying to change the course, the tenor of the game, and leading to a slightly different pawn structure. Now, white is going to have these pawns on e4 and c4, which are controlling the center and binding black. And and restricting this very weak pawn on d6. Black might end up losing that pawn on d6 unless Bortnick takes on e6 with the queen. But the downside of taking on e6 with the queen is that that leaves the knight on d8 unbelievably passive. So a big decision here for Sasha Bortnick. Does he take on e6 with the knight and risk losing d6? Or does he take on e6 with the queen and save the pawn on d6, but keep the knight on d8 super passive? It's a very unenviable decision. The position is still bad. I like the decision to play e5. And to me, there is no doubt that Bortnick should take on e6 with the knight. He needs to try to get active. Even if it means losing a pawn, he needs piece activity. That is what he thrives on. But Lazovic is almost up 2 full minutes on the clock. And now queen takes d6. It's tempting as it is. I don't think that white should grab this pawn yet, because black is going to go rook d8 and then knight g5. And Lazovic didn't even think about it. He says, get out of my face, knight on g4. Bortnick says, I'm not getting out of your face. I'm going to e5. I'm going to the center. But now white is ready to play f4. Get out of my face, part 2. And Bortnick is going to have to play this very nasty move f6 in order to create a little envelope for the knight on f7. There is no other choice. He's going to have to play f6, because if he doesn't do that, then not only is white going to play f4, but white's going to shove this pawn all the way down to f6, and that's going to create the possibility of a lobster pincer mate on h6, and Bortnick down 2 full minutes on the clock, and he does bite the bullet. It's the only move. He has to play f6, as ugly as it looks, and he's actually quite solid here. The thing is, after f4, knight f7, yes, black's position looks really ugly, but it's solid. The pawn on d6 is well defended. The knights are pretty nicely placed in the center. You know, I think this could have ended up worse. I think Bortnick's got to be happy that he's gotten this. The question for white, should he take on d6? I don't think so. I think the problem with taking on d6 is that the open d file is going to favor white, and Denis Lazovic making a very mature decision to not take this pawn. Now, the next 10 moves are absolutely critical. Can Alexander Bortnick keep the position stable? Can he recover on the clock? If Denis Lazovic keeps this time advantage, eventually it's going to become really, really alarming, because this is a hard position to defend. And f5 here could be really dangerous. And Denis Lazovic, he could also push the b pawn up to b4. I feel like that's more in his style, a move like b4 in order to expand on the queen side. And he does play f5, and he continues pushing and he continues pressuring. And you might say, well, wait a second, doesn't this move weaken the square on e5? And yes, it does, but the knight on f3 is doing a great job of defending that square. So knight e5 is not a big problem here. And what Denis is saying, that he's going to tear black's position apart on the king side. And yet again, he's up 2 minutes on the clock, and Bortnick is down to 5 minutes, and he's in a very, very alarming situation. And what else? What is even more alarming, if he plays knight c5, then white's going to play b4. And what is the purpose of that? The purpose is to drive the knight back to d7 and then worm white's way into e6. And if that happens, that is going to be a huge disaster for black. And Bortnick goes knight e5, but here comes knight d4. Oh my God, this is a very, very bad position. h4 is a huge threat. And not only does that trap the knight, but that also paves the way for knight e6. And Bortnick goes c5, and he's got to create another gaping hole on d5 in order to save his knight. Knight db5 and knight to d5, and h4 is going to be a problem. And he's still down 2 minutes on the clock. Can Denis Lazovic keep himself composed? Can he make a couple more accurate moves? He is very close to winning this game and qualifying to the knockout phase of the Chess.com Global Championship. You're watching the last round. You're watching Belarusian I am Denis Lazovic trying to defeat Alexander Bortnick. These players are in first place with 7 out of 8. And he's taking his time, is Denis Lazovic. What he is deciding between is knight d5 or knight b5. Both of those moves are very, very tempting. The problem is that if you play knight d5, black shifts the queen over to d7, and the pawn on e4 is going to hang. So I actually prefer the move knight d to b5 over knight d5. But not an easy decision to make. There's also a tempting check on e6, and then knight d5. I don't like this at all, though. I think white should keep both pairs of knights on the board. But Lazovic, he's taken over a minute now on the clock, and his time advantage, it's dwindled now to 1 minute, and this is exactly what Bortnick has to try to do. He has to try to suck this game into a time scramble, because in a time scramble, we know that absolutely anything can happen, and with someone as monstrous as Alexander Bortnick, he's pulled out some absolutely dead loss positions in time scramble. In time scrambles, and Lazovic continues to ponder his move as he gets down to 5.5 minutes, and his time advantage has dwindled to 30 seconds. Oh man, this could get real dicey. And I think the reason he's hesitating about knight d to b5 is because the black queen is going to shift up to c6. And what happens when it shifts up to c6? Well, it attacks the pawn on e4. And that is not an easy position to evaluate. And after all, he does play knight e6 check. And I don't like that move. I think after knight takes c6, Bortnick has an all okay position. The question, though, is where he should put his knight g5 or knight e5. White is still better. There's no question that white is still better, but the advantage has dwindled considerably. And the Ibarra, the engine, seems to believe that knight e5, as natural as this move looks, is actually a mistake. And Bortnick sees it and he plays knight g5. The guy is a beast. He's got 9 lives. And I actually think that the game is moving in Bortnick's direction. And Lazovic is going to shift and slam his knight into d5. Or not. Let's see. He's got 5 minutes now. Okay. Knight d5. Knight d5 is going to come. I think knight d5 is time. There's also knight b5. There's also knight b5. And then queen d5. And there's a lot of decisions to make. And the time advantage, it's down to 20 seconds. And with every ticking second, with every minute that passes on each of their clocks, Bortnick's chances exponentially rise. This is exactly what Denis Lazovic has to try to avoid. A time scramble, a bullet game, regardless of how good his position might be. And his time advantage has been completely erased. Somehow, Alexander Bortnick has improved his position, erased white's time advantage, and now he's up on the clock. And all of a sudden, Denis Lazovic, he's got to be feeling the nerves. He can't make a decision. He's frozen. And if he plays knight d5, what he might be concerned about is the move queen c7 to c8. I think he missed this. And he might have thought from a distance, oh, I just play e7. But no, all of a sudden, whoop, the queen takes on h3. And white's king is caught in the crossfire. And Lazovic, this is a pawn that he cannot afford to lose. This is the pride of his position. So he's trying to find a way to save this pawn, but he can't. He's going to have to give it away. And how does he give it away? And he finally plays knight d5, and Bortnick immediately shifts his queen down to c8. And all of a sudden, that draw offer that Bortnick made a while ago, that might seem pretty appealing to Lazovic. And I can tell you, he might offer a draw in return, but now it might be Bortnick's turn to decline it. And knight takes f6, and what a tactic discovered by Lazovic. But this is a bailout tactic. This is not a tactic that you play because you're trying to win the game. This is going to lead to a mass trade on f6. Then white's going to give a check on f1. The king's going to move back to g7. Queen's going to recapture the knight, and then Bortnick is going to take on e6. And I think that he's the favorite now, probably to win this game. A draw is going to be the likeliest result in that endgame, but with the time situation dwindling for both players, Bortnick has to be incredibly happy at this turn of events. Knight takes f6 is a nice move, but it's a bailout move, and Bortnick has to accurately calculate the consequences of rook takes f6. He can also play queen takes e6, which I think is going to lead to a very similar situation. Queen takes e6 or rook takes f6 are essentially the same thing, but it's not an easy move to play. You're going to have to suffer with a king sitting on f6 like that, and Bortnick taking a pretty significant chunk of time here as he drops once again on the clock, and he plays queen takes c6. And my guess is that knight h5 check might be a more prudent way to effectuate this trade, but no, queen takes g5, and now I like Bortnick's position. I think Bortnick's better. Okay, queen d5 though, nice move. Essentially forcing a queen trade. Okay, this should be a draw. This should end in a draw. Queen d5, queen trade, e takes d5. Okay, and we're going to have a rook trade. The rook trade is forced. Yeah, this is a draw. But it's not a dead draw because black's king is actually better positioned, and it can move all the way into c3 and then b2. It's got this crazy path all the way down white's chain of pawns. So if anything, I think Alexander Bortnick has all of the chips here. He has all of the winning chances. And Denis Lazovic has to continue defending very, very precisely if he wants to hold the half point in this position. And he goes king f2, and he's going to lift this rook up to c3. That's a very important defensive resource. What's critical here is that black cannot get to e5 with his king because he's going to get skewered. This is not happening. This is on the analysis board. So after king f2, Alexander Bortnick is trying to find a way to worm his way into white's position. But my guess is that this game is going to end in some sort of repetition, blowing the tournament wide open. And essentially, everything is going to be decided by the tie breaks. There goes king f6, and rook c3 is on the board. And rook f3 check is going to follow, and that's going to chase the king back over to g7. And Bortnick is once again down 30 seconds or so on the clock. And Denis Lazovic now offers a draw, and Bortnick accepts it. Okay, and we have a draw in our top game, and we've got 7.5 out of 9. Bortnick's tie breaks are the best of anybody here. But, oh my God, and we've got a couple of other draws. with Aram Hakobian making a draw, and that is a very bad result for him. That's going to put him out of contention. So everything is down to Alexis Serrano's game. If Alexis Serrano wins, then he might pass Bortnick on tiebreaks, and David Paravian has just blundered. Bishop g5. Oh my god, he blundered a rook. How does he move the queen to defend the rook at the same time? I think Alexis Serrano is going to defeat David Paravian to move to 7.5 out of 9. Right now, we've got only 2 players with 7.5. We have Alexander Bortnick and Denis Lazovic. Everything depends on their tiebreaks. Can Alexis Serrano defeat David Paravian in this game? The king is wide open, and knight e5 is coming. This is a completely winning position for black with plenty of time on the clock. And if Michanik wins, he might pass Alexander Bortnick on tiebreaks. It's going to be very close. And we're going to see. We're going to have to wait until all of the tournament standings end for us to know. So, very important. Once Alexis Serrano finishes off this game, the tiebreaks only update when all of the results are in, because the tiebreaks depend on the other results. So don't make any conclusions until the round officially ends. And then we will have second and third place playing a 2-game mini match to determine who makes it through to the next stage, the knockout stage. Queen to d5, and Alexis Serrano continuing to wind his tentacles around White's king, which is totally devastatingly exposed. Queen d5, attacking the pawn on g2, and preparing various shenanigans like knight c4 check. David Paravian's clock is dwindling, and he plays g3. And the simplest approach here would probably be knight takes d3, but he instead activates his rook and pushes it to e8. David Paravian trying to escape, trying to build some sort of shelter for his king, maybe escape to b1. Serrano has to be feeling nerves here. He goes queen c5. That was a bad move. That just allowed the king to move closer to safety with king b1. And now David Paravian is back in it. He's totally back in it. And he wins the pawn on a6. Oh my god, Alexis Serrano is losing control of the game, and he's still much better, no doubt about it. He's still much better. He should still win the game, but now he's got to be careful. Queen e3 by Paravian. Notice that rook d1 check is not as dangerous as it appears, because the rook on b3 is defending the queen on e3. So rook d1 check might look very scary, but it's actually not that dangerous. And he moves the bishop back to d3, does David Paravian, and he tries to close down the d file. Who is going to win this game? A draw would be a disaster for both of these players. A draw is not going to cut it, because we have another pair of players with 6.5. No, a draw would essentially mean that they might qualify, but a draw puts them in a giant pool of players who've got 7 out of 9. And a draw guarantees Alexander Bortnick the win in the tournament. So here we go. Rook a4, and Alexis Serrano continuing to harass White's king. And queen up to e7, and he tries to force the queen trade. And this actually might end in a draw at this rate, but Alexi, he declines the queen trade. And with White's king as weak as it is, I still think that White's in very poor shape here. He's also down 25 seconds on the clock. Flagging is very much on the table, and rook e5 by David, and queen h1 check. And the queen's going to swing all the way back to a8, and it's going to attack the a2 pawn. And 50 seconds for Paravian, queen d5, repeating moves. But I don't think Alexis is going to take a draw here. I don't think Alexis Serrano is going to take a draw here. He's going to milk White's clock as far as he can. And rook e4 by Paravian. So he himself declining the repetition. But Alexei can simply drop his rook back to a8. And what that does is that links up the rooks. No, he goes rook a6 instead. Okay, so maybe he's trying to double rooks on the a file. As long as Alexei keeps the queens on the board, he forces White to spend a bunch of time because of the amount of threats that he is imposing on that king. And the rook swings back to d6 and backwards and forwards and hither and thither it goes. And queen h1 check. Oh, and queen takes h2, and he's starting to drop pawns. And Alexis Serrano is going to win this game. Alexis Serrano is going to win this game. He is winning all of White's pawns. White's king is simply too weak. He's got 27 seconds. I don't see David Paravian pulling this out at all. Okay, and rook takes d4, and one more check for David Paravian, and king h7 is going to follow. And the problem, what kills White in this position, is that you can never bring your queen up because of the ladder checkmate on d1. That queen on h2 is such a monster, and the rook can drop back to d7. And again, you cannot play queen f6 here. It would have been a great move, but you can't do... Oh, crap. And you can't do it. I pressed something. I apologize for that. You can't do it because of the checkmate. Thank you. There we go. In 14 seconds. And king a1, queen c1 check would be a possible move. Trading queens. This is easy. This is a flag. Okay. That's it. That's it. It's over. Queen G1. Don't blunder the rook. He doesn't. Rook E7 coming to E1 is Alexis Serrano. He's going to win the game, and he's going to move to 7.5 out of 9. And the big moment of truth. Here we go. Whose tiebreaks are better? Who makes it up to the top 3? Oh, the top 3 is defined. It's going to be Bortnick, Serrano, and Denis Lazovic. And it appears that Alexander Bortnick has the best tiebreaks of everybody here. He's got 37, and he's going to be first. And Alexis Serrano and Denis Lazovic are going to be playing it out for the second qualifying spot for the Chess.com Global Championship play-in second knockout. Who is going to claim it? Oh my God. Okay, so quickly, the format. The top player, that's Alexander Bortnick, qualifies automatically. Alexis Serrano and Denis. Oh no, Serrano actually qualifies. Oh my God, I told you. You have to wait until the end. Alexis Serrano has defeated Bortnick, and it's going to be Bortnick and Denis Lazovic who will have to play in the playoffs. I apologize for that. Alexis Serrano with that win over David Paravian, and Bortnick is going to be cursing Paravian for not holding that position together. Serrano wins it. Bortnick and Denis Lazovic are going to play 2 games of 10+0. The winner will qualify to the knockout phase. If the 2 games result in a score of 1-1, a single 10+0 rapid game, Armageddon decides the winner, with the lowest bidder getting the black pieces with the amount of time that they bid. If the score is 1-1, I will explain the Armageddon concept in more depth. For now, all you have to know is that Alexander Bortnick and Denis Lazovic are going to be playing a 2-game 10+0 mini match to decide the second qualifier, with Alexis Serrano taking it by tie breaks. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Chess.com Global Championship. This is the second play-in qualifier. We will have a fascinating match between Bortnick and Lazovic on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Chess.com Global Championship. Today is the inaugural day of the play-in segment. This is the second play-in qualifier. The Swiss is in the books. From today's morning qualifier, Vidit and Svein have qualified today. Grandmaster Alexis Serrano came in first by tiebreaks in the Swiss, and he automatically qualifies. And now, what awaits us is a playoff for the second qualifier spot between International Master Denis Lazovic and Grandmaster Alexander Bortnick. There were three players who finished with 7.5 out of 9. It was an incredible Swiss. And now what awaits us is an even more epic playoff. The format is simple. There will be 2 games of 10+0. If these games are tied, there will be an Armageddon. And if that happens, I will explain the rules of the Armageddon. We'll cross that bridge if we get there. But for now, all you have to know is that the players are going to face off in a 2-game 10+0 match. Remember, there is no increment in the regular Swiss, and there is no increment here either, which means that flagging is very much on the table. Now, I'm your host, GM Daniel Leonarditsky. I hope you've been enjoying the commentary and the play-in thus far. It's been so fun to watch with so much on the line and great prizes on top of the qualifier spots for the knockout with $850 going to the winner. That's Serrano, 600, 400 for third and fourth. Lots of money on the line and obviously tons of prizes once you make it to the knockout segment as well. But Denis Lazovic and Alexander Bortnick, they faced off in the final round of the Swiss. We were just watching their game. It was a great position for Lazovic out of the opening. We could even say he was close to winning. But amazing defense by Bortnick throughout the tournament. And the last game was no exception. He turned the game around, and he was actually forcing Lazovic to be on the defensive as the game came to its conclusion. And here we go, with Alexander Bortnick having the white pieces in game 1. Do not be fooled by Lazovic's title. He is over 2,500 FIDE. He is young. He is incredibly strong at blitz, and his openings are amazing. And they are playing a Berlin, an anti-Berlin, with both sides blitzing out theory here. Bishop c4, the queen drops back to d8. An early d7, d5 by Lazovic to open up the center. This is still theory. You can tell how quickly the players are executing their moves. And Alexander Bortnick taking the first substantive think of the game as the bishop drops back to d6. And the reason that Lazovic put the bishop on d6 and not b6 is to overprotect the e5 pawn and take the sting out of b4, b5. This would not be effective now. The knight would drop out to a5 and eliminate this very important bishop on c4. Knight bd2 instead by Bortnick. Lazovic responds with h6, creating luft and covering the g5 square. And what you often see in these positions is white's knight coming out to e4 and trying to create pressure in the center. Instead, Bortnick driving the queen up to b3 and creating a battery, which Lazovic disarms with the move bishop to e6. And a trade on e6. I quite like Lazovic's position out of the opening. He's got better control of the center. Bortnick has a somewhat weak pawn on d3, but he's got pretty active minor pieces, and he shifts the knight up to c4, putting more pressure on the e5 pawn. Now, a big question for black is whether he's going to play b7, b5 in order to chase this knight out of c4. That would be a bold move, but it would also be a move that would force white to commit. Instead, Lazovic playing a slower, quieter approach. He's a very positional player. He doesn't like doing anything drastic, and that has caused problems for him in previous tournaments. But we know from his performance in the JSCC and in other tournaments that it is no fluke that he has come in third in the second plan qualifier. The move a6 is aimed against b5, which was a pretty serious threat that would have won the e5 pawn. And I still think that Lazovic is seriously contemplating playing b7, b5 himself, because taking on d6 would be a bad idea. That would allow rook takes d6, and that would greatly intensify the pressure on the d3 pawn. So that is what Bortnick has to be very careful about. But big decision now for Alexander Bortnick. The natural move here would probably be to shove this pawn up to a4 and continue trying to orchestrate the b4, b5 pawn break. But instead, after a long think, he plays a neutral move. He plays h3, creating some luft of his own. And if you're Denis Lazovic, I think this is a good opportunity for him to play b5 and force this very strong knight to move away from c4, either to take the bishop, which, as we've discussed, isn't a great idea, or to move it back to d2. But no, he does not play b5. He plays queen d7. And I feel like this gives Bortnick a chance to expand on the queen side with a4. And once he plays a4, you can no longer play b5 because of a takes b5. and the rook on a8 is going to hang as a result because it's now undefended. Now, why did Lazovic play queen d7? Well, it's pretty clear to me that he's trying to double rooks on the e-file, and probably that's what he's going to do here. But then Bortnick is going to be ready to play b5, and the pawn on e5 could become really, really flimsy if you're not careful. If the knight drops back toward e7, then that severs the connection between the rooks, and it actually allows white to take on e5. So I really, really dislike Lazovic's last move, queen d7. Maybe it would be a more prudent idea to actually move the other rook to e8 in order to take the sting out of b5 and connect the rooks. But no, he insists on his plan. He goes rook a e8. He is up right about 30 seconds on the clock. And Bortnick is most probably going to play b5 here. I mean, that is really white's only source of activity, is this queenside pawn pressure. And the big question is going to be who benefits. Is the e5 pawn a liability or is it a strength? Is Lazovic going to be able to shove it forward to e4 and open up the e-file? And in that case, it is black who is going to benefit from that pawn. But here comes Bortnick and he drives the pawn up to b5. And Lazovic does not take on b5. He does not want the a-file to be opened up because white is the only one who stands to benefit from that because white's the only one with the rook on a1. Instead, he drops the knight back to d8, but that's a pretty passive move. And now this knight is seriously passive, and Bortnick gets his bishop, and he develops it out to e3. And I feel like Lazovic, who had a great position out of the opening, if anybody can contend for a slight advantage now, it is definitely Alexander Bortnick, who has expanded heavily on the queen side. He's restricted the knight on d8. He's finished his development. And the rooks, while they may look impressive, unless black is going to play e5, e4, and these rooks are just kind of staring into nothingness. One thing I would consider for Lazovic is to shift this knight from f6 to d5, and then maybe in some particular position, try to lift the rook up to g6. If you can do that, you create threats such as queen takes h3. He is still up a significant amount on the clock, so his time management for Lazovic has been excellent. And the position is still very much close to equality. I don't think anybody has anything significant just yet. It's a very tense middle game. Very few pieces have been traded. And Alexander Bortnick moves his rook from a1 to d1, and he defends the pawn on d3, and maybe even prepares d3, d4 in some of these positions. If he expands in the center, black's pieces are quite passive, especially black's minor pieces, which have been driven all the way to the 8th rank. And a trade on b5, my guess is that Dennis is going to move his queen also to the 8th rank and get it out of the line of fire of the rook on d1. That would take some of the sting out of the move d4, but tough position here for black. I like what Bortnick has done in the last 5 moves. He's expanded on the queen side, completed his development, brought his rook from a1 to d1 and centralized. And Lazovic, he's got his rooks firmly doubled on the e-file. The pawn on e5 is well defended, and he plays queen d5, but he's walked right into d4. He must have something up his sleeve because d3, d4 looks especially dangerous with this queen right in the line of fire of white's rook. And I think Bortnick is going to play d4. And my guess is that he's going to do it without too much hesitation, because if not d4, how else is white going to expand in the center? You can sense the wheels turning in his head as Bortnick is intently calculating the move, and he plays it. And Lazovic, I think he's losing the thread of the game here. Okay, so e takes d4. What happens if black takes on d4? No, he does not. He plays e4. But now the knight moves into e5, and Bortnick continues to expand. And with boa constrictor-like efficiency and consistency, he winds his tentacles around black's position in the center. The queen on d5 is now completely stranded and has absolutely no squares. Now, it's not in any mortal danger because white cannot actually attack the queen, but it's still very disconcerting for Lazovic that the queen has no squares. I would contemplate a move like b6 in order to open up a pathway for the queen back toward b7. But there's no doubt in my mind that Bortnick is completely outplaying him here. He's got a beautiful knight on e5. He's now expanded in the center, and b6 is indeed on the board. A good move for Lazovic, and maybe he can use the b7 square as a transit point for the knight. He can get it through b7 to d6, at least to try to challenge white's superiority in the center. But Bortnick moves his queen back to b1, and I think he's trying to intensify the pressure in his own right on the e4 pawn. Maybe drop the knight from c4 to d2, and that would also create upward mobility for this pawn to move from c3 to c4 and chase the queen out of d5. The time situation has evened out at 6 minutes apiece. And another problem that faces Lazovic is that if he moves this knight from d8 to b7, the knight from e5 will have a beautiful outpost potentially on c6. Not immediately, because the knight on c4 would be hanging, but that's something Lazovic has to reckon with as well. As he drops now below 6 minutes, I am very, very concerned here for Denis Lazovic. Alexander Bortnick is in his element. He's been in fantastic form this tournament, and he is completely outplaying his opponent in this middle game, but it's still a very tense position. Black is still holding everything together, so let's not make any firm conclusions yet, as Alexander Bortnick tries to find more ways to improve his positions. And here we go. Maybe move the bishop out from e3 in order to keep pressure going on e4. Not sure exactly what white should do. Bishop f4 is interesting. Maybe bring the bishop all the way back to c1. The problem that faces Bortnick is that this e4 pawn, as weak as it appears, it's not easy to actually get to it. If you move the knight back from c4, then black is going to have the possibility of playing bishop d6, and that forces the other knight out of e5, and that's not something Bortnick wants. So he does indeed play bishop d2. And how will Denis Lazovic try to improve his position? It's a very, very tense situation with both sides now down to 5.5 minutes. And Denis, he could consider pushing his c-pawn to c5. The problem is that as both sides' clocks are dwindling, black is eventually going to have a very hard time finding moves. And knight d5 by Denis Lazovic. Ooh. And if queen takes e4, he's going to play f6 and win the knight on e5. What a clever tactical idea. If you take on e4, you drop the knight on e5. Maybe Bortnick will actually sacrifice it and play f4. This is very much in his style, but that would take a lot of guts. And if he doesn't take on e4, then black will be able to play f7, f5, and secure the pawn in a much safer way. The downside, though, of black pushing the pawn at f5 is that the knight on e5 is going to be permanently ensconced on that outpost. So everything has its pluses and minuses here. And Alexander Bortnick continues to contemplate his next move. I really like the way that Denis Lazovic has played the last 3 or 4 moves. He's trying to get more active. He senses that he doesn't want to keep the status quo here forever. And he's now up almost a full minute on the clock. But we know that that's absolutely nothing when it comes to facing Alexander Bortnick. I mean, he almost pulled off a lost position against Alexis Serrano with 10 seconds to a minute. So you cannot breathe easy if you're facing Bortnick in a position like this. But now he's down over a minute on the clock. And he plays knight e3, he drops the knight back, he offers a trade, and a trade is probably going to happen. And then that bishop f8 to d6 move that we were discussing earlier is going to knock the other knight out of e5. Okay, and a big decision here. Does he play bishop d6 immediately? No, he goes knight f4, but now knight f5. Oh, he missed it. Knight f5 is going to be very scary. Knight e3 to f5 opens up the attack on f4 and attacks the e4 pawn from 2 different directions. I think this is a serious mistake by Denis Lazovic, but no, Alexander Bortnick plays knight g4, and now there's knight takes g2. Oh my god, there's knight takes g2, and then e3 check. Oh my lands, will Denis Lazovic spot the tactic? He's got to see it. This is easy. Knight takes g2, king takes g2, and e3 check, opening up the attack on the king and attacking the bishop, and he sees it, and Bortnick missed it. Knight takes g2, and you can sense the frustration, the exasperation as Bortnick misses a huge tactic, and this turns the game around completely. His king is going to be weak, and the rooks on e8 and e6 are going to breathe new life into the position. The move f6 is going to be a huge problem for white once the e-file opens up, because the rook on e1 is going to be very poorly defended. And here we go with Bortnick reeling from this blunder. The difference, by the way, is that after knight f5, knight takes g2, he had the additional move rook takes c4. This is the key. With a knight on g4, rook takes c4 would have walked into a knight fork with f5, and now Denis Lazovic is clearly in front, and rook g1 by Bortnick as he tries to set up pressure on the g-file. But maybe Lazovic can just go h5 and toss the knight out of g4, get it out of there, and then play bishop e3 or f6, and he's prying white's fingers away from the ledge. This is definitely a winning position, or at least a much better position for Lazovic. But we know how dangerous Bortnick can be in lost positions. This is far from over. But I really like the move h5 here. You got to get this knight out of g4 in order to be able to approach the other knight. You certainly don't want to go f6 here. That literally blunders mate in a couple of moves with knight takes h6. So that's why it's so important to get rid of this knight. Maybe a move like g6 can also be considered. g6 and bishop g7, but Lazovic correctly plays h5, and he continues to play precisely, tossing the knight out of g4 and forcing it back to e3. Look at that rook on e6 and how heroically it defends key squares along the 6th rank, preventing knight f6 check and knight h6 check. And Bortnick has to bite the bullet and play knight e3, and now rook f6 by Lazovic as he paves the way for his knight to move into e6. The Eval Bar disliking that move, but I understand why he played it. He's trying to get active. Bishop d6, knight e6, he's still better. But apparently that was not the most precise. Apparently he had to knock the other knight out of e5 with f6. Okay. And knight e6. And okay. I'm aware that, yes, there we go, knight e6. And black is still better. Black is still better, and knight f4 is coming, and bishop d6 might happen, and Bortnick is down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The big problem that white experiences here is that the pawn on f2 is so weak. The white king is just constantly experiencing problems with knight g5, knight f3, and rook takes f2, but Bortnick continues to pound away at black's king now as he gets his knight over to f5, and he's got a pair of ponies here on e5 and on f5, and they're creating all sorts of havoc on black's position, and bishop d6 by Lazovic. But Bortnick can now play the move f2, f4 in order to support the knight on e5, and the knight on e6 is pinned down to g7, and of course Bortnick finds it, and Lazovic completely missed that move. That was a huge mistake. Bishop d6 allowed f4, and the other problem is that the rook from d2 is going to swing over to g2, and the pressure on g7 is going to grow monumental. I think Bortnick is going to win this game. I can sense that Lazovic is losing the thread. That move f2, f4 has completely changed the landscape of the position, and now rook g2 is coming, and all of a sudden all of white's pieces are beautifully coordinated. So despite the oversight, it's like nothing ever happened. It's like he saw it all the way through, and rook g2 is coming. Lazovic's time advantage is dwindling. The attack is growing. The pressure is intensifying. And Lazovic frustration is growing as he leans into his computer, and you can sense the confidence on Bortnick's expression. He's got everything under perfect control. The move g6 here might have to be played by black if he wants a serious crack at ending white's initiative here, but that's just not a move I can see Lazovic playing. Let's see what he ends up doing here. 240 now, and f4 has turned the game around completely. What he forgot about is that knight takes f4 is now impossible because you drop g7 with check. That's why it was such a terrible idea to move the bishop from the f8 square, where it was doing a much needed duty of defending the g7 square. Now Lazovic is down to 2 minutes, and I think he's just going to collapse here. I don't see a move for him other than g6, but g6 is such a hard move to play because knight h6 is going to follow. I mean, how do you make yourself go into this position? No, you do not, and no, he does not, and he plays bishop takes e5, trying to get rid of the knight, but takes a knight h4, and black's position is totally in shambles. What a ridiculous turnaround here. Alexander Bortnick is just a beast, but it's not over yet, and he takes on g6 and moves the knight to h4, and he senses that black is on the verge of collapse. Does Alexander Bortnick? Knight h4 happens, the pawn on g6 is hanging, and if you play g5, white's queen moves into g6 with totally devastating effect. This is essentially over. A couple more accurate moves required by Bortnick. Knight f4 by Dennis as he tries his best to whip up chances against black's king, but knight takes g6 simply. Oh, and after knight takes g6, I think black is relying on the move queen f3, but in that position, white has queen f5, pinning the knight, defending h3, and winning the game. It is over after queen f5. It is over after queen f5. Lazovic is going to resign, and what a frustrating game for him. Playing a good opening, a good position in the middle game, outplaying Bortnick, seeing knight takes g2, but it's just not enough. You've got to keep your composure in those time scramble situations, and the move bishop d6, that's the move after which everything went astray for Denis Lazovic. He's going to lose the knight on f4. He can't take on anything. Look at how nicely Bortnick's pieces are coordinated. Not a single chance here. Queen takes c3. White simply takes on f4 and defends d2. And Alexander Bortnick is going to lead 1-0. He wins the game with the white pieces, but he still needs to hold with the black pieces in order to advance to the knockout phase. And Denis Lazovic is a force to be reckoned with when that man has the white pieces. So this match is far from over. Lazovic continues to contemplate his lost position. My guess is that he's going to resign right here and right now, and they will move on to the second game. Okay. Woo! What a crazy game. Okay, and Bortnick does indeed win the game. Lazovic resigns, and immediately they rematch, and here is game 2 of our 2-game mini match. Lazovic must win this game, and if he does, that sends the match into an Armageddon. Okay, and once again, Bortnick going for his trusty 1d6, offering a Philidor, but instead Lazovic insists on playing a d4-based opening, knight to f3, preventing e5. So this could be a King's Indian, it could be an Old Indian, it could be one of a million things. Let's see what Bortnick chooses. He does play the King's Indian on occasion. Now, in their final game of the Swiss, Bortnick played a weird line with bishop f5. I'm not sure he's going to repeat that. No, he does not. In this game, he plays a classic King's Indian, and Lazovic responds with a fianchetto variation. All Alexander Bortnick needs here is a draw. A draw sends him through to the knockout phase, and he plays a very old school variation, the Queen b6 line, but Lazovic knows that the move c5 there that he played has been around since the time of Botvinnik, and now he goes knight g5, an aggressive approach for Denis Lazovic, but Bortnick seems to know his theory as well. f4, c4 check. Oh, I don't know about this line. Apparently, the Eval are very heavily disliking this, but this looks pretty good for black. That knight on d3 looks impressive. My guess is that the problem with this approach is that white plays e5, shuts down the bishop on g7 completely. That bishop is out of commission. And look at all of the gaping holes in black's position. This has been a very dubious opening choice by Bortnick, who only needed a draw. Something like a Slav or a Nimzo Indian might have been a better choice, but instead, a gutsy decision to play a King's Indian and an old school variation that has been considered bad for a long time. But Denis Lazovic, he has to be more decisive. One of his weaknesses that has revealed itself in his JSCC matches is that in these types of positions, he tends to be very reluctant, reticent to play aggressively. And that's what you need against someone like Bortnick. Queen e2, solidifying his position. And now knight c to e4 is what appeals to me, trying to get this knight around to d6. And he plays it. Good stuff here for Lazovic. He's got a big advantage, total control over key central squares. He is down a pawn, and he does have to reckon with two very good knights. But those knights, as impressive as they look, don't have all that many prospects, and they're not actually as bothersome as they appear. And another byproduct of white's previous move is that once knight d6 happens, the pawn on c4 is actually going to be hanging, and if it disappears from the board, the knight on d3 turns from black's biggest strength to his greatest liability because it loses its main supporter. And bishop d7 by Bortnick. Here comes the knight. Into d6 it goes. And Lazovic once again with a big time advantage out of the opening, but he's got to keep the foot on the gas pedal, and he does with the move b3, so he delays knight d6, instead choosing to solve the problem of the d3 knight immediately and very directly. He is trying to force Alexander Bortnick to take the bishop on c1 and get rid of his strongest piece. I like that move very much. I think knight d6 might have been even more accurate, but this is good enough. And Bortnick trying to find a way to keep his knight alive. I don't think a way like that exists. I think he's got to take on c1. Now, the problem is that if black takes on c1 and hungrily eats up the b3 pawn, well, the only person who's going to be satisfyingly fed is white, because knight c5 picks up the bishop on d7. That's great tactical vision by Denis Lazovic, who's got over 9 minutes on his clock, and it's crisis time for Alexander Bortnick. Can he find yet another rabbit in the hat? Can he turn this game around? And he still has plenty of time remaining on the clock, but Alexander Bortnick, consternation on his face, and Denis Lazovic seems confident here as he plays b3, undermining the knight on d3, total control of the dark squares d6, and black's bishop on g7, completely out of commission by this very, very powerful pawn chain that Lazovic has built up. And a raid from Chessbra, we appreciate it. And b3, we're watching the final, the second and third place match in our second play-in qualifier of the Chess.com Global Championship to determine which of the players on your screen is going to move on to the knockout phase. Is it going to be Alexander Bortnick, who won the first game? Or is it going to be Denis Lazovic, who is in a must-win situation? A win sends this match into Armageddon, and rook a takes c1, follows by white. And now the pawn on c4 is hanging, so c takes b3 is kind of forced. But another problem with this move is that the knight from e4, it doesn't even have to move into d6. It also moves into c5. Okay, and that's why Bortnick played rook a to e8 to defend the pawn on e6 so that he could meet knight c5 with bishop c8. So The hard part here for white is that he's got total positional domination, but how do you actually win this game? That is where Bortnick is so incredibly strong. He always finds a way to stay afloat and milk his opponent's clock and cause problems. And one way to cause problems might be a move like Queen E3, trying to offer a queen trade, trying to introduce a little bit of discord in white's position. Let's see what Bortnick comes up with here, and he plays H6. Now, I really like the move Knight C5 here for white. You attack the bishop, it's a little intermezzo, you force the bishop back, and then the other knight moves to where the first knight was, right? The knights change parking spots, and that way you don't have to send this knight over to H3 or to F3, which are two very awkward squares. Can Denis Lazovic find tactics in critical moments? Can Denis Lazovic play Knight C5? And he definitely sees that possibility because he hasn't moved yet. If he didn't see that possibility, he would have played his move a long time ago. But he can't take too long either. You can't drop on the clock. He's got to make a move. Knight C5. Will he play it? Will he attack the bishop? Will he see it? He is in a must-win situation. Okay, so Knight C5. Just to really quickly show this. Knight C5, HG, Knight takes D7 is the point. Or actually, no. The point is you can play bishop takes d5, another intermezzo, get rid of the bishop so that after knight takes d7, the queen can't move into e3. That is what Denis Lazovic has to notice. Not easy at all. So you wouldn't be able to blame him if he moves the knight to f3, but you can tell that he is calculating, he is busy, he is trying to make knight c5 work, and if he makes it work, he will be well on his way to winning this game. And Alexander Bortnick shuffling in his seat and leaning back and waiting for his Belarusian opponent to make a move. This is a critical moment. If white moves, whoa, h5, sacrificing the knight on g5 and putting on his Mikhail Tal hat is Denis Lazovic, but the Ibarra dislikes that move, and the idea is simple. He wants to deliver checkmate to the black king. He wants to take on g6 and move the queen up to h5. And I don't care what the Ibarra says. I love this chess by Denis Lazovic. What is Bortnick going to do after HG? Maybe a move like GF and maybe move the rook up to F5 and create an F8 square for the king. According to the Ibarra, this does not work, but let's see if Alexander Bortnick finds it in himself to refute Denis Lazovic's incredible sacrifice. White is trying to take on G6 and shove this queen up to H5 and deliver mate on H7. But the problem, as Bortnick looks up Beth Harmon style and he's calculating the variations and trying to make this work, and he takes on G5. And what has Denis Lazovic miscalculated here? He's played H takes G6. Okay. So now G takes F4. The problem, what I think Denis Lazovic has underestimated, is that after Queen H5, it looks like Queen H7 is an unstoppable mate threat. But the problem is the black can play Rook F5 and open up an escape square for his king. And the absence of white's light squared bishop is what really, really hurts him. Imagine if there was a light squared bishop on A3 or on D6 or on F2, it could move to C5. If you could do that, you could make sure the black's king would stay caged in. But as it stands, the F8 square is a perfectly good escape square, and Bortnick does not miss these things. A very creative, a very gutsy, but ultimately a bad decision by Denis Lazovic, who just forgot about the move Rook F5, and I think Alexander Bortnick is taking this. Queen H5, Rook F5. Denis Lazovic got overexcited by the possibility of checkmate, and Alexander Bortnick, in critical moments, the guy never, ever misses, and Rook F5 is going to follow, and that's going to be a cold shower, and black's position is almost winning here. Rook F5, Queen H7, check is forced. It's not over yet. Obviously, white still has attacking chances. This knight from E4 can still move up to C5, and you can still try to whip up some sort of intrigue here, but black is a piece up. White's position is falling apart at the seams. I mean, every single pawn here is collapsing. The knight on D5 is a monster. It's holding back the F6 square. And I just don't know. What Denis Lazovic had in mind against this move as he clutches his head. And you can see the consternation. There was just something within this line that he missed. Okay, G4, maybe. Attacking the rook, but the problem, G4 looks like it traps the rook, but it doesn't, because the rook can just take on E5. You could play knight C5, but that doesn't do anything. The queen drops back to C7, and Alexander Bortnick is only a couple of moves away from winning this game, from consolidating his extra piece and beating back white's powerful attack A very admirable attempt by Lazovic, but ultimately he should have gone for a more measured continuation. Knight c5 would have preserved an essentially decisive positional advantage. So he's going to be very frustrated because great positions out of the opening in his last 3 games. Let's not forget, if he had won his last round game against Alexander Bortnick in the Swiss, he also would have taken the trophy and qualified automatically. But instead, he botched the middle game. That was a draw. First game in this match, he had a great position out of a Berlin. Didn't manage to squeeze the most out of that one either. And here, a piece sacrifice that has backfired, that is still not over. He still has chances. Knight from e4 can come to g5. Let's see what Alexander Bortnick comes up with here. I like the look of queen e3, but apparently that's not the best move. The eval bar seems to suggest that knight e3 is the most accurate defensive move. But knight e3 is a very hard move to play because it allows a move like knight f6. And what you have to see here, if we bring up the analysis board, is rook takes f6. And what kills white is this positioning of the king on h2. It allows black to give an intermezzo check on g4, take on f6, and throw white's queen out of h7, banishing it permanently from the king's position. And this is a completely winning position for black. So will Alexander Bortnick see this line? Will he see another win? He's down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. If he had 1 minute here, I think we'd be still talking. If he finds knight e3, he will be on the cusp of finding the win, but he's got to be feeling nervous here. He's got to be feeling the heat, and he sees his clock ticking down, and he concentrates intently. Can he find the move knight d5 to e3, aiming for g4? Or will he play a different move? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final game of their 2-game mini-match. Alexander Bortnick leads 1-0. A draw is all he needs to make his way into the knockout, and his clock dwindles to 3 minutes. And Denis Lazovic, he's waiting for black to display his defensive prowess. Here goes his clock down to 3 minutes. A move like rook e7 can also be considered here. You can get this rook up to e7, shore up the bishop, and just basically keep all of the key attacking squares under control. And the problem is that white is sorely lacking another knight, a dark squared bishop, something. White just doesn't have enough firepower to continue the attack. The queen alone is just not capable of doing what it needs to do to get to black's king. But if Denis Lazovic can get Bortnick's clock down to a minute, it's going to be a game again. And he does play rook e7. So after a long think, Alexander Bortnick chooses a perfectly solid and good defensive move. Now I think Lazovic should try knight e4 to c5. I think he should try knight c5 and maybe try getting the bishop up to e4 in order to trap this rook on f5. That could be one of his only chances to get some intrigue into this game. But the threat of knight e3 is absolutely huge. If the knight jumps into e3, it creates all sorts of havoc in white's position. So what will Denis Lazovic find here? Bishop h3, maybe bishop h3, attacking the rook directly, as he is looking, searching, trying to find something, some way to keep this game interesting, some way to keep black's clock dwindling. And what is he going to find? And he drops the queen back to h4. So he takes it away from the rook's x-ray. There were all sorts of threats of bishop takes e5. And he aims at the rook on e7 and prepares a move like knight d6. Another idea of this move is that it defends the f4 square, but bishop e8 is an excellent move by Bortnick, preparing to eliminate the pawn on g6. And even if white plays knight d6, the problem is that Bortnick is just going to take on g6, knight takes f5, bishop takes f5, and look how solid all of black's pieces are. You have 2 pieces for a rook and a bunch of pawns, and white's completely lost here. But 2 minutes for Bortnick, and knight d6 is on the board. And if Bortnick just had 1 minute instead of 2, then maybe white would have had serious chances. As it stands, I just don't see Lazovic pulling this one off, but he's going to keep trying, and he takes on d5, and now e takes d5. It is critical for Bortnick not to take with the c-pawn, because that opens up the c-file and it gives white a new lease on life and new attacking chances. Big moment, and Bortnick is up to the task, and he takes with the e-pawn. And he keeps the c-file closed, and the rook on c1 has no choice but to stare idly by as black consolidates his advantage. Queen g5, bishop e4, another accurate move by Bortnick. The guy is an absolute machine. This bishop is now a monster, and it is white's king that's going to get caught in the crossfire. There is a threat of the bishop from g7 moving back and the rook delivering a devastating check on h7. Lazovic continuing to try. He moves the rook up to c3. He gets it active, trying to lift it up to g3. He still has these two passed pawns. If he can somehow keep black's pieces at bay, then he will have a chance. But Bortnick activating his queen and bringing it into d4. And all Bortnick needs is a draw. So if he can find a perpetual here, then he will be more than happy to go for it. But here comes rook g3. And it ain't over just yet. He's got a minute 22. Maybe Bortnick can actually run with his king. A move like king e8 here could be the most prudent option given his clock situation. And he gives a check on d2. And the problem in king h3 by Lazovic is he tries his best to escape the checks. And king e8, I would play king e8 here, and so does Bortnick. The guy plays with ironclad filigree precision here, escaping toward the center. The king is now perfectly safe. And Bortnick is just 1 or 2 moves away from finishing off white's king with a move like bishop takes e5 and rook h7 check. All he needs to do is get this rook to the h-file, and white's king is going to be permanently busted there on h3. He's got plenty of time. 1 minute for Bortnick is like an eternity for another player. It's plenty of time. And okay. And Lazovic continues to ponder the hopeless situation. He's got absolutely no good squares for his rooks. The bishop on e4 is dominating the position. And Bortnick's decision-making, as pointed out by Grandmaster Hess in the chat, has been nothing short of amazing. So practically strong. After getting so many dubious positions, Bortnick is just unstoppable. He never panics. He never makes irrational decisions. He always plays objectively. And of course, he is ridiculously strong and precise in time pressure. And that combination of skills is what makes him such a difficult opponent, whichever tournament you face him in. And when he's in good form, wow, well, you better say your prayers. And Lazovic's saying his prayers right now. He's got 2.5 minutes. He gives a check on h5. And king d7 here, or king d8. Either move is fine. The funny thing is that, okay, king d7, maybe throw in another check if you're Denis Lazovic. But the king has almost made its complete escape to the queen side. You could even take that pawn of the king. You could even take that pawn of the king. In fact, you probably should. Or you could play king c7 and try to escape to b6. But there is one more tactic that Bortnick has to keep in mind. Oh, and rook takes g7. Rook takes g7. Wait a second. What if you play rook takes g7 and then queen e5 check? What is Lazovic waiting for? That's literally his only move. He shouldn't be taking... He should be playing this move right now. With every second, he's giving Bortnick time to calculate. Denis Lazovic, with fatal hesitation, he has to try rook takes g7, and whatever happens, happens, because that check on e5 could be pretty annoying for black. I can't believe Lazovic is taking as long as he is. There are no other moves in this position other than rook takes g7, and this is fatal hesitation by Lazovic. Rook takes g7 keeps white in the game. Black has a check on d3, but the king steps back to h2, and he finally plays it. He finally plays it, and this is still a game, and Bortnick might have missed it, and is he going to get nervous? Rook takes g7, queen e5 check, and then white can pick up the rook on g7. The problem is that black will eventually have a fork on d3. Queen d3 check forks the king and the rook, and you cannot step back to g2 because, well, the bishop controls that square, and there it is, queen e5 check, and queen takes g7 is forced, and then queen d3 check is going to pick up the rook, but it's still not over. White can give a bunch of checks to the black king. Queen e7 check, queen e7 check, and he goes queen f8 check, and he tried to push this pawn to e7. Oh, my lands, this game is not over. Bortnick has to be very careful, and he's down to 20 seconds. Can he find a perpetual check? e7, he's got to move. He's got to move, e7. He's got to try to push this pawn. But Bortnick, I think, has enough to give that perpetual check. He's down to 20 seconds. He's searching for it. Can white's king escape? King g5. Oh, king f6. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Is Bortnick messing this up? Oh, my God. What does he do? Queen g6, king e5, and white wins. Oh, my God. White's winning. Queen g7. Queen g7. Oh, my God. I can't believe this. Lazovic is going to win. He's going to win. Oh my God, this is insane. What did we just see? And Bortnick, the last hurdle that he had to jump through, and he messed it up. Oh my God, and Denis Lazovic, we were ready to call it a show, and he somehow comes back, and he wins the game, and he forces it into an Armageddon. What haven't we seen today? And what we haven't seen today is an Armageddon, and that's what we're about to see. I have no idea what we just watched, but that was unbelievable resilience by Denis Lazovic. That was Bortnick-like. But now what happens is an Armageddon. And the way that it works is as follows. White gets 10 minutes in this Armageddon. That's not up to negotiation. Both players bid a number of minutes that they are willing to have with black. For example, Bortnick could say 7 minutes and Lazovic could say 8 minutes. The player with the lower bid gets the black pieces with the amount of time that they bid. So if Lazovic bids 7 minutes and Bortnick bids 8 minutes, then Lazovic plays black with 7 minutes and Bortnick plays white with 10 minutes. That is the way that the bidding process works. So they are bidding right now. I'm not sure if, no, we're not going on break. As the players are bidding for the amount of time, Bortnick has to push that game out of his mind. But that was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, that was simply crazy comeback by Denis Lazovic. It was a completely winning position by Bortnick. But things started turning around when Alexander Bortnick didn't take on e6. This was the critical moment. He played king d6, forgetting about rook takes g7. And instead, the move king takes e6 would have essentially ended the game on the spot because, okay, white has a bunch of meaningless checks, but the king just escapes and white's king is checkmated. But it's easy for me to say that. What's hard is that if you have 1 minute on the clock, you're panicking, you're nervous, you make mistakes in those kinds of situations. Rook takes g7 was incredible, and Alexander Bortnick still has work to do if he wants to qualify. What a comeback by Lazovic, but Bortnick seems calm. I'm looking at him on the camera. He seems okay. He's been in this situation before. And Bortnick, I don't know if I'm allowed. I'm going to ask our production team if I'm allowed to share the bids that they made. I'm going to pop the air conditioning on. Just give me 1 second because I'm about to burn up here. Okay. So what I'm allowed to say is that, yes, I'm just confirming from our team whether I can share the bids that the players made. But what I will tell you right now is that Alexander Bortnick is going to have the white pieces in 10 minutes to Denis Lazovic 7. Bortnick actually bid 9 minutes and 59 seconds. So he really, really, really wanted the white pieces. That was his strategy. And that kind of makes sense. Now for Lazovic, he's going to start the game with 7 minutes. Remember that with an Armageddon format, if black draws the game, then that is equivalent to a win. Black needs a draw or a win in order to win the game. White must win the game for white to win the Armageddon. So Bortnick is banking on the fact that he's going to have more time on the clock and the white pieces. Lazovic is obviously not the fastest player that we've seen, but he's gotten better at bullet through the years. He's very capable, and we shouldn't fall asleep on him. I think the critical question in the Armageddon is going to be, will Denis Lazovic get a good position out of the opening? If Bortnick is better out of the opening and he's got more time, I don't see Lazovic pulling it off. But if Denis can get the kind of position that they got in their last game with the black pieces, then he's going to have a good chance. Okay, well, deep breath here. And Bortnick said 9:59. He wanted the white pieces, and Denis Lazovic is okay with black. And the players, they are getting settled in. We will start the game momentarily. And I'm going to take a sip of water here just to prepare for what I'm sure is going to be an epic showdown to complete an amazing day of Chess.com Global Championship action. We remind you that in the earlier qualifier, Grandmasters Vidit and Rasmus Svane qualified into the knockout phase. We already have one qualifier from the second play-in qualifier, and that is, of course, Alexei Serrano. And now we will determine if Alexander Bortnick or international master Denis Lazovic will be lucky enough to be the second qualifier. And here we go. Okay, let the games begin. Here we go, here we go, here we go. The gong sounds and the Armageddon game is upon us, and Denis Lazovic starts the game with 7 minutes, but if he manages to make a draw, then he wins the game. Such are the rules of Armageddon. And here we go. And we have another Rui Lopez and another Berlin and Alexander Bortnick repeating the same line as in their previous white game. But let's see if he has an improvement in store. No, Denis Lazovic, it is his turn to deviate as he plays the move d7 to d6. You might remember that in the last game, he played d5. Now for Lazovic, there is no increment, so it is critical to play very, very quickly. Not too quickly, right? You don't want to rush it, but you also don't want to lose on time. Bortnick is going to use every trick in the book, including flagging, but he's played a little bit too quickly here, and I like Denis Lazovic's position. Oh man, I really like Denis Lazovic's position out of the opening. And he plays the move c5, and he breaks through in the center. And c6, this looks really good for Lazovic. Bortnick has a very hard time here getting his pieces out of the mud. If you play knight c4, you allow bishop takes f3, which ruins White's pawn structure. This is really well played by Lazovic. He's only spent 18 seconds on his clock to get an excellent position out of 15 minutes, after 15 moves. And Bortnick, if I'm Bortnick, I'm slowing down, I'm taking my time, and I'm making sure that this position doesn't get any worse than it is. I still think that it's close to equal, but White needs to find a way to get this dark square bishop out of the gates, and he does, and he plays bishop b2. But now Lazovic can take the knight on f3. And the problem is that if you take back with the knight, you drop the pawn on e4. Lazovic has to see that bishop takes f3 here is a critical move. Can he find it? Take on f3. No, he doesn't play it. He plays knight d7, and Lazovic, oh my god, there's knight d4. Oh, knight d4, knight f5. Oh my god, knight d4 is really, really strong. And he doesn't see it. He plays queen c3. Knight d4 would have been a really, really powerful tactic, and he still has it. This knight from f3, if it appears on f5, that causes tremendous danger. And once again, Lazovic, in a critical moment, has played way too passively. And Bortnick, after a pretty bad opening, has, I think, the best position he's had so far this game. He definitely has a slight advantage, and he goes knight h4, and he tries to get the knight to f5. But he gets it there via a different pathway, via a different airport. He's going to try to play knight f5, and then maybe he's going to try to play queen g3. But Lazovic, he centralizes his own knight. And maybe Dennis can try to go d5 at some point to open up the center, because let's not forget, he does have the bishop pair. The side with the bishop pair generally benefits in the event that the center opens up. Bortnick challenges the knight with knight c4. He has kept a big time advantage on his clock, as Lazovic has now dropped to 6 minutes. He's only spent a minute, so good time management for Denis Lazovic. But his play has been a little bit shoddy here in the middle game, and he takes on c4. Bortnick recaptures with a pawn. Can Lazovic take this pawn on e4? Yes, he does, but knight f5. And all of a sudden, this is getting really dangerous, because knight e7 check is a huge threat, and queen g3 is a huge threat. And I think this is exactly the kind of position that Bortnick wants. Knight takes g7 is yet another threat. And it appears that Lazovic's only defense is to play the cold-blooded bishop to d8 in order to protect the f6 pawn. If you play a move like bishop g6, then knight takes g7 is totally devastating. The queen swoops into f6 with decisive effect. This is simply checkmate. And Denis Lazovic has definitely underestimated the power of the knight on f5. And he is nervously trying to figure out a defense here, but the threats are knight e7 check and knight takes g7 check, and queen g3 is annoying as well. And can he find a defense? He drops down to 5 minutes. Bortnick is now up over 3 minutes on the clock. Bishop b6 to d8. That seems to be the only way for black to actually stay alive here. Everything else loses the game on the spot. Oh my lands, can he find it? And can he find it in a timely manner? I don't know if he can. This is big move by Bortnick. And after a pretty shoddy opening where it seemed like Denis Lazovic had everything he possibly wanted, he played too passively, and he let Bortnick get active, and he let him get a knight to f5. And now there's all sorts of threats against Black's king, and he still doesn't see bishop d8. That's such a hard move to play, because you have to voluntarily close down your rook on a8. But the big threat here is knight takes g7 and knight e7 check. That is the only way that you can defend against both of these threats at the same time, while keeping your rook protected on e4. Like queen d7 would be great, but it blunders the rook on e4, so that's out of the question. And there's simply no other moves, and he's down to 4 minutes. And with every ticking second, the likelihood that Denis survives this diminishes, and he plays bishop g6. He played it. And knight e7 check wins the exchange, and Bortnick goes for the practical option, and that's, I wouldn't say all she wrote. Anything can happen. We've seen crazier things in the last game. But the problem is that Bortnick is up 5 minutes on the clock. It's completely winning. He's up in exchange. He's attacking, and he's up a ton of time. Even if the time situation were flipped, I would say that Bortnick is the favorite. As it stands, Denis Lazovic, the tactics failed him several times in a row, and despite an incredible comeback in the previous game, it does appear that Alexander Bortnick is putting the finishing touches with another excellent move, and it's resign time. It's over, Red Rover, as an unnamed person would say. Queen to g3, attacking d6, attacking f6, and Alexander Bortnick with relentless pressure all throughout this tournament. A very well-deserved win. And barring a miracle of miracles, Alexander Bortnick is going to outlast his opponent and defeat Denis Lazovic in the Armageddon game to take the second qualifier spot in the Chess.com Global Championship. What an incredible game. What power of concentration. And what most impresses me, perhaps, is the ability to not tilt after a game as painful as the last one, where it seemed like Bortnick did absolutely everything to beat back White's attack, only to flag in a critical moment. What an effort by the young Belarusian Grandmaster, International Master, soon to be Grandmaster. He's over 2,500 FIDE. Disappointing end, but there are plenty more play-in qualifiers to play, and Denis Lazovic is most certainly going to participate in many of them, and he's going to keep trying to qualify. And we look forward to seeing him in the knockout phase. But Alexander Bortnick, today is his day, and he plays Queen G3. There are no moves for Black. Bishop G6, and here comes the rook into D6. It goes. Everything is collapsing, and White will double rooks on the D file here, on the 7th rank rather, and tear Black's king limb from limb. Rook D7 comes, and it is all over. And I think Denis is going to resign in this position. There isn't even a single check. The rook also defends the D1 square. And ladies and gentlemen, it is at last all over with Alexander Bortnick, the second qualifier. And that's all. That's all. It's over. Denis Lazovic, he continues to think. He takes on c4, but it is checkmate in 3 moves. And rook takes h7, a beautiful finale. Bishop takes h7, queen g7 is checkmate. Denis Lazovic, disappointment written all over his face, and determination on the face of his opponent. There's resignation. There's a win. And Alexander Bortnick is our second qualifier of the day. And that concludes the day 1 of the Chess.com Global Championship play-in qualifiers. If any of the other qualifiers are going to be like today, we are in for week upon week of epic action. We congratulate all 4 of the qualifiers for today. Grandmasters Vidit and Rasmus Svein in the morning, and just now, Grandmaster Alexei Serrano, who came in first in the play-in qualifier, and now Grandmaster Alexander Bortnick, who defeats Denis Lazovic in a dogfight in an incredible match to take second place and the last qualifying spot for the knockout. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to wrap up and make sure that my vocal cords are still intact. I hope you enjoyed the commentary. This was so much fun. I think the time control, the format, everything about the Chess.com Global Championship promises epic games and battles and competition from the start to the end. This is just the first day of the play-in phase. The play-in phase resumes on Friday with 2 more qualifiers, and it's going to be epic. And the players who didn't qualify today, who didn't make it, who are in bad form, such as Denis Lazovic, will have another chance in just a couple of days. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a great start to your week and an end to your Monday. This was Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky commentating the Chess.com Global Championship for you. We will see you on Friday for qualifiers number 3 and 4. But for now, have a great rest of your Monday. And from the Chess.com Global Championship, I wish you a great rest of your day and goodbye.
Hi everyone, I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return back to the broadcast. This video will now play on loop. Hi everyone, we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order.